the abort button.
And we should be live. Hello there, lords and ladies in it. Welcome back to the Council of Candor, episode 49. We're going to be talking about the movie Treasure Planet, one of my favorites and an absolute classic. We've got a fully stacked panel with you today, some returning favorites, and Dez is in here. Plus, we have some new guests. So, I'm going to do a quick roundtable, introduce everybody. Obviously, I'm first here with the your favorite PFP. Then next up, we have my streaming partner, who I play multiple video games with over on his channel, Nebula. Hello, Nebula.
Hello. It is
We're
I.
going to be hell diving tonight to save Super Earth in Buenos Aires, right?
Yes.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm not from Buenos Aires, but I'm doing my part.
Exactly.
I can tell because you.
Wait, no, that's not the line. I fucked up the line.
No, I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say politely
Death
remove them
all
all
of us.
because YouTube is, YouTube.
Yeah.
Speaking of YouTube lovers, Pops, you're up next. How's it going, Pops?
It's going about as well as you could imagine for a day where you kind of didn't sleep the night before and all you ate was a gas station burrito. Luckily, we watched this movie twice today to refresh our memory, and I sat in for most. It was a lot of fun. I'll tell you, man, it's one of those movies that was a big part of my childhood. Like, a core memory where, like, you don't watch it for, like, a couple of years, and then someone brings it up, and it all comes rushing back. And watching it again today, I was like, this is very well written. Like, I'm going to be happy to talk about this. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of subtle that I notice now that I'm, like, more focused on that sort of thing, rather than just a kid, fancy colors and the bright lights. But either way, I mean, this movie is also a masterclass, I'd say, in animation, especially for it was like kind of pioneering too. So I mean,
Yes,
it was
going to be a lot of fun.
First film with CGI in it, and it was their last hand-drawn animated film.
There you go. Yeah, they mixed the two, and it went really well. I really liked the way that the characters interacted with the environment and the kind of parallels they had that, like, showed characterization without it being blatant. Like, we're going to get into it. I don't want to spoil all my takes right now. So get on to the next guy.
Next up is a good friend of mine, Mr. Same Coin. You've probably seen him in chatting with us a few times. I've known this boy for, 20-odd years. And this is a film that we both grew up watching, and I figured he'd be joining us. How's it going, Mr. Coin?
I'm good. I apologize in advance if I'm a little too stupid for this. I did no research, just sat in and saw the movie, and I was like, oh, I'm going to watch that. This is my favorite Disney movie ever. And boy, was it done dirty.
That's about reason as any. I mean,
that's putting it mildly.
Yeah.
All right, are we streaming?
Shame, but
yes. Okay.
Yeah, no, I went to high school, middle school, elementary school.
He was taking a shower and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Been known this boy, like I said, for, 100 years. But...
So I will try to give some intelligent takes, but due to some curses I was born with that begin with A and the sacred elixir known as Adderall coursing through my system, hopefully I can keep it together for this.
You got it. I have faith in you. By the way, chat, he is my local expert for about half the fantasy stuff that I know no idea with. If it's with World of Warcraft or Shin Megami Tensei or Persona, he's my man. He's saved my butt multiple times. Cut hundreds of hours of research off of my projects.
It's quite easy to get into a fixation. It's quite entertaining, quite fun. And then I realize what they've done to the things I love, and then I get sad. And then I open up my Crown Royal, and then everything's great.
Exactly.
Crown and 7 fixes everything, baby.
And that's in chat. That's our new guest. He's going to be sitting on with us. Believe me, dude, you're going to have fun. Like, it's not like
you're going to have a lot of fun
over your head.
And I've sat on a few before. I was the dude in the chat. I'm always, jacking off World of Warcraft at the same time as angrily shaking my fist at it.
As long as you're only shaking your fist.
I'm shaking both fists.
All right, now you're going to be going.
All right, and then next up on our list is Zoog without blowing out your eardrums, hopefully, and his mic works this time.
Hey. The last two things we've been on, everyone's been fine.
It's true, but it's still funny to remind chat.
I know. Yeah, the robot blowing out. I think that was in the Rings of Power.
Yeah, you escaped the Adeptus Mechanicus after the Rings of Power torment.
I made some deals with my Fed handlers, so they set me up.
Exactly. And so welcome. And last but not least, his book is in the description. You can read it for free, Mr. Pagalicious. How you doing, Pag?
Hello! I am pretty good. Got some really good news right before the podcast started. I am floating high. Also, my book is fully out now. It's the full thing. It's been coming out chapter by chapter, but now the last chapter has released today. So, if you want to read the whole thing, go on over to Royal Road. The link is in the description. The whole book is out. It's pretty fun. It's an action comedy novel. It's a lot of fun. If you like science fiction, if you like action comedy, if you like talking pigs, if you like explosions, you should go check it out. It's finished. You can read it for free, and I'm probably going to release the whole thing on Amazon as one single book sometime in the future.
That's right, chat. Hilarity and hijinks ensue in this story. It's a lot of fun.
Indeed.
And with that, chat, Disney is, how do we say, fair and balanced when it comes to their copyright system.
Fair and balanced, like PvP and WoW.
Exactly.
Because what else? Because what else can are we allowed to say?
Exactly. But they are, in order to make sure I don't get hit with copyrightisms, I have only the trailer looping. But I will politely let some people know, if you desire to watch this movie, and of course, if you have a DVD copy of it, you can go to the Internet Archive and watch it there. Remember, the Internet Archive works as a library. You can check movies out, and it functions just as a library, but all digitally. There's no piracy, no stealing of things like that. It's all, it's only a good thing. It's a great source for finding a lot of out of print things as well. I love the Internet Archive, and I fully support using them. And I'm probably going to toss them some money whenever I get some money off of YouTube. So on to that point. Obviously, the film is probably pretty well known by a lot of people here, and a lot of you guys in chat, have some fond memories of this film. This film is, like I mentioned earlier, the last traditionally animated Disney film. And that was by design.
Mm-hmm. They wanted to destroy the entire 2D animation before this came out, but they made a contract with the producer and directors, and they basically said, okay, if you can make us some really great films, we'll let you have your little pet project. And they delivered, because I think they put out some bangers. Yeah, they put out basically. I think I'm trying to remember what they.
What was it? Was it in the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was probably. Let me think. I don't know. I'll try to find something. I forget who the guy's name is.
So they were given the bone. Like, okay, Disney didn't think they could pull it off, but they gave them like 3 bangers back to back, multi-million, profitable, all you can hell get out. And they said, fine, you can have this. But Disney, not wanting to lose out on their contract, did everything they could to sabotage this, from the trailers, Ben was actually studio meddling. They did not want him to be the wisecracking robot. But, when your boss says jump, you got to do it because they pay the bills.
Yeah.
Hey, did they?
So you're telling me
when
you say that this was like traditionally animated, this is full of 3D though.
Yeah, we'll get into that as well.
This was they used 3D for for some of the ship parts.
They were required to.
They were told to basically put 3D in here because we're transitioning. But the way they made it together, because they were talented artists, they took 3D and they made it intelligently. So this ship, I think the zoom into like the moon port, the space whales, which actually makes sense in this space, not most other things. Star Wars. And then some of the internal shots and chase scenes, they added 3D into it. So they knew where to put it and how it could work, but they also used 2D animation alongside of it, so it wasn't just you're staring at a CGI screen.
It's pretty disappointing. I'm going to be real. The all the 3D stuff, it's kind of jarringly bad looking.
Well, it's because of how it's aged.
This was one where you could put on the glasses in the theaters and watch it in 3D, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, got to remember this movie came out in 2002.
No.
Yeah, this didn't have the 3D gimmick yet. I think the DVD release, they added the 3D gimmick to it, but it wasn't at the time when it came out.
It looks like they did have it. Like the whole. There's lots of parts where
The reason it was
Things would
animated
jump
like
out
that
at
was
you.
that they were trying to show off the 3D in a way that said, "Hey, we have to use 3D, so we're going to use those parts to make the 3D stand out and be interesting." To try to use it because what happened at the time is Disney had just acquired Pixar and were
Yep.
trying to get people to get used to seeing like CG films and CG stuff because CG things they were like that's the future. We're gonna go all in. We're gonna get it for cheap. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
And it
Well, it's easier to do than using hand drawn stills and doesn't take as much requirements. So, there's a mistake
That's
here.
true, yeah.
Whatever, copy, paste, load, save, and stuff like that creates less of a skill ceiling and less of a hassle because you just rewind it.
You're
Whereas
just
if
going
you mess
to
up, first
crank
off,
out
if you mess up
something.
like say 20 frames of animation cells, you just wasted like 6 hours.
Hmm.
But I do feel like the 3D, like whatever you would say, the CGI, whatever you call it, it's
Yeah.
incorporated. It
I
totally
want to
complements.
say for Pag real quick. I want to explain this. Pag's slightly wrong because the things that stand out to you are the worst parts of it. For example, Ben was entirely CGI. John Cyborg.
I mean, like
John Silver's cyborg arm and leg were all CGI too.
the space whales. I
Yeah, the
think
whales stuck
that
out
when
bad.
That was a
we
little
got to the
jarring.
space whales, I was
They
like,
probably
wow,
the
that
most
looks
jarring
bad.
because they didn't do what they want. Like for instance, like when Jim's grinding on the junkyard and all the construction work, that's all CGI.
Mhm.
But because
Yeah,
he's
that stuff looks pretty
interacting
good.
well, it's because they interacted this 2D with the 3D, so it touches, so it actually meshes. The
Yeah,
space
it's
whales were
direct
just
contact,
3D, and the only interaction is a character taking a picture of them and then getting snotted on them by them. There's no direct interaction. That's why it looks the most jarring. Like the
Hmm.
hallway scenes,
Yeah. It gives
only
you the vibe.
Scoop,
gives you,
Jim, and I think Morph are the only ones 2D. Everything else is 3D. So when he's like throwing the barrels, it looks natural because they're using the combination of the 2D animation with the 3D to tell the story of it. Because so that overlay and interaction makes it less stand out as opposed to the whales is just here's a background image that doesn't belong.
Yeah, but
Yep.
I did want to cover because we talked about the directors, John Musker and Ron Clements wanting to and pitching this film. They ended up pitching this film, I think, 9 times. The first
Like
time
over a decade.
it took them over. They had gotten approval for it and were in pre-production for a decade. Before they even got that point, they pitched it 9 times. They first pitched it during the production when they were working on Black Cauldron. That film was having such development hell, though. They got moved over to The Great Mouse Detective, which did good. So then they got a bit of a bump. They then did The Little Mermaid in 89, and then Aladdin in 92, which they pitched it throughout the process multiple times there. They said, the studio said, well, I'll let you do another movie of your choice if you can make another hit for us, and here's Hercules. So they did really good with Hercules.
man.
And then they were like, now you can make whatever movie you want. And
Asterisk
that is
applied.
what Treasure Planet came.
However-
It took them a decade to make it.
Yeah, but for some reason, I think they decided we're doing away with the hand drawn animation, and these guys kind of got left in the dust. And even like, do you remember? Unless we're getting ahead of ourselves, do you remember the way that this movie was advertised? Like, do you remember the commercials for
Oh,
it?
the trailers
It
ruined
was like
so many. The trailers literally ruined a lot of the story beats. And like,
yeah, they gave away it gave away what was going on, like the
And
fact
it
that
relied on Ben.
going on.
This was I called this during our watch together that we did earlier. Ben is a Kangaroo Jack character. This refers to when Kangaroo Jack the movie was being made. The studio realized they had an absolute boring garbage film on their hand. So in order to salvage something, they said, "Why don't we advertise this as a quirky kids movie?" And all the advertisers, all you saw was a few goofy Kangaroo Jack scenes.
Yeah, you know what it was
Right.
with
and that
those
Kangaroo Jack
commercials,
scene is only like 20 seconds, and that's when the guy gets like high
it was
on like
sorry, it made you think there was going to be a rapping kangaroo like wearing a
Yeah.
Buzz jacket movie, and then you watch it and you're like, wow, does he not
I
talk?
think Disney did the same thing with Snow Dogs with like that
They did.
Cuba Gooding Jr.
That was another
Where
one.
like, oh, the dogs are talking. Like, no, that's literally a dream sequence that lasts like 30 seconds, and they put it on that, but that's not the movie at all.
Or C-3PO in the sequel trilogy saying, "I'm saying goodbye to my friends" in the trailer. But when we see the movie, he's saying it to 3 people he met 3 minutes ago.
Exactly.
No, wait. First of all, I still love Snow Dogs. but I do
I still
agree
like
that
these movies. Hanging with Jack and Snow Dogs aren't films that I would say are horrible, but they still like got
False
their
advertising.
marketing. Yeah, their marketing was the other problem they ran into with this film is they released a trailer on May 3rd for this, and it's a sci-fi epic. So then 2 days later, Spider-Man's trailer came out, the first one, which ate up a lot of the nerd culture around it. Then 2 weeks after that, Episode 2 released their trailer. So it was competing with trailer spot for a Star Wars movie and Spider-Man movie. So little kids are eaten up by Spider-Man, and Star Wars was cannibalizing the sci-fi audience, which just and there's the other thing. There's conspiracies that Disney released it at that time on purpose to make sure the film got tanked. Because they wanted to release the trailer several months earlier, like closer to February, to let it build up some natural hype. But
It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a summer blockbuster, but it got pushed into the winter, which was a suicide.
Yep, it killed the film.
It's a summer action adventure like fun movie, and what November it came out.
Yeah, Disney killed this on purpose. It's no conspiracy. Like all the facts point to that, because if this did well, they couldn't abandon 2D animation. That was their goal entirely of that era, was to abandon 2D animation. But if this made millions, like everyone like, oh, we want more 2D, and Disney were like, crap.
They just spent a whole bunch of money to buy Pixar, and they were like,
Millions.
well, we bought Pixar, we have to make Pixar work. And instead of just letting Pixar do its thing, which, by the way, Pixar was great back in this time period.
Oh yeah, they loved to do their thing.
Pixar was making like Ants and like that stuff, right?
Ants
came out 5 years earlier, so I think Ants would have been the next one.
I'm trying to remember that.
I'm sorry.
You might have Bugs Life.
Bugs Life was Pixar. Ants was DreamWorks.
Yeah.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry, chat.
Let's see. It went. This would have been Monsters Inc. would have come out 6 months earlier, and Finding Nemo would come out 6 months after this film. So that's the time period we have with Pixar right now. So they were just starting to crank out the hit because when Toy Story, Bugs Life, Toy Story 2, then Monsters Inc. So at this point, Disney probably should have said solidly, "Hey, we own this. We own these guys. They're doing great for us, and we're going to be fine."
Yeah. I mean, they could have had both their 2D and 3D animations working separately or together.
It's not like
easily.
He was like they weren't going bankrupt from like that purchase.
No.
They were making money.
They pretty much made it back with Toy Story. Toy Story was massively successful.
Oh yeah, Toy Story's been huge. Toy Story is one of those generational movies.
I just want to verify. I believe Bob Iger was related to this. I'm just verifying something with Disney. I'm trying to find
Bob Iger.
I think you're correct. Hang on.
It was him or Eisner. I know one of those two people. Where I think
Bob Iger.
It was Eisner. Eisner's the one who killed it. Yeah, and Eisner and Iger come from the same school of thought when it comes to how they ran Disney a lot of the time. He revitalized them with the Disney Renaissance, which is great, but he specifically sabotaged this. And then he also got in a fight with Steve Jobs and Katzenberg, which caused Katzenberg to split off from them and go make DreamWorks, which how'd that work out for you, Disney?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man, Walt Disney's rolling over in his grave.
No, I think he's rolling over in his
Walt.
cryo tank.
So, is this really the last 2D animation movie that they did? Has there not been another one since then?
There technically was one more, but it was a direct-to-video release of Brother Bear 2.
Yeah.
So, like, that doesn't quite count.
What was Princess and the Frog? How did they do that?
That was CG. Same with, what's it called? The other one that looks like it's hand-drawn, but it's not. They've all been done like how anime's done nowadays. They don't hand-draw anime. They do it in CGI computer stuff, essentially.
Yeah.
It's all digital art.
Yeah.
You know, computer programs. You know, we've got enough artists on our server. You've seen how they draw their art.
Yeah.
That is, I understand exactly what you mean.
There's no physicality of it.
It's not hand-drawn, yeah.
So it actually turns out Princess and the Frog was traditional 2D hand-drawn animation.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's why it was when you said there's one more. I skipped over Brother Bear. That's the one my mind went to. That was a cute little story.
Yeah, so Frog was one, and it was actually that was the film that they brought the guys who did Treasure Planet back to do as an apology.
Guess I'll actually have to go see that now.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty good movie.
Yeah, it's just looking it up here on it marks the return to hand-drawn animation from John Musker
done.
and John Clements, with
There's
Randy Newman being a composer. This was Disney. The lack of success. Oh yeah, it's great. The movie was not a smash success, so this was considered the true final nail in the coffin. Afterwards, Disney would only use hand-drawn as a gimmick to sell certain things. They also would have, even though it was sold as being hand-drawn, it was still touched up digitally, which was not supposed to be done according to the contract, but they did it anyway. Of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, man. The technology can steal your soul. It just doesn't feel the same. Some of these new ones. Yeah, Brother Bear though is another one worth mentioning. That's another childhood. Like I could probably recite that whole movie to you.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
Princess and the Frog wasn't marketed too well either. That's another issue with it.
So again, it's one of those things where you get really suspicious, and because Princess and the Frog came out in 2009,
Yes.
Iron Man came out the year before, and should by all metrics been a worse performing film than Princess and the Frog.
Iron Man came out.
Smash hit.
The Hulk was 2008.
Oh, well, Iron Man was 7. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Iron Man was 2009. Yeah, but either way, you're correct.
Yeah, there's no way they should have had the films do so poorly that were hand drawn. It's just weird how that works, ain't it?
It sure is.
A budget of 105 and the box office is 271 million.
Just not enough, and it wasn't. And the other thing that's interesting is it just no matter what the number is, it never was profitable enough.
Yeah, it doesn't make enough money. It didn't make me all the money.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. This is like a company that knows how to make money.
Mm-hmm.
Especially back then. This is right after the Disney Renaissance. This is they were printing the money hand over fist with the theme parks, with all the tie-in toys with Pepsi and McDonald's and all those guys. There was just this was probably the golden age of Disney's kids entertainment in terms of profitability.
Yeah, it's like you said, it was like an apology, but it was more like a slap it, like a backhanded apology, because they didn't market it.
I was just reading what the internet was saying.
And
it's kind of like
they almost don't even talk about Princess Tiana or Princess Frog whatsoever. You see all the princess stuff and all the other gear and all the other merchandise. Those characters are nowhere. Not even like one of their best animated villains, with the voodoo card guy. He's actually a great villain. And his
That's a great character. I'll tell you, that was something else I was going to say, that I was impressed that was all, apparently it was all drawn. Was it? All of it? Because those are very, those scenes are trippy. They're visually pretty incredible.
When you're using 2D animation and stills, you could do a lot more crazy stuff because as opposed to digital art, and it's why I don't like it as much, you can't subtract light when you're digitally arting. Like when you're painting or drawing, the reason you can get those contrasting colors and crazy colors is because the paint in the drawings are absorbing light. So you get a much wider variance than if you just do it digitally. That's why shading is a difficult process for a lot of digital artists, because there's no natural shading in digital art. It has to be done by you. Versus if you're painting, shading can be done just by nature itself, mixing with the paints and the colors.
How about that, fellas?
Anyway, so do we want to get into the actual story of this movie and whatnot?
Well, no. First, we have to chat what their favorite Disney princess is. Mine is Aurora for sure.
While Chad answers, I just wanted to explain how much Disney specifically screwed this film.
Okay.
Its debut weekend, it opened in 4th place. The films that beat it, just so you know, what they put it up against. This was the 2nd weekend for Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
Yep.
James Bond's Die Another Day was in its 4th week, and Santa Claus 2 was also released.
Hang on. That was not Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. It was.
Yes, it was. No. 2002.
Oh, 2002. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the. Yeah, my bad.
You're thinking of 2009 with Princess and the Frog, yeah. This film,
Yeah.
that's when they released this film. Chat, Harry Potter thing was like printing money. That thing was insane. The first movie did gangbusters and was like a legend. Releasing this anywhere near the second film was a terrible idea. It's going to cannibalize the audience. And then it competed against the Santa Claus 2, which is a sequel. And then James Bond's Die Another Day, which is an action film. They could not have picked a worse time to release this film. And the film only earned $47 million in its opening, like during its entire drive domestically, which kills it. And it ended up getting 109 in worldwide gross. Just to show you, though, how much Disney skunked this film, it had one of the top home releases. With what it released on DVD and VHS, it ended up making, according to Wikipedia here, within the first month, $65 million in VHS sales. How are you going to tell me a film that, was terrible and didn't profitable would make 50%, 60% of what it made the entire theater run back on VHS sales? It was so bad.
My dad dragged us to the Disney parks all the time when I was a kid, and back then I begged for all the Treasure Planet stuff. They would sell them in the parks. I got a Morph plush. We got another copy of the movie on VHS. It's deluxe, whatever edition, with a special case, I guess. I don't know, but I love that stuff.
Yeah, my parents got it on VHS. I remember having that.
Yep.
It's a fantastic movie.
No, it's because the way they butchered it. Like they didn't. It's not that they didn't have faith in it. They knew it would do good. That's why they kneecapped it.
They made sure to put it in as terrible a spot as they could. They also made sure to when it came to promoting this thing, every previous Disney film either had a when the promotion was happening, they had like a month or two in the park where they had the characters walking around. They didn't have the characters for this film walking around in the parks. It was noted as being weird at the time. They had a single guy dressed up as Ben at the Los Angeles parks, the LA, the California parks.
Yeah.
And they had him walking around a little bit. And they didn't have any merch in the parks or anything like that. Because usually what ends up happening is a ride that's got a similar theme or something like it, they'll let them take that ride over theming-wise just for a little bit for advertising. Like, I remember Splash Mountain gets taken over all the time by different themes that are coming out down here in Florida. But they didn't do anything for this. And that's one of those things that's weird.
At that time, they had Space Mountain too, the ride, right?
Oh yeah,
Tomorrowland was all open. It was there to print money essentially for this. Even if you didn't want to say, "Oh, we can't do that," they have Adventurelands and stuff. They had Treasure Island in the parks.
They could have done something interesting in Tomorrowland, because back then that's when they had Alien Encounter there.
Yeah,
and I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's the Stitch ride now.
Like
that was one of the most horrifying, scary, nightmare-inducing experiences ever. Oh, yeah. And it was in a kid's park.
I think what they could have done with this too is like have someone dress up like Mr. Arrow and he goes around and, like all the kids like, "You there? That's not proper uniform. Suck it up," and have being like this, almost like Stone, like not to be no pun intended, like a Stone Cold version of like a general, and that would build a lot of character. Like, oh, who's this guy? He's very prim and proper. Stuff like that.
Listen. Crappy alien outfits with suits on, running around like Marines, and a couple guys dressed as pirates, and had them screwing with each other the whole time. Those costumes are easy to make. Star Trek prints them in the hundreds.
They had their own costumes. Right next door was the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. You could have repurposed half of that stuff and just throw it on a weird Squid Man.
Exactly. They had it all there.
Yeah, so it sounds like they did literally everything short of just being like, "We're not releasing this." To
pretty much. Well, it's because they had a contract and they had to release it.
It was literally like they were like looking down their nose, like toss you a coin and like turn the other way. Like, get out of here. You
can make your dream project with a major asterisk, but we'll make sure you never make one again.
Well, that's sad.
It's so messed up.
Thing I want to talk about there's two things I want to hit on before we fully get into the movie. The first is there's a prequel video game that came out, and it is actually really good. The best way I've heard people describe it is this is what a Warhammer 40K strategy game would have been like before after Dawn of War space fighting strategy game, which is really funny. The game, there's a scene in the movie which when we meet Amelia, she says that she's just off of winning the Pyrocon War. That's the war you fight in, which is really funny.
Oh, that's funny.
That one line, there's a whole tie-in video game that's like, I think it's 12 hours long, and people noted it actually has like really good space combat, but like the problem is it was very glitchy. So when it released, it didn't launch on most computers. So like people couldn't play the thing, so it just got a bunch of bad reviews. But like if you could get the game to work, it was pretty good apparently.
It's also released on the PS2, if I'm not mistaken.
It sounds familiar. I don't know if I
like
did.
10 cents. That's why it's.
You can get it on Steam right now for one. You know who the developer was?
Who?
Yeah, it's not the other. It's not the other PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games, which is just the movie. This is like something else completely different.
We're good friends at Rockstar, the GTA guys.
Oh, that's funny.
No kidding, really?
Yeah, Rockstar, their Vancouver office.
What year was it that it came out?
2002. Same year.
It was a promotion for this movie.
What day did the movie release?
The movie actually released 2 weeks after the game did, because the movie came out.
I was going to say this. Yeah, this was November 12th. They put it the same month. They put it right out. They put this out right before the movie came out.
Yeah, it was like the Thanksgiving rush of seasonal hits that they were putting it up against again, like we said. And after that weak advertising too, which is weird because I didn't know this game existed until today.
Yeah.
I didn't.
The director and the producer wanted to make this a summer movie.
It has literally everything about it has a vibe of a summer movie,
Yeah, for real.
One more thing, kid. Did you have one more thing?
The game was a big thing I wanted to touch on, and the last thing I wanted to touch on is the design of the film. Something that I think you've probably seen it in the background a little bit, and anytime you look at this thing, the way that they kind of brought the world to life was something they called the 70-30 law, which I think is just a brilliant way to design it. The idea was that in order to make the look of the film correct, 70% of this should be a pirate piece, 1700s wood, and then 30% of it should be sci-fi. And that's how you have this perfect blend. They went out of the way. In fact, in some of the DVD extras, you can see them actually measuring and counting how much of this is wood and how much of this is metal that wouldn't exist at the time and things like that, which is just wild that they would put that much effort into dedicating to this rule. But then you look at it, completely pays off.
There's a video game that kind of inspired by that. Rogue Galaxy came out in 2005, I think. They have a similar aesthetic to their
I love Rogue Galaxy. Oh man!
I think,
but a lot of their aesthetic has that to a point. Some worlds are more futuristic and stuff like that, but it balances out. One world is just basically all trees, tribalistic stuff like that. And another planet's future sci-fi with hovering cars. But the ships are almost taken out of Treasure Planet.
Awesome.
I think it has to do basically. You brought up. It has to be because it's based on the original book, right? So it's you're retelling a story, and it's a great story, and it's beloved by everyone who's read it, and it's a classic. And so you're kind of just changing the aesthetic, kind of putting a new coat of paint on, but you don't want to lose the elements even that are beyond the surface that made that so appealing to begin with. You know what I mean? So
not only does it add on elements, I think silvers in Treasure Planet is far better than any other silvers.
Yeah, I think.
Real quick interjection on it, piggybacking off of what Pop said. Okay, chat. If it's not obvious or clear, Treasure Planet itself is not a book. That's the movie. This is a sci-fi space pirate adaptation of Treasure Island.
Did I mess up?
Crazy. No. It's just I wanted to make it clear.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
I thought. Yeah, no, my.
They took.
Imagine taking Star Wars and putting that in reverse, make it like Pirates of the Caribbean. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome
for us fans, sitting at home who bought 14 copies of the VHS. We loved it. That was awesome.
It was so good. Anyway, so let's start with the actual film. We
Mhm.
open with a sort of like a Lord of the Rings-esque explanation of the whole world is set up. And these are really hard to do right, because right now you're telling me to sit down, shut up, and listen to your world building. So how do they do it, and how do they make it diegetic? Well, you see, this is a children's storybook we're listening to. And I think that setup is fantastic. So little
Well, I
Jim
think what's
here...
also the setup too, what makes it good is how the scene composition is. So they have
Yeah.
like the buildup of how like and they set up right away that space in this universe is an ether, like how we used to see it back like centuries ago. Because
Yeah.
all these clouds, space must be like our seas, except it's filled with gas and nebulas and stuff like that. So they set up that same thing, and then they immediately cut to the action of the most notorious pirate captain to ever exist, and they show him like attacking a ship. And then, as the ships are firing upon each other, because the ship is like a military one, you just see like young Jim's head pop up behind them, like just dwarfing these ships, and then it zooms out to him reading a book.
It's so great. Just
And this is
aesthetically,
like-
it draws you in. It puts you almost like it literally puts you in the state of like a little kid watching a puppet show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
And
great. Just yeah, go ahead.
This is like the first of several like really good transitions. Like really good transitions.
I think
like
I know which one you're thinking of, Pag. Like after like him and his
there's
mom comes in, and they start reading the book, and like
Well,
one of the
no-
best transitions. Sorry, you go ahead.
I mean, just the whole like child's head popping up and that transitions into like the storybook. So you pull out of that scene and you kind of see what's going on. Later on, they've got one where they're looking out at the moon, and it turns out the moon is a space station. Just
For everybody-
fantastic transitions in this film.
My favorite transition is when he's still a young kid, and then like his mom tells him to go to sleep. So, but then he's a kid; he's under the covers, and you see like the book illuminating, and you see his shadow, and then like right to see your narrator say, like this story can make one's spirit soar, and with soar, you immediately transition to Jim as a teenager
Mhm.
rushing
Now
through
we
the
can
air
talk.
on his board. That transition should be taught in classes because that is a fantastic transition. From the
I'll tell you one
silhouette
thing
to the full,
too.
because the silhouette doesn't show his age, just shows his general shape and features. But when he's adult, your facial features don't change that much; they just grow a bit. So for the silhouette to full grown teenager faced, it was so good.
Yeah. So it's I think like when you start to hit like the puberty, it's kind of like the facial bones become a little more prominent. Your face narrows out. You lose the baby. But what I loved
But
about
the
that
silhouette
was that
itself doesn't
beyond-
really shift and change too much.
but beyond the point of that is that like we're learning that is a fundamental part of this character Jim, and I love that they kind of subtly represented it with the visual stuff, because what they're saying is like deep down in his heart he's like a dreamer.
Yeah.
He's got like he's
He has
like
an adventurous spirit. He wants to soar through the sky. He wants to.
Mhm.
He wants to take. He wants the wind to take him.
It's such great, and you can really, this is why like films are so like there's so much you can do, especially with animation, because you can literally represent everything you want people to know about a character without having to say a word.
Animation
And-
removes the physical limitations of reality.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I thought that was just great, and it also like we know that about him, even though because later on in that scene, right, he goes on a joyride through an industrial park and like gets arrested, and basically it's just like, oh, is he just a punk criminal? But no, we know enough about him that makes him like endearing, and we look at him as an adventurer rather than just some kid with a can of spray paint.
And it's not like he does it on purpose. 'Cause the only reason the authorities get alerted to him is because while he's he's grinding on and having fun on basically his jet board, he breaks a piece of equipment on accident, and that triggers the alarm. If he didn't break that, they would never know he was there.
And also,
So
really-
while he's having his fun, he's not paying attention to the. His situational awareness drops down to nothing because he doesn't care about it. Because he's just having a good time, and that's what lands him in trouble. And throughout the story, he becomes more aware of his actions and things going around him, and becomes a better character because of that.
Yeah. And
I
speaking
agree.
of setting things up, like setting up the world, this is also a really, really great way of setting up the character, like immediately. Like they tell you who this character is instantly.
With no exposition.
Like first 5 minutes of the film, you know exactly who Jim is. He's reckless. He's a thrill seeker. You can see that when he's a kid, he's staying up an hour passed when his mom thought he was
And
going
even
to
when his
sleep.
mom has fun with him, like, okay, we've had our fun, bedtime. Okay, ma. She leaves, right back to the book.
Yeah, and
So I did
they
wanna
with
hit go ahead, Pack.
with the scene of him like hoverboarding and whatnot, they immediately show that he's very very skilled. Like he's
He's
immediately
exceptional.
like he's like a gifted person. Like he's our protagonist, and he has the skills to pay the bills already. Even if he's headstrong and whatnot, he has the skills already, and they instantly set that up, and I think that's very very well done.
It's another great aspect of his personality shown visually because he's got that level, like flair. You know, he's grinding, kicking up sparks and everything.
And
like,
then when he cuts the
he's-
engine and just free falls, and then at the very
It's-
last minute before it plasters onto the floor, kicks it off and goes. And then he just goes just to throw Seek even more, just almost face grinds on the ground himself as he tilts that thing to the side.
Yeah, it's a total like it's showing that he's capable and he's confident in terms of like like he has potential to like do great things.
And
kind
he
of.
also the thing is that he's not afraid to take risks, but he also challenges himself. Like he could ride and grind, but he's like you can even see like right before he kicks it off, he kind of like you can kind of like see him like close his eyes and he comes like almost like a zen. It's like a state of mind of like focus.
The
before he
free
cuts
fall, the state of like the fact that he's so fearless that he's comfortable in free fall like that it shows a lot about him. What else am I trying to say? It's like it shows that he's like not scared of
competent.
death. It's almost like he's such
It shows
he's
both
such
his
like,
confidence and his competence. He knows what he
He's
can
so
do, and he
confident.
knows what he can go with.
but he's so confident though that it like almost like messes up his judgment, which is what is an important part of his arc that we see later on. He almost
his
like
overconfidence is what it gets him too low to the ground, and he can't clear the security barrier, and he breaks it. So his overconfidence down the line is the repercussions of it and gets him in trouble. Like he doesn't realize he broke the thing because he's just grinding and having a good time, and then he hears the sirens. He's like, "Shoot!"
You know what it is too? It literally is. It's the way that like having an overly adventurous spirit or like overly kind of being compulsive, it hurts you because you're not considering the consequences of your act.
You're
Like, you
looking
need
at
to
the
know-
now.
You
Not
need
the
to know the
tomorrow.
value. Yeah, like you need to know when to take risks and like the like weighing the stakes and things like that. And it shows that. It shows that with him. It's awesome. So yeah,
Too much
that's
further on.
literally. That's the first scene before any words are spoken.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's a
Further
few
on.
words, but like there's no exposition.
Everybody should like the video right now. Make sure you like it.
So true.
And
So true.
The other thing is, there's actually a couple details that are very fun. When the ships first show up in the storybook that Jim's reading, and Flint's ship breaks through the clouds, if you look, the clouds actually form the face of Scroop, and he's glaring at where Jim's face will be eventually. The other thing that's cool
Oh,
is,
really?
yeah.
Oh man,
That's
yeah,
neat.
the
That's a
cloud.
neat little
Yeah,
detail.
Yeah, the other thing that's really neat is this film released the same year as Lilo and Stitch, another Sabotage's friggin' movie thing. And a lot of the animators were taken off this film to go work on Lilo and Stitch. In order to like say, hey guys, we remember your contributions. Jim has a Stitch toy with an astronaut suit on his shelf.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. I remember noticing that as a child. Yes, it's one of those Easter eggs.
Yep. A
They
lot of
always
fun
have the
stuff.
So then we what do we cut to the hostel then or
So what happens is we hear police sirens at this point. Then Jim goes, crud. And then we cut to the hostel where we see that his mom's working incredibly hard. All these aliens are being very demanding and just weirdos. This is a great weirdo gallery. We don't have this anymore. We've lost the alien weirdo galleries. Everything now is so like
We don't know how to do
that's
it
what I
anymore.
love about this movie is that its take on extraterrestrial life is not hampered by humanoid creatures. Like, yeah, they might have two legs, but then they also split into their variations, or they have two arms that act like legs.
you know what it is though they made it like that, but they also still gave them basically just human personalities. So it's not like weird like we don't.
It's not they're
like
alien in
lore
looks and
behind it.
aesthetic, but not an alien in
Behavior.
Like
Behavior,
we are familiar with the environment that we're being put in, and like the kind of like little kid running around, the one person demanding that they get a refill. Like this is an environment that we're familiar with and we understand it, and yet
Exactly.
we're still kind of in a new thing. So it's very cool. Yeah.
Those
And,
cop bots that pick them up, as simple of a design as they are, this is one of my favorite designs for a robot ever. They
Oh,
look
yeah.
so cool.
Fantastic.
They are functionality over form, and they're very much like police officers. Their chests look like badges, literally.
Yeah, but
I don't know that
they
I would
still
say
have
these are
that aesthetic.
functionality over form. I don't
They still
think I
have
would
that
say that.
aesthetic of a
You know
sailor,
what?
like that works under the Commodore at the
Exactly.
spaceport.
Oh, yeah. They have
still
the
look like
pins,
people
the
of the
broad
time period,
shoulders, the
cops of
chest
the
piece.
time period. It's great.
Well,
I
you'll
love
also
these guys. They're great.
you'll
Yeah, I
also
love
know
their aesthetic.
like
Oh, yeah. All the designs in this movie are phenomenal. Like from the aliens to the
But I
robots to
agree
the
with Coin that
creatures.
this design.
Even Ben,
And-
though his character is bad, his robotic design is really cool. He's almost like
Yeah.
a scrap metal. He's almost like a scrap metal, something that's
We love
you-
looking at them. We
it's
just
very
hate hearing
reminiscent
them.
that Ben was
Mhm.
obviously made by Flint, the evil captain guy. So it's
Well,
very much so
yeah,
like
we'll get
he
to
kind
Ben.
of branched
Let
out
me-
together.
let let me say one more thing about the police officers though. You notice they're like basically identical, right? And they have the look almost of like somebody wearing sunglasses, like they don't have eyes. They're very like they're identical, and it's almost like they're representing a thing that the rebellious Jim is like almost like he's aware of like his station within the system, and he like these things represent like an entity. They're not really individuals beyond that the one like forgets the ordinance code. But I like that they almost did that while making basically everything else very colorful, bright, vivid, and everything. Meanwhile, we
Even
have these twin basically just old robot looking cops.
The writers did a phenomenal job making even subtle side characters have a bit of nuance and depth to them.
I love because I'm always looking for my biggest thing with this is that I think basically the visuals with the characters pretty much parallel, especially once we meet later on some of the other ones. It parallels like internally what they are and how they think, but also what they represent in the story. And I think that's
this film is so strong because one of the problems that you have right now as a writer, if you're looking at what's going on, Jim looks kind of like your James Dean, just rebel without a cause, flyboy. How do we establish
He's
that
got the
he's
leather
more than just
jacket,
that?
the black sweats underneath,
Exactly. So
baggy pants.
in
He's your
fact,
typical '90s punk kid.
yeah. In fact, they gave him the jacket, which stays on until a certain point in the film to show that he's in a rebellious phase. It's important. Also, they made sure to make him act and look like James Dean. It's important because we get a slight subversion on that. When the cops show up to actually arrest him and bring him here, it gets noted, hey, the cops forget, as we mentioned, the ordinance code. But Jim knows it. Why does he know it? Because A, he's smart enough to know it. B, he's probably been through this before. It establishes how many times he's broken this type of rule, and he's actually pretty smart and remembers things very well. This is super important because there's a lot of scenes in this movie that if Jim was an idiot or like a little bit dumpier, then it wouldn't work. If he was just a little bit more goofy or a little bit more aloof, you would think, oh, I didn't even know that, or he shouldn't make those connections. But
It's also another thing too is that
this kid's smart. This kid knows how to make
and
connections
then
and what to do.
Well, it's also a
And
bit
then-
of foreshadowing as well because Jim wants to go into space. There's only two ways you can do that. Either you be a pirate or you join the military, the Navy. So, him being a good boy that he is, what's the best way he can do it? Join the Navy. So if he has a head start on knowing the laws and bylines and all that, he can get ahead faster.
Well, either way, yeah. But what's interesting about it is, actually, I don't know. I have forgot what I was going to say. Kid, where did you leave off on? I thought I had a good
I
point.
left off when the cops, forgot the code, and then Jim
Oh
said,
yeah.
"This is what it is."
So the next scene after that, his mom sighs. She's disappointed. She has to run off and help customers. So then,
Well, it's not only that, is that he's brought in during the busiest time of the day. So all of her customers
So
can
the mother-
see her son being arrested or being talked out to.
the shame, the stress. It's
It brings
again,
shame not just to him, but to her as well.
it shows so much of like basically the environment that they're in. It kind of feels like the mother is stuck there, and it shows that what she's going through this probably on a regular basis by the fact that Jim even knows the laws. It's like they're putting a lot out there, but it's like it doesn't feel overbearing at all.
Another fun detail in the scene is this is where we first meet Doppler, and he is a dog person, and he orders Ala Posho, I believe is what it's called, and that used to be Alapo used to be a fancy dog food brand back in the day.
Oh, that's
So,
funny.
Yeah,
I didn't
What's
even
his
realize.
name? Dilbert.
That's a good little joke.
I know. I'm telling
Dilbert
you,
Dopp.
this film is
Dilbert.
stuffed with little jokes like that because these people really cared about their craft, and it's just
Yeah.
phenomenal. It's so
Another
much
thing I
fun
want
when
to
you can
mention
watch
about
film
the
and enjoy it.
storybook thing,
They created a
is-
universe, and Disney only gave us like 10% of what a single
Not even-
movie could have been.
Not even
like
then.
it's a
Like,
little bit of a. There's also foreshadowing, like you were in the storybook thing, is that right before like the ship takes off, it glows a whitish green color, which is the same as the portal at the end in Treasure Planet. It's such a little subtle thing. Like you just think, oh, it's just a portal. Like no, it's like so they're showing him going into the portal as it's coming towards the camera. So the camera is the portal.
We're learning these
Wow.
things for later.
they're putting you in that world, man. How about
Yeah.
that?
Yep.
Subtle
at this
world
point,
building
this is where
using
we have
camera
you know,
angles
all
and
the people
cinematography. Man,
Yeah, this is where we have the scene where Jim gets brought before everybody. He gets embarrassed. His mom tries to talk to him, and he's like, "No, mom, I don't want to talk. I just he's also embarrassed of what happened. He doesn't want to misbehave for his mom. He's not a bad kid. He just wants to rebel a little bit and do some fun stuff. And he even explains, he tries to talk around it, but it's clearly a conversation they've had before.
I
After
think
the
another
people
thing
leave-
is
It
I think
also
another thing too that really helps with the character is the doctor. He tries his best, like I'm Dr. Dopper, and the police are just like, who? I have a certification. It's like they don't know who he is. It's like, are you the boy's father? It's like so you can see that Doppler cares about Jim and his mother.
Well,
like
I think
he's
it's an
obviously
important
been
scene
there.
because the cops represent like Jim internally at that moment. Where are you his dad? No, then screw off. Which is
They represent a couple things. They represent the authority he's fighting against, but they also represent the cage that he feels he's trapped in. I mean, look at the image I dropped in our little council chat here. They got
yes, they're
they're holding him in place.
Yeah,
And that look on his face is not one of a rebellious child. Like that's not like Ferris Bueller, like screw you, copper. No, that's a kid that looks like he's not rebellious. He looks sad. He looks like he's in pain, not because he got caught, but because in
he's
getting
being brought
caught,
home
he
to his
failed.
mom after being caught.
Yeah, he's
I
deeply
love,
ashamed of himself.
Every detail about this and we're going to see this a million times, and I'll probably bring it up again later, but like the environment represents what's going on within the minds of like usually it's just one character, but they made it so that like basically parts of the environment represent what's going on in everybody's mind. So Jim is like embarrassed, so is his mom in front of everyone, and then obviously Dilbert's got his own odd thing going on, and he's like kind of awkward, and it shows that he's a little let down too, which leads up to why he's so eager to go on an adventure and say, "Oh, I want to make a name for myself later on." Yeah. It's great. I mean, it's all like it all happens in stride. It's fucking sorry.
It's also like it's a bit spoiled ahead of time, but it's like his desire to be adventurous but also help is a direct contrast to his father, who was adventurous but left them. So him failing and him coming back is just reminding him that he's a failure like his dad was.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. That's awesome. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the dad at all. Do we see anything with him yet?
That's later. That's like I was like saying, like
at this point,
his mother briefly mentions him in this scene here, but all she says is "ever since your dad left." Da 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 da. That's the word terminology she uses. She just says he left.
Yeah.
She
something
says,
else I want to point out before we go any further, before I forget it again. The planet Jim is from is Montresor, which is an Italian word that, if you translate it literally, it would mean my treasure. But they say it differently. They don't say it like an Italian would say it, which is fascinating because what is as we go through, what is the classic? The treasure is the friends you made along the way. Because what happens, with the way the film works, it kind of works out like that. It's great.
Oh, like the treasure you were seeking was there all along.
Yep.
Yeah, I got you. Are we good to do the eavesdropping scene? Because obviously we see another scene where Dr. Dilbert is.
Well, I think with,
also, real quick for Chad as well. Dilbert, voiced David Hyde Pierce, Fraser's brother. Jim, voiced by young Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Joseph, yes, yeah.
I don't believe the mom is a famous voice actor.
She is actually. You've heard her in a lot of things.
Like another thing too that I like is that Jim doesn't want to find Treasure Planet to find Treasure Planet. He wants to find it to get the money to help his mom rebuild the
Hey, I
inn.
did want to say something funny. During the casting for this, Joseph Gordon-Levitt was their 5th pick. They tried to get Tom Cruise originally, then Michael J. Fox, then Anthony Michael Hall, and then Jared Leto. Can you imagine?
Anthony, oh,
Jared
No way.
Leto. No.
Yep, Jared Leto was offered the role before Joseph
Different
Gordon-Levitt.
timeline
for
in
Jim?
another life.
he'd be like,
Yeah,
no,
Michael J.
Treasure
Fox
Planet,
would work for Jim. I can see
Treasure
like
Planet is an idea.
Fox was in Atlantis, and that's why he didn't do it, because he said, I already did Atlantis, and I don't want to do another voice role right now.
yeah. Yeah, he would fit Jim almost perfectly because his most well-known role is being a teenage rebellion punk.
He's like, hey, Doc.
That's why they wanted him. I just think it would have been really
That's why I didn't want to do it. No, man, I already got that. I don't want it. No, I don't want to be typecasted.
He's gonna get.
Yeah, her name's Laurie Metcalf. You've
Laurie-
definitely heard her voice in that stuff. Yeah. She doesn't have a big role in this movie, but she's in a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of things. That makes sense. All right, and then at this point we get what I think is a great scene with the colors that you have. The bar is so well lit, so happy, so friendly. And then as we get into this, as we're talking about the eavesdropping scene, the outside where Jim is currently sitting, it is just way more muted colors. You can see Jim's mood is colored as depressed, and
It's dreary.
Inside, his mother's the lights out. The lights kind of gone out of their relationship and her life a little bit.
I think what also makes it too is that it's not just muted for the sake of muted. It's an overcast sky. You can hear the rumbling in the background. So like even like the nature itself, like the dreariness, the thunder, like so the thunder represents like, oh, he's mad at what he's done, but he's also sad because what's his actions have done. So the actual, like Pops was saying, the scenes complement the mood and what's going on perfectly.
That's a great like device for storytelling. That the home.
I see a lot of things like they just mute the colors, but they don't. But it's still like sunshine. Like you can't have muted colors when the sun's out. It's not how that works. Like overcast, make it dark, make it stormy, do something. It can be snowing. Just have the nature affect the colors as it should.
I would say also, and when he looks in on his mother and Dr. Delbert, also it looks like it's like low kind of orangish light. It looks like a dying flame, and they're talking about like I'm gonna lose the inn. We're gonna go broke. I don't know what's going on.
Like they're on like it's the last vestiges of the candle. Like they're on their last legs.
Absolutely. And I just thought of that now, but yeah, I think that was probably done on purpose, or at least that's, it always environmentally, you're going to have discussions like that in a quiet.
And I think another thing too is that his mom is like this, like she's angry with him, but she's still proud of him because I think there is like, she says like he built something when he was like a kid.
She mentioned his hoverboard when he was 8 years old.
It's like his first solar surfer at 8. And so it's like, she's proud of what his accomplishments are, is that his decisions keep holding him back, and that's what really annoys her the most. He could be great, and she knows he can be great, but he decides not to because he's just too focused on thrill seeking.
Yeah, he's got to get his priorities straightened
out.
But that's a good quote there because it helps reinforce. Like, we might have been asking before, how does he know what the laws are? But she says he's always been so smart, but now he feels like a stranger,
Yeah.
So that helps that as well. I feel like in context,
it's like his grades are failing, but it's because he doesn't have an interest. This happens with a lot of kids or a lot of schooling. It's why they need to be reformed. Is that kids will usually only focus on some things that they enjoy. Like I did when I was in school. Like I didn't like math, so I just kind of skirted through geometry and trigonometry, getting like C's and stuff like that. But if it was like history, science, physics, I was getting A pluses because I just didn't like math. And they said like, "Oh, he has
ADHD."
Like, no, I just don't like this. I'm not going to focus on that.
Again, that shows like his desire to kind of break out of the system that he's living under, to be like kind of almost go off into deep space, almost into the wild, and seek out some new thing beyond kind of feeling imprisoned where he's at. So yeah, absolutely, that's the education system that's implied there. Yeah, wow.
You're not ready for this part. So I don't
not
know if we
ready for
mentioned
it.
the name of the inn yet, have we?
It's like the Bendo
It's
in.
it's the Benbow.
Benbow Inn. Hold on to your butts because we're about to go on a ride. Benbow Inn is probably most likely named after Vice Admiral John Benbow from the late 1600s, early 1700s. He was noted as being one of the people who originally broke the back of the Barbary pirates. He before America came and did it. He was probably the most famous what's it called? Admiral to fight pirates at the time.
So you mean
what?
By the way, chat, it has the same name in the book Treasure Island as well,
Yes.
which I think takes place around like 1745, 1750.
It does. The reason I want to bring this up is it's actually more tied into Treasure Planet too. He also has the same upbringing as Jim, roughly. His dad was a sailor who disappeared when he was young, and his mom raised him by herself before he went off to become a sailor and fight pirates. Which is,
is that
interesting?
Is that the implication here? I'm not going to spoil the ending.
Well, that's one of the things that happens. Also, the thing I want to talk about is his top. The guy who wrote about him was an astrologer named John Partridge, who was the leading English astrologer at the time, and helped categorize them and start actual, astronomical studies, including being noted for having a fascination with talking about a little constellation. You know which constellation you like to talk about, Pops? You probably could guess which constellation you like to talk about.
Now, chat, it's the Pleiades, and I know that because I think we skipped over it at one point when Jim's mother was upset with him. He like walked past her and was like, "Mom, I'm going to my room. I'm a dreary, punk teenager." And she goes, James Pleiades Hawkins." And I said, "Hang on, kid, did she just say his middle name is Pleiades?"
Yep. And besides going hard as the middle name, yeah, it's all tied into here. So these guys like this stuff so much, they went back to find out what the original friggin' inn in the book was named after, and just started mining the history around the guy.
It shows it just shows how much they really wanted to make this thing for years. Like they had such a passion for it.
Mm-hmm.
You really dug that up, man. Thank you. That's great knowledge.
Yeah. Well, that's my favorite thing about my channel, doing all this research for stuff. Why would I not do it for these things? Especially for one of my favorite movies of all time.
I absolutely love that. Yeah, I mean, it was almost a blessing and a curse. I mean, it came out over the years. I'm sure they had more and more opportunities doing research to figure out these little details. Like, who knows what the movie would have been if they got their wish? But, it's bittersweet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
100%. But I'm saying that's potentially part of the reason why is because they got held up so long. They had no choice but to just dig deep.
There's not a lot, but they had stuff for a sequel planned into this because they assumed, we made Little Mermaid, we made Aladdin, we made Hercules. This is going to be successful, so we just want to make more of them.
Also,
they were planning to do more with this stuff.
One more thing I wanted to say about the name of the Benbow Inn is that you said that the name of the famous pirate breaker in real life was Benbow.
Yeah, that's his last name, Vice Admiral Jonathan Benbow. So
that's interesting because it almost shows that the environment that they're in now is something that almost is representative of bringing the end of kind of the seafaring adventurer archetype. And later, eventually, all the pirates that we see, they do kind of look like very roughed up, out of shape, broken looking, wrinkled and everything. It shows almost that entire adventurous spirit is almost leaving them. And the Benbow represents that almost that if you're stuck there, it means they've already conquered that spirit within you. That's my take on it, real quick. Yeah.
I mean, none of the pirates are seen at the Benbow. And as a matter of fact, the first thing that the pirates do that we see is destroy the Benbow.
Yeah, they go they're seen, but they're all in silhouette and shadows. You don't see any of them actual detail.
Yeah, because it would ruin the.
And a lot of the shadows and the stuff you see actually don't match the characters. So that means that more likely Silvers didn't bring all this crew there. Well, there's a lot of them mixed into it, but there's certain voices and there's certain shadows that aren't in the crew on the actual ship. So it means that Silvers probably said, "You have to stay behind."
All the shadows match actually.
Did they? I'll have to
Mhm.
double check.
That was a thing that they specifically went out of the way to do. And I remember checking at the time as you watched it today.
They're
Twice.
they're recognizable enough.
Yeah.
As far
If once
as
you've seen the movie once, if you go back, you can recognize pretty much all the silhouettes.
yeah, basically, if you know what you're
Which,
looking
by
at,
the way, we should get to that part with the silhouettes because we're the only chat. So, as Jim is on his roof, mauling and thinking about how much of a screw up he is, a pirate named Bill, or yeah, I think he's a pirate named Billy Bones, crashes
he was
into the dock, and he's like, who are you, old man?" He's like, "Oh, you can't let the cyborg get it." By the way, the book version of this, Billy Bones lasts for like 3 or 4
he's
chapters, and he hangs around.
so what happens? Yeah. So the introduction of, and by the way, there's like Jim Hawkins is not like an adventurous rebel so much in the book. He's a lot more just a regular kid.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Jim Hawkins in the original book is actually just he's your typical kid at that. I think he's like trying to be. I think his father was part of the Navy or part of a seafaring, and he's just. I think is he just a basic dockhand? I think right.
Dockhand, basically.
Yeah, so he's just like he's a good boy. He does what he's told. He doesn't listen to all the rules. And he's not very competent at many things. He's good at some things, but he's just a kid.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Captain Flint actually is the one in the book who shows up at the inn, and he stays there like telling stories, and then he like Jim is like, I didn't like the man, but there was something about him that just drew me to him, and then eventually he passes away. And then like this whole scene happens where like a creepy blind man comes in and he's like knocking on the door trying to get in there, and they're like, I don't know what he wants. I think he's trying to steal whatever's in the chest from Captain Flint, and like nobody wants to help them, and eventually the blind man gets his stuff. He gets his gang together and they do the same thing. They ransack the house, they burn it down, but as we will see, right, they get away with the map. So yeah, but it's weird because there's a lot more detail on that front versus here where we get like more character detail on Jim and
Yeah, it's not really. There's nothing really about Billy Bones. He just kind of shows up. And he's like, "Don't let him touch my chest, see."
I actually like the. I think the
if-
design of Billy Bones is worth mentioning too, because he looks like a turtle in a trench coat. Now,
I do like that.
saying
I really
it like that, it sounds silly, but archetypal the archetypal personas you put on turtles when you humanize them in like cartoons and stuff like this is that it's like an old wise man that has all the things for you. But he comes out of this escape pod, coughing, hacking up a lung, and he's like, "Yeah, return the slab." He's all like speaking in riddles, and the guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Gears and gyros are burning.
Yeah,
he
and
looks
it's
like
like,
a
wow,
crazy
this is a crazy person. This is great.
You're exactly right.
Screen for you, chat. There he is.
I would say it's a tortoise more so than a turtle. Yeah, he's got the long wrinkled neck, and I think the difference between the book and the movie in that case is that they focused on characterizing Jim the way that they did as like wanting, seeking adventure, versus in the book Treasure Island, the captain and his stories that like draw Jim in. Like he didn't already have that in him. It was like he kind of got fascinated by it within a. But yeah, I think the third or fourth chapter starts, or like maybe the third chapter ends with the captain dying, and then we meet the doctor. So like it's the beginning is kind of a lot slower pace. I feel like we really jump into it with this movie.
Yeah, it's the ground running. We don't stop running. It's very in a good way.
Yeah, this is a well-paced film. Honestly, I have almost nothing but good things to say about this film. I would say that this film is like a solid 8 or 9. Like it's there's
Treasure
a
Planet
few
itself.
bits
It's a perfect film.
I don't know about perfect. There's a few bits of world building that I'm like, I don't know about all that here and there, but like it's pretty good. It's an 8 or 9. It is a very, very good film. It goes so much harder than it needs to be.
It checks off like all the boxes. Like if you think about it, you're like, oh well, what are the flaws with some other given film? It's like, no, this one, no, it checks out.
You have to nitpick, like outside of Ben, you have to like kind of nitpick and stuff.
There is Ben.
There's Ben, which is a big one. I would say Ben is like
he's a full point.
Yeah, he's a full point. Yeah, exactly. And then I would say the nitpicking stuff I would say is there's some anachronism that I don't think works. They purposely set up a lot of an act, like you were talking about that 70-30 rule of like fantasy stuff to science fiction stuff. And while most of the time I would say it works, there's some times where it just doesn't feel right. Like at one point, one of the guys is like, "Oh, that laser ball is coming to hit us," and it's like, "Excuse me, you need to do something else." And then when the whole like gravity thing. Just sometimes like they're on planets and so you go down, and sometimes the ship is in the air so you go up if they turn the gravity off.
Well, hang on,
for
Pat.
no real reason.
Actually, there is a reason for that. I'm gonna have to school you because you're not a good enough sci-fi nerd apparently to know 19th century sci-fi physics, sir.
Sure.
So
All right, hit
I'm
me with
gonna
it.
have to unfortunately, whip out my,
All right, do it.
historical.
Go on.
Your what? Your what?
So my ancient historical
His big
knowledge.
throbbing abacus and glasses.
So
He's
this
got
film
he's got
uses
some of the
the
spreadsheets.
Aether theory of the sky, which says that there are bubbles that surround the Earth which keep us gravitationally pulled down, and once you break through said bubble, there is no gravity past the bubbles. I know. That's not
Okay,
how
so then
gravity works.
why
Yeah,
is it then that when they turn off the gravity, if there's no gravity, okay, fair, you're floating, fine, sure. Why is it that Jim, that's his name, Jim is flying upwards? Like, why is he being dragged upwards?
Oh, do
Like
you mean
directly
like
upwards
I
on the
think
flag? Yeah, when he's holding onto the
I
flag.
think we should cover
I
that scene when we get to that scene because there is something going on over there.
it is kind of weird. I mean, it's
If you
kind
look
of
at your-
implied. It's kind of implied.
That's a spoiler for later because it involves what happens to another character in that scene as well.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
When we get there, though, we can talk about that.
All right, yeah.
We can do that.
Yeah, I just don't think that's sufficiently. It just feels weird. It feels off.
I get
and
where
I
you're
understand.
coming from. If
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
what I'm
without
saying.
Spoiling it.
it's never
kid.
bothered me. Like
So
I never
in
thought
that
about
scene, Jim kicks off another
We're
character.
not
And
getting that scene yet. Let's try to keep
Okay,
on track,
fine.
boys.
it's
We'll
fine.
get to
Yeah,
the scene,
Peg.
get to the scene.
it.
So,
Peg, I'm mad at you now because I never thought of that, and now I'm gonna know. So
Yeah,
Don't worry,
Yeah,
Pops, we'll explain.
I'll do it for you when we get there. So let's get back to this. So at this point, yeah, exactly, same point. So, we meet, Billy Bones. He tells us about the cyborg, and at this point,
Cyborg.
yeah.
beware the
By the way,
cyborg. stretches out his-
absolutely crushes the Alliance. Billy,
Great voice acting, all the way through. Great voices. Yet another thing in this movie.
Gyros whirring and clicking like the devil himself.
And
Such
the dialogue. Oh man, the dialogue is fantastic in this film.
And
They
it's
have
important.
to be cold dead fingers. They want me chest.
It's
Mhm.
important too that it's literally it's pouring rain. Jim runs out to help him, sees him, goes, "Oh my goodness, this is a scary, crazy man." And you could say, like, I don't want to bring him into my mother's home and like put her in
But when he
danger.
when he
No,
literally
he-
collapses, coughing up a lung, he's like, "Oh, geez, I have to help him now."
He puts him under his
good
shoulder and
person.
Coughing up a lung, holding a treasure chest, mind you, something that you look at, you don't have to think very hard to say, oh, there's probably something valuable in there. That's how much of a hooligan Jim actually isn't. He could have
Well,
stolen
no,
from this dude. He didn't.
No, he's not focusing on the chest. He's focusing on the
hang
guy.
Exactly, yeah. I'm saying he's a good dude.
Yeah.
He's just acting out. He's a teenager.
well, it's almost
so
like
you have to bring up something funny at this point.
Yeah.
This was one of two characters in the film that the studio recommended be voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
What?
no,
Never
please,
forget.
no, hang on.
Did you
Never
see
forget
the
what they took from
cyborg?
us.
Yes, it was clicking like the devil himself. Ah,
What would he
I
say?
can see that.
Zook? What would he say, Zook?
they're after my chest. The cyborg. He's just clicking with gears and metal, clanking and clanking.
When we get to the other character, you're going to be even more confused. But don't worry, it's going to be fun.
But I wanted to say it almost shows that like Jim doesn't even question it because it's almost a trope. I feel like when you come across like a suspicious amount of like, oh, I just found like a suitcase full of money, like let's say like No Country for Old Men or
Yeah.
True Romance. It's like usually you're supposed to be wary of that. Jim doesn't even question it. He goes,
I
"This
think
man
another
needs help."
reason why, like, and again, it's a little makes contextual to the reason
Okay.
Jin is abandoned this guy because he knows what it's like to be abandoned.
Yes, I think that also plays into it.
Give you that, yeah, and that
And he
also
pulls him
later
back to the inn. And there's a
Yeah.
very fun comedic beat here where his mom's complaining about how she wishes that
He's
he
bringing
was
in lost pets all the time.
yeah, and then he's sitting near the door and
Hey!
crackheads,
Just-
man, dropping
Just,
Yeah.
I remember when he was a kid bringing in lost, injured pets, and his bam brings in a lost,
He
injured dude.
brings in what looks like the local crackhead with the
Again,
can you
though.
keep him look on his face.
That's been his nature his whole life. Again, it's interesting that the mother's dialogue is always like just expositional stuff on Jim, but it totally flows because she's always like reminiscing, like I don't even know him anymore. He's a stranger. He used to be like this. He used to be like that, and it shows he's still trying to retain like those redeeming things about him. Just he's going about it in a certain way that's rebellious.
And also, I forgot to mention, Doppler in the book is Livingston, is his name. They changed the Doppler to give him more sci-fi
I thought
name
it was
and like space
thought it was-
related, which is great.
I thought it was a Lipspig. Hang on,
Is it? I thought it was Livingston. I could be wrong.
I
But I remember
might
they
be.
changed Doppler to make it more sci-fi-ish and space related.
Yeah, so they name a lot of characters with things that are like not
Until we
so
get
so.
to- There's a
not
certain
so-
character whose name I can't wait to reveal what he was in the book. Chat's not ready for it.
Yeah,
Lindsay's ready for it, but chat's not ready for it. So while we look it up, Pops, at this point, they bring him they bring Billy Bones in, they try to help him out. He's a bit too far gone. He tells him, look, beware, you're going to be attacked by the pirates and the cyborg. And we look outside, and what do we see? Oh, snap, some pirates are landing. And because the rain and the storm, they're cloaked in shadow, and they're moving towards the inn, and they're like, and they're just, you can't see them, but you can just, like vaguely make out their silhouettes. And this is what we're talking about. Later on, when we do meet who these people are, you can very clearly tell who their silhouettes are when you go back or you watch the film.
Well,
And
you
there's a
can't
light
tell
shining
all the
through.
side characters, but you
Yeah.
could tell Silver's is there because
All the
of
side
his.
people there, I promise you, they are. You can make out all
Yeah.
of them.
Kid, say the name of the doctor one more time. Did you
I
say
thought it was
living?
Livingston. I could be wrong about that.
It's Livesey. I think we were both wrong. It's spelled Livesey. I've heard it pronounced like
Livesley, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
like
Dr. Livesey.
Dr.
Yeah,
I
Livesey.
thought it was
Meme.
Livesey. I thought it was like
Yeah.
Livesey.
it is.
No, it's Dr. Livesey.
Livingston is from some other piece of fiction. I don't know what it is, but I know it's from some other famous piece of
From
fiction.
Treasure Planet.
Dr. Livingston.
It's
Dr. Livingston?
Maybe-
No, Livingston's a real life person. Who was at the time.
Okay.
We have a town named after a certain Governor Livingston.
I think they
that's-
probably
I
named
played
him
basketball.
Doppler as well because he's a professor of physical science, and the Doppler effect is a physical science you would study.
Yes.
Mhm.
He also
Uh,
yes, yeah.
and it
go
helps.
ahead.
It helps you clue you in. But at this point, the inn gets attacked. It gets ransacked, lit on fire. Our heroes and they barely escape with this. Did they open the chest at this point? Yeah, because Billy Bones
The
opens
chest
the
opens.
chest.
It's like a
What
ball
happens
wrapped in
for?
cloth.
They actually Billy Bones opens the chest for them.
Yeah, because he's
Um,
dying. He's
very
like, the
fast
chest
back-
lad,
yeah.
and he opens it. Don't let him get it.
Yeah,
And
Billy
he hands
Bones.
you this golden
It's like
ball.
it's because Billy Bones knows this kid's a good kid. Like he helped save him. He didn't take his treasure. He brought him to safety. Like this kid's
also
got a
Billy
good heart.
Bones'
He'll
only
keep
hope.
it safe.
I don't know. I prefer to think it's like one last act of spite. It's just like, screw
Well, I
this
would-
guy. He killed me. I'm
Well, then he would have thrown it off the cliff if he was out of spite.
No, I
He's
think
not
you're
on a
both
cliff
right.
now, though, Duke.
I think you're both right because it's basically like who's the best option at the time? Probably
Yeah.
this kid who's shown nothing but kindness to me, and also, yeah, he absolutely is gonna be spiteful at probably what were they mutineers against him?
Yes.
No,
maybe we don't know. I don't think we
They
ever
were just
find
chasing
out.
him.
So
That's all we
in the
know.
book, we know that these guys mutineered against Billy Bones. We know that from the
Yeah.
novel. We don't
I
get
see.
into that in the movie, of course, because it's just
It-
He
kept
just
going.
says like a cyborg and his cutthroat rogue. So they're probably just another pirate crew attacking his pirate crew.
Yeah.
And it's fine anyway. Like that's all we need really is
Yeah.
that hey,
Yeah, that's totally fine.
there's a
He has
mysterious
this,
thing.
he just meet like his first introduction is that damn cyborg. You're like, okay, he immediately hates this guy.
And we hate him too because
Exactly.
we stand Billy Bones.
You know,
So
it's
then they
not-
manage to escape and they get back to Dr. Doppler's house. Jim's mom is distraught.
Doppler's fucking rich. I'm just saying.
Oh, he's loaded.
Hang
My
on.
man's loaded.
I was gonna say it's like we don't even like hate the cyborg. Like we almost just feel him as a specter looming over the story. He's almost like a thing in the darkness that like we know it's there, but we don't know him.
Mhm.
And having him shot in shadow besides keeping some things vague for later, makes him so much more intimidating and scary because we see his cyborg bits glowing.
They don't glow. It's everything's in the dark.
His eye glows, doesn't it?
No.
Yep, his eye does glow.
They are delivered as like shadow hell, to get very intense with you. But yeah, I love the way they did that. He's always represented like even I'll say real quick later when we meet him, he's usually like shaded in shadow and darkness.
Yep.
I'm watching it right now, and his eyes don't glow.
He has his right eye is the cyborg eye, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying is I'm looking at the silhouette stuff. His eyes don't glow.
Okay.
I might be wrong. They're not glowing in the scene then. I thought they did.
My bad.
It's all right. So at this point, they get to Doppler's house. Doppler's
rich. They probably don't glow because we're not supposed to know who the cyborg is at that point. Like we're introduced to the cyborg.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So we're at Doppler's house. They're trying to figure out what to do next. And Jim, being his normal problem-solving self, starts looking at the map, trying to figure it out, and trying to understand this thing in his hand. And lo and behold, when he opens it, it is a map of the whole universe. And it is phenomenal. And this is a really good scene here because you might be wondering at this point, why is Doppler kind of around? From a storytelling perspective, it doesn't make sense. But he needs to be here to explain to the audience, look at that cluster there, look at that cluster there. Oh, I know these places in the galaxy. And it takes us to the fabled treasure planet as the map moves around and spins to their location, which is great.
I believe also this is the scene where he points out that their planet is named Montresor, right?
Yes.
There we go. That's important too. Yeah, because it's like they're uncovering the map to a treasure. And he's like, hey, here's the treasure on the map. Here's the name of our planet, which is a treasure, which again implies the thing you were saying before about, having a home and people that love you and stuff. But yeah, it goes on. They find the treasure. They find a thing that says treasure planet. And everyone gasps. And
Another thing I like too is that the orb itself has like some fakey language that they can read and understand, but we can't, which just adds to the world building as well.
Very good idea to steal from Star Wars.
There's a few languages, right? There's a certain language I think that we all...
Yeah, the part language, yeah.
There you go. Spoil it. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Anyway, some tiny thing that irritates me about this scene. They're looking across all of this stuff, and he's like, "Oh, there's this galaxy in the corner," and it's like, "Oh, like a galaxy is the same size on this map as like your little star systems and planets and shit."
I think it's compartmentalizing it.
Let me just say this. So when you look at
if you clicked on it, it'd probably be really big.
When you look at a flat map of the planet Earth, Greenland looks like the size of like, 2 continents. But I feel like it's probably like if you like put your finger in the air and scrolled over to that side of the map, maybe it would get bigger if like you had like the Iron Man device, like Jarvis.
Alaska is really
maybe. But what I'm saying is right. This is like a map, and they're like showing these different things in reference to one another, and there's just like a galaxy thrown in there, and it's just like, guys, you just didn't have to
the
do
entire
that.
thing of it. Once it gets closer to the person controlling the map, it enhances in size. Like maybe you see it like tiny little planets, but when they get closer to Jim, because he's the one holding it, the planet grows in size. So it's probably like compartmentalizing, like, okay, there's a galaxy over here, so if you tick on that, it probably zoom in on it.
Okay, sure, but do you know how far away a galaxy is?
I know how far away a galaxy is.
Okay,
but
so you're not going to just make a left at the galaxy. You're not going to make that's not just like a point of reference on a map. It's this, and this is a tiny thing, guys. All I'm saying is a tiny thing,
I know.
and this is something they didn't have to do. They just they could have said anything. There's a million different astronomical terms, a bazillion, and they just had to do that. It's a pet peeve of mine. It is a pet peeve of mine. Whenever
like they should have done nebulas and other stuff.
They could have.
First of all, if
anything named Nebula, we should just destroy immediately.
How dare!
If you had a map of the entire universe and all it showed was how far away things actually were, how would you find anything? And second of all,
exactly. If there's other galaxies on this map, then what is going on in this map? What is the scale of this map? Like, why is the planet just like right over there when there's a galaxy over here? Like,
also do note also, at the actual planet, they set up a portal and they say that's on the other side of the galaxy. So there's a galaxy in this galaxy that they made a left turn at.
Yeah, what is going on?
No,
Excuse
see,
me?
when you're traveling,
No,
well,
hang
you're
on,
going
because
when you're,
I bet.
I got this,
I
Pops.
okay.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go first.
Go ahead.
It's like, no, see, when you're going from planet Iknot, you got to make sure Galaxy Futnot is on your left constantly at a 3 o'clock, at a 11 o'clock angle. If you go like that, you're going to go right past planet Fututna, and you're going to completely mess up the whole plan.
It's like talking to your dad. You could ask how to get to your moon, and your dad is like, "Yeah, it just take 70 over the route. Just go over to 35, take it up 34, take exit
If you
19."
reach the cornfields, you're gone too far. You got to go back, and you got to hit the cotton fields.
Ask for directions.
Make sure the cotton fields are always on your left. If the cotton fields on your right, you took a wrong turn. You got to turn back around.
You'll hit it ain't at the light. It ain't at the light. It's a dirt. Yeah, it's a small. You won't see the driveway. Hang it. You gotta. Yeah. It's one of those. But
look for a big elm. They might have cut it down. If so, then you're gonna look for a smaller sycamore. If that's gone, I can't help you.
And look, I get it that it's a kids movie and that they're just sharding out astronomical terms because they're just spouting them. They're just rapid fire. Like this is a galaxy.
That was my second counterpoint. Was just based on like how many references we see that based on even the Pleiades thing sounds like these guys were digging deep. I feel like if we actually knew what was being referenced there's probably something in it if we just had the dialogue. Like I don't know what he says, but
we gotta get our own astrophysicist in here to talk about this.
Yeah,
there might be a reference or something. They might be referencing something.
That's what I'm. That's what
I do think we should move on because this as fun as this point is. I want to get to the meat of this thing already. I want to get to the ship.
We haven't.
I have some great details about the ship.
Yeah, all right. Let's go. It's just a pet peeve. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
So at this point, we get to see the two men who are the two. I would say both of them are different versions of children who need to grow up still. The doctor and Jim, they're both lacking something, and they need to go on a journey in order to find the thing.
Doctor lacks focus. He'll let himself rant on or something. He's kind of like Des, except not done.
The doctor, you know what he is? He's again like Jim, very intelligent but compulsive. He just doesn't have like the bravery that Jim has.
Well, no, it's Doppler also like. Because he views his rank as a lot more of like, oh, I'm such and such important person, so he has an air of titles to himself.
He doesn't have experienced it yet either. The important thing.
Yeah, he's a book nerd. He hasn't been out in the world.
Yeah,
he's seen the world, but
he's more like he's been very committed to like the landlubber lifestyle to this point.
Mm-hmm.
So he exists in that environment kind of, and that's all he knows, but he still has some sort of spirit of adventure. It's interesting that so what happens is they find that, and he's like, I'll allocate my funds for a ship, we'll get a charter, we're going to sail to Treasure Planet. And it shows like, even though he's looking at this map, and that's his first thought is like, oh, it's here, it must be real. Like they're showing that he knows where everything else is. And then he goes, oh my goodness, no way. That's where Treasure Planet is. And like by pointing out other galaxies, like he knows the whole universe, So he thinks it's real. He obviously is like very impressed by it. And then he's like, no way, Treasure Planet. And then he gets so excited. So he's compulsive, but also intelligent. I feel like that. Yeah, that's kind of, that like adventurous spirit that we see with him it is different from Jim, but it shows that he's kind of got the childlike impulses to do that because deep down, again,
that dog in him.
He does have that dog in him.
And it's like, he also, by the way, he's not like a social character. Like he doesn't like talk to social adults. He probably reads books and has dreams of his own, but keeps them to himself. We see him with a little kid before, and he's like awkward, like, go away, shoo,
That kid was a frog and gross, so I don't blame him.
The kid snatched a thing off his plate with her tongue. That's a funny scene.
Yeah, good scene. So at this point, he gets his gear together. They convince Jim's mom it's a good idea after saying, "Hey, hard labor on a ship is going to be great for a kid." There's a deleted scene here where we found out Jim's actually 15. It's not really.
Oh,
it's important because we never officially get his age.
I always thought he was like 16 or 17.
Yeah, he seemed like it. That seems about right.
They deleted the scene because they wanted him to seem anywhere between 14 and 18.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
You know, they
Yeah.
wanted to keep his age vague because it fits kids in that whole generation can now attach to him, which most kids did, which is a good thing. It's like Luke's age is kind of vaguely, it's in a good
17,
way.
18.
We solidify it eventually, but it's somewhere in that area when we meet him.
Yeah.
But anyway, so what happens now at this point is of course, Doppler over prepares. He gets a whole bunch of goofy suits and stuff, and we get a little bit of shenanigans. We have a beautiful panning shot into the.
I love his spacesuit because it's he's going into the deep space, and his suit is reminiscent of a deep sea diver.
Yeah.
So it's that same aesthetic. He's going to go deep into the ether space, so he needs this, deep space, steel, pressurized pressure suit, all this other stuff.
Before that, right before that, I think we skipped that. This is the exact scene, right? They convince his mom, "Hey, let us go on an adventure," and they look out the window, and then we see the most beautiful transition in
from the moon to the space port. Yeah.
Yes. That's that's the scene where it happens. Yeah.
And it's the best transition of the whole film by far. It's gorgeous.
The music picks up. It's seamless. We see
and there's the flying shot. You see all the different variation ships. You see all the different species of creatures that are in this setting.
And it shows also they have that kind of artificial gravity into that tech, right? Because it's a curved world.
Yeah.
There's a JRPG series called Star Ocean. I liked it. Anyway, I really appreciate stuff like this in sci-fi that really leads into the idea of space being just a big black void sea. These guys are on a pirate ship, and it's a spaceship, yes, but it's literally a pirate ship with rockets going through space, treating it like an ocean.
Yeah.
An ocean of stars. And that's why his spacesuit is a diving suit in space. I love that.
Yeah, that's why I like Rogue Galaxy too. Is that I like sci-fi settings that treat space like it's like an ocean.
It's a new frontier.
Yeah,
it's extremely poetic.
Whether it's an empty death void of darkness and coldness. That's scientific, but there's no creativity, imagination in that.
No, I think you can do a lot. You can do a lot with that. I don't think we should say that there's no creativity or anything that goes into it.
But when you
it's very
lock
pretty.
it down to
you
have to be inside the ship. It's like you have to be stuck inside the ship.
Well,
some of the
I think it's just a different way of telling the story. I think there's a lot of imagination that can go on with that.
I just prefer ether space in terms of sci-fi.
It's very pretty. It's very poetic, and I do like that.
That's why I like Spelljammer, where they're they literally they don't have fire in Spelljammer because the ether is basically gigantic combustible gas, and if you were to say light a candle, you're going to take out something that's 30 square feet.
Yeah.
Well,
so fire bad.
Spelljammer another time. That's got wild stuff.
Oh yeah, back to the movie.
But I want to say this is a very subtle but important scene here. Our crew gets lost, and they meet a robot on top of a ladder and a guy at the bottom of the ladder who give them directions. Whenever you watch this, you're like, why did we stop for this? Well, you see, Chad, this is both the directors of the film. They got to have little cameos, little characters inside of it. It's a very fun little detail. They get to get our characters back on the plot.
I find it hilarious that the one guy is holding the ladder up for the guy with uses some kind of hover things or whatever. It's why he's one would think why would you hold the ladder in the air? That seems less safe than putting it on the ground.
I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of gravitic stabilization tech, and he can just move it around wherever.
I know
it
just seems really weird though.
No, hang on. I'll tell you why they did that specifically. Why the directors chose to do that again. The recurring theme of the environment dictating, also being a parallel of the minds of the characters. We are thrust from basically what is a place that might as well be Earth with aliens, and weird alien looking things that still act like Earth people
to its own unique setting.
And so we were immediately being thrown into this enormous new world, outer space sci-fi setting. And so we are looking around at the beautiful animation because they knew what they were doing and going wow, look at that, look at this. And then so they literally had the director say, no, hey, snap. Hey, let's keep up with the story here. And it's, I love that. That's cool. That's incredible.
The directors, it's very fun.
And it's important, like you guys said before, with outer space being kind of like the last frontier in a sense. First of all, Pag, yeah, if you wanted everything to be as far away as in real life, then yeah, outer space would just be utter blackness. But also, what I'm saying is like there's a recurring theme that we'll see um, over and over, and I'll point it out every single time that we come to it because I'm a nerd about it, but I love it. It's like so the recurring theme of like adventurers going off into the wilderness, and it's also wilderness in terms of like it's deep space, uncharted territory, undiscovered planets and everything. And it's also like that in terms that like the crew themselves are reverted almost to like uncivilized behavior the deeper they go into it. It's the parallels are great. I keep saying parallels, but I'm serious.
The isolation from civilization, even though there's a group of people, can just cause them to lose it.
Yeah, and we will even see like the specific scene where Law and Order almost is symbolically destroyed. I swear. I swear we're going on and on about it, so I wanted to mention that real quick.
Speaking of something else fun, we now get to see the ship they're going to, the RLS Legacy. Now, obviously, because this film's got great details, you might say, "What is this ship? Why do you call this?" Well,
because of our favorite podcast member, we named it after.
Yes,
we went back in time.
Exactly. But no, so the real reason is because the author of the original Treasure Island book is a man named Robert Louis Stevenson.
RLS, baby. That's right.
And it's his legacy that we're taking on to the stars. Literally.
I gotta tell you, man, they did him justice. There's a lot of classic, like Western canon tier books that are like everyone is like these are the best books ever, and the movies never do them justice. This one was a fair adaptation. I love it, dude.
I think A Tale of Two Cities gets bastardized the most, probably, of all the Western canon, I'd say.
That and like I guess if you want to count Sherlock Holmes, sometimes if you want to think of things that are at least inspired or
Sherlock Holmes gets destroyed all the time. But he doesn't have any specific stories that usually get published. Everybody thinks they can make a new Sherlock story. But they can't.
The Romeo and Juliet adaptation, where they're rapiers with pistols with the word rapier engraved into the side, has a special place in my heart.
We've literally talked about that before. That's the best movie ever, dude. When Tibble says "draw your sword" and the gun says "sword" on it.
Yep.
I love it because they literally it's set in like LA in 1994, and they still are like, "Is the day so young? Wherefore?"
Word for word, speaking the script of the play. Yeah, it's awesome. I love that.
It's such a good movie. It's so great.
Yeah.
It's so goofy. Anyway, so let's finish this one. So now we get to see our ship, and we get to meet one of the most important characters, Mr. Arrow, who's mistaken for our captain.
Can I say one thing? There is one more thing that I wanted to mention in terms of the way that the characters interact with the environment and the things that they're wearing and appearance represents like who they are. First of all, Dr. Dibbler is a fish out of water with his old school diving suit. And then he has a little thing with Jim, and he tries to give him this like inspirational speech, you remember? And he's like, and going on a great adventure, and we'll do this and that. And Jim like turns his back to him and goes, "Man, just leave me alone." And Dilbert's got he's got a glass mask on his suit, and it's like an old floppy out of shape suit anyway. And so the mask, as Jim walks away, the little mask like falls over his face, and I feel like that shows almost that Jim is like cutting himself off to Dibbler. Delbert Doppler, sorry.
Doppler, yeah.
Diddler's another person who's
no, Dippler was my dad's nickname in high school.
No Diddy, but yeah, I love that they literally had to represent like like Jim is like putting a shield over like putting his hand over people, pushing them away. It's why he also doesn't like being touched later on. It's almost like he's afraid of making connections, and he wants to go on an adventure, but he doesn't want it to be like he's trying to cut off every piece.
He wants to do it alone.
It's on his own terms.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense why he doesn't want to make connections because one of his strongest connections is severed horribly.
Right. So he literally is like pushing him away, and like the mask goes over him, and it's almost like now I can't talk to you. And as we see later, he cannot speak through the mask because he doesn't know how to work the suit. So let's talk about Mr. Arrow, right? I love Mr. Arrow. Kid, did you have something to lead up with?
Oh, I just want to say his design is probably one of the most solid in the films in terms of getting you across his character just by looking at him. There's only one other
Yeah.
character I think who does a better job of that, and that guy comes a little bit later in the same scene.
Yep. So Zug, you remember you pointed out you said the term stone-faced specifically to
Oh
describe
yeah, from Mr. Arrow. I think I said no pun intended because he's just a stone golem guy.
literally. But I think
Yeah.
like, that's what he
I
is.
know
He's
it's
literally
like that's probably why they made him like that. Like, oh, he's a stone faced. He butts jokes with Captain Amelia. I think is the captain's
Captain
name.
Amelia.
Yeah, but it's because they served together for so long they can have this. But it's still like a very dry sense of humor between them. But he's very much, like gotta get things done. Priority takes place. Make sure this ship is ready. No shenanigans. Serious business.
He represents like just a complete like official, like he literally is a structure made of stone. Like you know, he represents like order.
Yeah.
And he's got his clean uniform with his hat. I think we only see him without his hat one time.
That's when he's getting sunk to a black hole.
We didn't have to say that.
Sure is.
Anyway,
some of the best dialogue. I mean, the dialogue in the film, like I've said before, very good. Very, very good dialogue throughout the whole film. There's very good wordplay. All of the characters speak like you want them to speak, and it's very cleverly written. Some of the best dialogue in the film is right here between these two characters. Establishes their relationship, how well they get along together, how much everybody else on the ship kind of respects him, and how much respect he demands. It's great. It's just if you want to see like how to write good dialogue, like this movie.
Another thing I like too with Amelia is that since she is a cat, she's being very serious and no nonsense. Her ears are back and her eyes are like not dilated. What's the opposite of dilation?
Retracted? I don't know.
Contracting. So her eyes contract. But whenever she gets excited or happy, her ears perk up and her eyes just dilate and get super round because she's a cat and it's usually what happens with them. Well, it's a nice little animation touch for what she is.
So, I want to say something real quick to chat. By the way, welcome Late Night Loser. He makes great Persona videos. Go watch them. And Alex Gomez, you've been late a lot lately, buddy. Is everything okay at home? And you definitely don't want to be late next week. Next week's the last episode of the podcast.
The very last. At least for right now.
For now.
A little bit. We'll come back eventually, but I'm taking a break to get some shenanigans fixed. So at this point, let's do the Amelia fun facts. Fun facts about Amelia. Up until the finalization, she had black hair. Her original design actually had her having tentacle hair that would grab things. And they had I don't have it with me. I remember seeing it years ago. They had a sketch art where instead of her being a cat girl, she was a Cthulhu girl, and she was wielding multiple pistols with her hair.
I thought her hair being tentacles would be a pun on a whip called a cat of nine tails.
It could have been, but like again, I'm saying like they originally wanted her to use multiple guns with her hair, which is very funny.
Were they old school flintlock pistols?
Oh yeah,
that's awesome.
That's what they are in this. Like they're flintlocks, but they shoot lasers instead.
Yep.
Or plasma bolts.
The dexterity of hair can only go so far. So if there's
tentacle hair, then it's a different type. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the Powerpuff Girls, but Sedusa uses her hair really good.
Dude, let me tell you something that's like almost like I won't say like it's not like quite absurd humor, but it's like it's good humor. That's like she has a moment where she's trying to explain things to Jim and Dilbert. And she like is almost like having trouble explaining it to them because she's like, sea captain, they're like, landlubbers, whatever. And she wants to be brief, and she says, "Let me put this as monosyllabically as possible," which is like she uses the biggest words to explain the simplest things. It's very funny.
One of the things I do like about that, though, she says, let me put this as monosyllabically as possible. And then the next piece of dialogue, she completely breaks from her previous speech patterns and is actually monosyllabic the entire way through. And the voice actress does such a good job because you get the feeling that she's actually, like, at certain points thinking about, like, how do I actually make this monosyllabic. I think if you guys didn't pick up on that, you should rewatch that scene because it's very well done. It's very well written. It's very, very well voice acted. I just loved that portion where she like pauses between words for like a brief moment here and there just to clearly like think about it.
You know what it does too? It
She's
sets up
voiced by
that
Emma Thompson, who absolutely crushes it in almost everything she does.
it sets up the way that she takes the role of like she takes charge in certain situations, but in other situations where other people take charge, like she needs to like tone it down and go a different route. And it shows that she's able to kind of adjust in that way. I feel like we're gonna see that later on. I feel like this is like it does set it up subconsciously. Like I'm only thinking now, but yeah, I'm glad you pointed out. Yeah, she does try to be like simple in it.
Mhm. It's just very well done. It's yet another part where it's just very, very well done.
when
Good
she's
stuff.
when she's acting as a captain, it's one way, and when she's acting as lecturer or something like that, she changes almost the way that she speaks. And I don't know, it was well done. Yeah.
Mhm.
I think it's because like she's so used to talking to people of intelligence and competency and obeying orders and getting it that she has to talk to Doppler like he's a literal child because he's an excitable little bastard.
That's why it's important also.
In addition to that, it's also the context of what they're talking about. She is a ship captain. She's been around the block. She knows the type of people that ride around on these spaceships.
Exactly. She's like,
they're talking about this magic treasure map
you hired.
This treasure map, and she's like, don't say the word treasure. Like, you're going to get stabbed in your sleep. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, she's like, you absolute moron. What are you doing?
It's so much that Delbert is like, he's just an idiot in a new environment. It shows that Jim is kind of back there, like he's in awe, like he's not really talking and he's not sure how to address her. And she looks down on the crew that he hired, as she says, because she's like, very official, very like kind of stately in that way, as is Mr. Arrow. And then the crew, obviously, we will learn as we meet them in the next scene, are straight up pirates.
I like how she has to go to Mr. Arrow to remember what she said about them.
He said callously, like something. It was something with.
I got the video here. It
was like viciously. I don't know. It's funny because it also shows it represents the way that Mr. Arrow is very much kind of the structure guy. He turns to him and he goes, "What did I say about them earlier?"
Ludicrous possible dribbling galoots.
Yeah, galoots. Yeah,
Galoot is a good word.
Like, ma'am in there.
Mr. Arrow is the order structure guy because he literally, like, he's got everything on record. He remembers every word that's said. He's like the guy who keeps everyone straight in that way. Yeah.
He's got a memory of chisel. He's got the memory chiseled into him.
Yeah.
We good, Zoog? Who do we meet next? Do we go? We don't
mention the fart guy.
We go under deck and meet the.
We do meet we actually meet the fart guy before we meet the rest of the crew.
Yes.
And I think this is a good moment in the movie because up until this, Doppler has just been kind of a silly dog man who is kind of useless and just kind of a fop going through things. Except as soon as he meets this guy, he shows that he is competent. He is competent. He has uses. His book knowledge is very useful. He translates and immediately diffuses a situation, which could have gotten Jim hurt.
A very tense situation.
So
Doppler has the skills, but he doesn't have the confidence, and he doesn't have the nuance, like to know when he should put those skills to use. Like he very much just goes, "Oh, I'm this. I'm just going to immediately do that." Like it doesn't call for that right here. So save it for later, sort of thing.
In that way, he's a mirror to Jim himself too, because they're both very intelligent. They just don't know how to apply their knowledge in ways that are beneficial.
Absolutely. So when we first see him, all he says is, "I'm an astrophysicist," and then we see that he knows a map of the universe, and then we see, like he can be an asset to an extent while we're on this ship because Jim bumps into the guy, and the guy goes like, "I can't."
Well, Jim literally steps on the guy's. Basically, steps on the guy's like foot or tentacle, or whatever.
Yeah, and so the guy,
and he's about to square up with him. Like, "Hey, what are you doing? Like, why didn't you pay attention? Why'd you step on my foot?
And Delbert happened to.
It's like if you crease. It's like if someone creased someone's Jordans. Like, you're gonna get fighting. Now we're gonna get fights on here.
Delbert speaks. He speaks jive in this.
It's also a good character moment because not only does it show he's useful, he can be useful. It also shows that he's brave. He actually is a brave character because he steps in between Jim and this guy, and he's like, "I'm going to take charge and defuse this."
Yeah,
like he's competent and go on.
With him, it shows that like he's not a hero. Like he's not the archetypal hero But when he needs to help his friends, he'll jump right. Yeah,
exactly.
There you go.
Like he's not heroic by himself, but if he sees his people he cares about in danger, he will jump into immediately.
Not just that, but it shows what activates his confidence. When he actually has the answer, he wastes no time. He knows exactly what to do. Does it?
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. So then the show takes off, right?
They go downstairs and they meet Silvers. He's the cook.
Well, before we get to Silver, Emilia, the voice actress, was pregnant during most of the recordings of this film. Interesting.
That makes those angry moments all the more believable.
Don't tell chat that the cat girl was pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
No. Well, she's
gonna be.
Don't. No.
Her actress was pregnant.
Yes.
Impressive.
Yeah, that's
Also, I like the little salty. I mean, we know that Silver's is true, like Silver's nature, but Jim, he sees a cyborg and he immediately distrustful of Silver's. I mean, it makes sense, but the thing is, it shows a bit of prejudice too. Like he immediately judges this man by his looks because of what some old crazy turtle man told him.
No,
beware the cyborg. Like there's only one in the whole universe.
Zoob, the reason that he did that is because he's still drawn into like fairy tale adventure tales and stuff. But we need to talk about one more thing before we get to that specific point. Kid, did you have something? Because I have a detail before that as well.
Your detail first, buddy.
All right, yeah. So what I love about the introduction is that first of all, we say like, "Oh no, Jim, you're going to be apprentice under the cook," and it's like Jim is like, "Oh, come on, my friend Delbert paid for this ship. Like, why do I have to do menial work and all this?" And we see that he almost like he's showing that he wants to be out in the sun and be like on the high mast adventuring, calling the shots and everything. And he's doing menial work, so it bothers him. And then as we meet the iconic Long John Silver, who thank goodness they didn't change his name. It really is such a perfect name.
Oh yeah.
But we descend down the stairs into the depths, into the dark heart of the ship. And we meet, the character who ends up being kind of the end all be all at the heart of kind of the climax for Jim and everyone else. And it shows like, he exists kind of in that darker environment. Like he's a deeper, like there's more things going on within him than we see. Like I think you're going for like the visual storytelling. Like the outsides is black, the bottom there's like sort of mist around his character, but the very heart of it is like a golden light. So he's basically like a thief with a heart of gold sort of thing. It's not. We're not really at that point. I'm talking more in terms of like I'll straight up say like Heart of Darkness for Colonel Kurtz, where it's like the deeper into darkness you go, the more kind of chaos. But this is a man that knows it and has lived in that environment and kind of rules over it. So he's confident in there. And it shows also the fact that he's like, they descend down and it's just like we're in kind of a, symbolic hell underground here in Underworld. And he's just like, oh, I'm just the cook.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the light in the scene was where he is. Like everything around him is darkness.
All the while bearing in mind what his mindset sitting down there is. We as the audience, like we see the chef, in his head, he's thinking, I got on this ship, I'm going to mutiny, and I'm going to kill people. Yeah. And I'm going to take this map later.
Mm-hmm. We know there's something going on within him. There's some plot. And we see that he's very skilled with his cyborg hand. Mm-hmm. Very coordinated.
It's more like a cyber omni tool.
And it transforms into, whatever he wants, which is great. But it shows that he's chopping up. He's always chopping up food. He's like cooking things. And it shows that he's able to do these kind of like, almost like, he pretends to slice off his own finger and he laughs about it. Like it shows that he's kind of got that kind of, I'm not a virgin.
Charm and
whole hand, but
Oh, you're right.
Bit more than just a finger.
And he's also good at what he does because he makes a good meal.
He makes a good soup. And he makes a joke to Delbert, right, when he gives him the soup.
And he has the eyeball in it.
He goes, it's an old family recipe. And then an eyeball floats up. He goes, oh, that's part of the old family.
Yeah.
Great joke. He's incredibly charismatic.
I love the way that he's characterized because despite like despite the implication, obviously, like this has to be the cyborg.
He's in. Yeah.
Danger, and yet he's very jovial. He has almost as we'll learn, he has almost the same kind of dreamer, adventurer spirit as Jim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're kindred spirits. And also, like, instantaneously, they make him feel like a father figure. Like, he just instantly. Taking Jimbo under his wing.
He's very charismatic. Like, you could like immediately, like you said, like it sells him as a trustworthy individual. He's charismatic. He has a sense of humor. He's also a bit of a what's it called? Self-deprecating in some aspects.
Mm-hmm.
He's your cool uncle.
Yeah.
He's not trustworthy, but like he's honest in terms of like as an archetype, you know what you're gonna get.
Well, he's putting on a show to make himself trustworthy. He's self-depreciating, some humor. He he tries to hear himself. He makes jokes about the old family and the recipe stuff like that. He's putting on an air of show to like make people believe he could be trustworthy, and he's innocent.
Really,
this guy can't be no good. Look how nice he is.
Yeah.
As with everybody else, we have some wild casting. Originally, they
I love
Brian Murray's the voice, and he crushes it. They wanted, you might recognize some of these names: Christopher Plumer, Jim Broadbent, Miguel Ferrer, Jack Palance, Bob Hoskins, and Sean Connery.
You don't remember Bob
that one?
Yeah.
I recognize that one because of how he talked about beating
pictures,
women.
I'll know who they are, but I'm bad with names.
Paddington was supposed to be this. The guy who plays Paddington, the little bear, he was the same supposed to voice Silver.
Trying to imagine Silver.
Sean Connery is my role.
Sean Connery, yeah, because he's supposed to be like he has the kind of spirit of like a Scottish sailor. Would you say?
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I like.
Yeah, I can see this guy being voiced by Sean Connery for sure.
When Arrow tells Jim he'll be basically apprenticing to the cook, even Silver's is like, wait, what? No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Silver.
Like, I can't do what I need to do with this little brat's following me everywhere. This is going to mess up the plans.
It's implied that Silver doesn't want him around for some reason. You know, he looks and he's
captain's orders.
Yep. And so there's a great quote that's actually from the book. He says he goes like, who am I, a humble cook, to argue with the captain? I think he says, who am I, a humble cyborg, in the movie. But I'm glad they lifted that quote because it shows that, you know, he's still kind of got that like, all right, what am I to do? I'll have to replan. He's constantly like scheming. He's like totally just realizing his plan within his mind in that moment. You can kind of tell that he's saying that almost sarcastically, you know?
Yeah, and he's just willing to roll with the punches.
Arrow. They both, him and Jim, just try to argue their way out of it, like stumbling over their words, and they both kind of just facepalm and go, "Really? I'm stuck with this person." As I look at him.
Yeah, they're both like, "Look at this loser! Like, I don't want to be this guy."
And they're both doing it too, which is great.
Let's talk about Morph 2 real quick.
So
great
Morph.
sidekick.
Morph could have been Disney's Pikachu.
I told you there was a second character that the studio wanted to be voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
No,
they wanted Morph to talk the whole time.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
Yeah, no, that would have killed. That would have killed that character.
It would have.
We don't even talk.
He's so much more like he does talk, but he only talks when he's
sound.
mimicking someone else.
Yeah, they wanted him. They said Morph should say more things and be voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
No,
but they have given him an even more high-pitched voice too.
I love these studio notes on this movie. They're so fucking funny.
Mm-hmm. I do love Gilbert Gottfried.
He's like when he parrots someone else.
Gilbert, he was in Aladdin, and he did an excellent job as Iago the parrot. But I mean,
that was Iago.
I know that's what I mean. Like you can't.
Iago actually speaks, though. Is the thing. Morph, you should. Morph's character works since he doesn't speak. He has a couple words he says.
Yeah.
You know, but
it's only when he's mocking someone else.
Iago is treated like a hen.
Yeah, Morph acts like a parrot more than Iago acts like a parrot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It would have been a much different film. It would have been much
worse. Morph talking like Gilbert Gottfried? No.
No, I could see it being good. I could see it. I love Gilbert Gottfried, so maybe that's me.
I also love Gilbert Gottfried.
I work with Morph.
Go ahead, have Morph voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. The issue would be having him speak in complete sentences.
Voiced by Gilbert Gottfried, because then it could work. Because Gilbert Gottfried is a hilarious guy. You could say nonsense and make it work.
But the thing is, like, also, I'm with Pag on this. Like, it would be a completely different movie, but it would probably be like we love that character because, like, if Iago was voiced by somebody else in Aladdin, he probably would have been irrelevant, or less relevant.
Because the dialogue of Iago is actually good too. That's the thing.
But it's
a
fact
good
that
voice actor with good dialogue.
like Coin brought up.
But
The
it was
problem here
written-
is
it
they
was
said
written with
have
Gilbert
Gilbert Gottfried
Gottfried.
voice him and give him more lines.
It was
Had he
written-
just said let him voice the goofy stuff that he does, it would have changed much. But to give him more lines, that would have been a problem.
It would detract because Morph's not a main character.
I could see it going either way, honestly. I wouldn't say that it necessarily would be bad. It would be very different, though.
I think it would have made I think I like the movie that we have now than the movie I imagined with him.
With as good of a film as it is, it's a lot easier to screw things up than it is to make things better. So I think tentatively I would agree that probably it would be worse. But I'm not saying that it necessarily would be because I love Gilbert Gottfried. I love that man.
No, it'd be worse. I promise.
Right. From here, we have one more of these weird bombshells that I want to get to, but we have to get to the character first. So at this point, the ship, I believe, goes to set sail, and they are, Jim's excited to see it, but he can't. And Silver, being a good person, says, "Hey, man, why don't you just go up and watch the ship sail? It's your first time. Who cares?" And importantly, Morph goes to follow him, but then sticks with Silver for a little bit. And Silver's like, "All right, we have to keep our eye on this one, Morph." And Morph's like, "Hell yeah, food, dude. I love eating snacks."
Morph is like, he's like his little rescued cat. He's like Filch's cat from Harry Potter in that. Not so much later on, but yeah, he's basically a spy for. He's like you remember like Odin's ravens when they're spying on other characters in that one.
Morph's a spy, but like
Morph is so
spy
much
because
more.
Morph just is interested in a new person to play with.
Yeah,
He's
Morph
like
is also.
he's more like a puppy than a spy.
You know what he is too? He's kind of like the even more childish version of Jim that we saw at the very beginning, like the little kid who's like, you tell him to do something and he's being mischievous and being like, oh, I'm gonna defy, just for fun, like just for his own little fun, So he goes, he almost is like a representation of what Long John Silver sees, like what he is at heart, that he still is kind of like a just a fun little kid, a dreamer in that way.
And like Pat, what you're talking about with like when they're taking off, the ship is elevating upwards, and since it has far more mass than they are, they're going to be because it's moving slowly, they'll lift faster than anything else.
Is that the
when
same?
They leave the dock? When they leave the dock, they leave the gravity of the moon dock.
Are we thinking of the same scene here?
That's when after the ship launches.
That's not the scene Pag had a problem with.
Yeah.
No.
Scene Pag has a problem with the other gravity scene at the end of the film.
Okay. Also, I don't see how as that makes any sense at all. Like, unless the dock is under constant acceleration. Like one of the two objects would have to be accelerating in order to lift off from one another.
The way the aether physics works, there's a bubble around the dock that gives its gravity. Once you pop that bubble, that's when gravity turns off for you.
Wait, the ship just kind of floats away.
No, they thrust away. It doesn't float away. They thrust away.
Once they turn on the thrust, but they don't turn on the thrust for a little while until like after they pull off. Like they begin floating and then they turn the thrust off.
Obviously, they're just letting the space tide pull them out like a real ship in the ocean.
It starts going up when they unfurl the sails because the solar sails are absorbing the energy and that creates the thrust.
Coin.
And then when they get high enough, they get out of the moon dock's gravity well, and they don't have a gravity well.
Coin, I absolutely love you for that comment. Like that's literally the only explanation. It's like we're literally on a ship. Like it is a ship.
How did pirate ships get off the sea? Well, they didn't go against the tide.
All that shows is that like somehow like they've lifted the anchor. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, this is an adaptation of the pirate book, and so they do an excellent job of staying true to it, despite the drastically different setting. And this is just another one of those ways.
Is this Peg? Yeah, this is one of those things where you
when you can move in a three-dimensional space, you can weigh anchor anywhere by just thrusting the engines.
Yeah, but they aren't thrusting the engines.
They are.
It doesn't. No, they're not. They let go of the ship. They just let go of the anchor, quote unquote, and they just float away. Look,
no, they don't float away. They literally show in the scene that the back end of the sails, or the back end of the Rudders are thrusting.
Afterward, they open the sails. After they're a little bit away from the dock.
Yeah, they open the sails and they start going upwards because they're using the thrusters. And then when they do the back shot, which literally
shot. No, they don't turn on the thrusters until they're a little bit ways away. They don't.
I'll tell you what. Because one thing I'm thinking of is like it almost sounds like every time we talk about gravity being turned off and on, it basically is with the large has the greater thing of gravity. Was there like maybe? Do you think it would be like maybe if there was like a gravitational pad that the ship was stuck on and you could turn that off like individually for that ship? Do you think that would like make sense? Like
if it was like an anti-gravity pad, if they could reverse it, like reverse the polarity or some shit, and have the ship like float out, then sure, yeah. But it's none of that's shown. Things just happen. Which again, this
discussion makes me lament further that we never got more of this universe, because they absolutely would have done some Mass Effect like stuff. Because Mass Effect has the Codex, they have all the weird pseudoscience, they try to explain all the weird stuff. But they make it so long and convoluted, they hope you don't actually read into what they're saying, because it's all nonsense. We probably would have gotten the answer to this question in the same vein if we had gotten more.
It's a super easy question to answer, and it's also the type of thing that like only like a sci-fi nerd is going to be like, why is this happening? Like, it's happening because it looks good, and it's thematically appropriate. That's why it's happening. It just...
It's also something that gets answered in sequels and side content all the time. So
you know what though? Here's why it totally gets away with it. Like, when does that become a problem later on? Like, is that ever a problem
specifically
at the end that we'll get to? That's
I also like another thing when they lose gravity, all the characters react completely differently to it.
Yeah. Yes. That's,
like Jim, like he's unsure, but he kind of keeps like he sort of keeps himself steady a little bit, but gets like on his back. Doppler is just flailing around. Both Arrow and Amelia are just proper formed, straight edge. And then like the guy who's on the wheel hubs uses his tentacle legs to hold on to the wheel.
Well,
and then you got the fart guy who's using suction cups to stick to the ship.
So yeah, you're saying that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing that show how each character uniquely deals with this loss of gravity.
I love how because otherwise, without the free fall scene from Jim, we might like not know how he would react. It makes sense that he would react that way, even though he's never experienced actual 0G.
Yeah, but he's falling through the air, so he knows like to keep his balance and to make sure that his legs can tuck underneath if he needs to. Stop, on the other hand, is all over the place.
He's a real.
He's doing anti-grav kick flips around the space construction site just because he's bored.
Yep.
He's used to this.
And at this point, the ship lifts off. The gorgeous scene. And as Jim's enjoying it, we see Amelia come out and yell at Jim, and Silver say, "Hey, put Jim to work." And Silver has a funny scene where he makes Jim start mopping. And as Jim's mopping, the crew starts being like, out of the way, twerp, and stuff like that. And they start bullying him. And then we meet the final character, Mr. Scroop.
Hang on, real quick. This is basically a great way to just introduce everyone to like the characters who are relevant versus the ones who aren't really. Like we get most of the characters are basically part of the environment, and then go on with Scroop. We meet Scroop at the end of the line, and I hate Scroop. So go on.
So Scroop has a lot of important little details in the notes articles, if you will. First and foremost, you guys aren't ready for this.
He's got dreads.
You're so not ready for this. There were several people who originally were tasked to voice Scroop. The first one was Brad Dourif, Wormtongue from the Lord of the Rings series.
Okay, I can see that.
The next was Michael Richards, who's better known as Kramer in Seinfeld.
I would also love that. That would be
then
good.
They had Goran Fisnijic. I don't know how you say that. He is known for both Vikings and being Hellraiser. Like Hellraiser himself.
Wait. The guy from Hellraiser?
Yeah.
That would be a lot more ominous of a character.
That would be a great Scroop voice actor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he's great.
There's some crazy stuff here. We're not even... And here's where it gets wild. Then they said, okay, we want Mark Hamill to do it.
Hell yeah. Well, Mark Hamill could do it. If you've ever heard
he's a good voice actor.
Yeah,
Then
when
the final
egos go to
said
roll,
is-
it's a scary voice.
The final
If
one
you've
who
ever
backed
heard-
out at the last minute was Steven Tyler from Aerosmith.
No
What?
way, dude.
Yes.
Like Steven Smith,
How
like the
old-
sports commentator guy.
No,
Steven Tyler
Tyler's
from Aerosmith.
the guy who
Oh.
opens his mouth really wide and looks like a
Oh.
chimp, that's like singing like "Dream On." Dude,
I see.
so
Okay.
how old was he at that point? Was he in his 60s?
Some maybe 50s.
All right,
But
yeah.
now here's where we get the thing. So Mr. Scroop is not in the original novel.
Mm-mm.
They use the name from another pirate. The reason is in the original script, this is real. Silver called him Izzy, and Mr. Arrow called him Mr. Hands because his original name was, which is based in the book, Israel Hands. That was his name of the book.
Yes,
Hmm.
there, yeah,
And they
there's
were
a
like,
character.
we figured this might come off as anti-Semitic if the guy named Israel is trying to kill all the crew. So we're not going to do that. And we're just going to name him Scroop instead.
Wait,
Iger
Scoop is a good
called
name
him
for
and said, shut it down, boys.
It's a good name
Yep.
because it shows like, because when, first of all, we have to get into what he looks like. Mr. Hands is also a great term for him because he's like a spider almost. He's
a
this
disgusting
arachnid-
spider creature.
he's this arachnid
Scorpion,
shape.
everything horrible.
Spider lobster.
Yeah, so he's everything about him is like low bottom feeder, like crab claws, low morals, and he's like poison. Everything about him looks like a poisonous being, and he is straight up like evil. As soon as he sees Jim, he like tries to choke him, doesn't he? He's like, "Get out of my
Yeah,
way!"
he lifts him off the ground with one hand, and Jim just keeps right on insulting him.
That's a great character moment for Jim as well. It shows like, I'm part of this. Like,
he's
I'm
not ready for this fight. He's like, he's like, I'm not scared of you, boy. But what do you want to say? Originally, the first draft of the script had Silver calling him Israel. So when he says Israel, I got this and stuff, it'd be very funny.
yeah, no comment. That's very funny though.
Yeah,
But
just
yeah,
one of those-
to it.
yeah, it's just one of those things where like I'm glad they changed it because I would not have been able to take this guy if his name was Izzy. Even like this is not an Izzy. Scroop sounds like a gross monster name.
Literally, yes. That's why it's so great. It's just he's straight up like evil, and he just has a name that just sounds like just a sound that you make. Like he
Scum
grabs you by
and
the and you're like,
He just scoops you up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is also the first
So,
film released by these directors since let's see. I just lost the note. Keep going. I'm sorry.
So with the
Picks him up.
narrative, so Scroop has him. This is also a good scene because it shows almost the dual nature of Long John Silver. He's the one who actually grabs Scroop and is like, put the boy down, leave him alone. Because Scroop is like, he's like, this new blood, this is an unfamiliar
Scroop is
thing.
about to sabotage the entire plan because he can't keep his temper in check. I'm sure the captain, like 2 hours after taking off, would be perfectly fine with this Scorpion dude killing a kid. Yeah, okay.
You know what he's
like? Turn the ship around. You're going to jail.
he's like in terms of like just straight up like doesn't care about like killing people. He's like you remember Todd from Breaking Bad, who's like literally any hitch in the plan. He's like, I'm killing this kid. Like, yeah. He's literally that. Like he's trying.
He has no regard for life whatsoever.
It's why Scroop's not the leader. Is that he could never lead. Is that he doesn't have any. He has no finesse and reading a room. He just lets his anger guide him endlessly.
Yeah, he's the type of guy who, like, if you argued with him about something and like
he would just shank you for no reason.
He might just shoot you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good killer, but that's always good for. He's a rabid dog. You keep on a leash, real good.
No. And this is why it's here. I'm sorry. I wanted to go back to it. This and The Great Mouse Detective are the only two movies made by these directors that have not featured in any Kingdom Hearts games. The reason this is important is in the original concept trailer for Kingdom Hearts 3, they said that you're going to fight Scroop and you're going to go to Treasure Planet.
I remember seeing Treasure Planet stuff when that game was first
Well, false
And
getting
then
its stuff out. and I got excited for half a second, and I remembered I had depression.
What was that, like 2009?
False advertising. How dare they sue
Yeah,
Disney?
the game came out in 2019. I don't remember when they revealed the Treasure Planet stuff, but yeah, it's
That's the thing,
they
though,
go out
dude.
of, they go out of their way to constantly ruin this property. It's amazing.
If
And
they had stuck Treasure Planet in KH3, people would have been demanding more Treasure Planet, and he would have gotten it.
That's why they probably didn't do it, because they realized, like, no, we wanted this dead. We tried to kill this, and it's never coming back. Deal with it.
Yeah. Next thing you know,
Disney's rebooting everything multiple times, 100 times over, and during the D23 in a few years ago, when it was the 20th anniversary, they released a commemorative pin. That was it.
Yeah, that's bad, man. Come on, because as soon as they show like signs of life in terms of caring about this movie, like they're going to be asking for a sequel. And it's the thing, because so many of these characters, especially Scroop, they elicit like a visceral reaction from you.
Yeah.
Like, they
Yeah,
really
for real.
The
he
characters'
makes you hate.
designs fit their personalities to a T, and that's also why they're so
I
good.
love that. Yeah, the physical representation of the characters really shows like how they are mentally. And again, that's another thing I wanted to say with Long John Silver. We know that he has lost a lot of things chasing a dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it shows that in his mind he's almost like fractured, that he's constantly seeking after his dream, and he's willing to sacrifice parts of himself for it, but it makes him more incomplete the more that he like reaches and can't get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just one thing I remember.
It's
I
also
brought
the
that
one
up.
that like not just losing parts of his body, but he's also lost part of his humanity as well by becoming more machine. Being with Jim, he's reconciled to that. He could maybe be less of an asshole, less of a machine, less of a less feeling and just a killer. Like, he gets that part of his humanity, which he probably had when he first started the whole thing in the first place.
He started out probably as Jim. He says to Jim a few times, he's like, I see, myself in you, like you're like me.
So on that speech, because I think at this point it's a montage, right? Where we just start seeing, we play the Google Dolls song. Mm-hmm.
First,
that's good.
If we haven't mentioned,
no, it's different one. My bad. Is it? One of the songs. This is by the Google Dolls.
If we haven't mentioned yet, it's Long John Silver is the one who saves Jim from Screw.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yep.
But yeah. Again, like
it's not done out of any kindness. It's done out to make sure the plan doesn't unwind.
I think it's both.
You're not sure yet. You're not sure.
Oh yeah, you're not sure yet. But it's mostly to that,
because I don't think Silver wants to kill the kid, because he's like,
no.
Why would I kill a kid? It ain't worth it.
Yeah, there's like, he's not a threat to this right now. I got to keep an eye on him. But at the same time, it's like, I can't have Screw sabotaging the whole plan because he's a freaking moron, and I don't know why I brought him in the first place. But whatever. I like another thing too is that after Mr. Arrow kind of talks down Screw, like, he gets like this really pissed off, angry look at his face, and there's like a red light, and you're like wondering where the heck is that from? And it's Silver is just staring at him down too. So he's getting stared down by two powerful men who have authority over him, and he knows it. He can't take Silver's, and he's sure as no he can't take Arrow.
Fight too,
Arrow's probably stronger than Silver's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why what ends up happening. Like
Scroop and Arrow have a little bit of a rivalry at this point.
Yeah,
he has to be. Scroop is very much like, he wants to take over power, obviously, over the pirate crew, but he only approaches things from a very, like, he's a bully. He only goes
animalistic. He thinks from a very animalistic, very simplistic way. I'll just beat whatever problems are in my way, realizing that's not going to work.
Well, there's that, but that's the only reason. The only reason that he's not in charge is because he's not capable of that. Which is why when he goes against people that are more powerful than him, he has to do like
he submits.
Scheming, underhanded.
Yeah, he pounces upon weakness. He doesn't fight things straight on.
Yeah, he only has strength against things that he knows he can outpower. But if something's stronger than him, he immediately becomes meek and subordinate. Because he becomes
meek and submissive, and he's like, "Oh man, you can have my spussy."
Speaking of, at this point, it's a montage now where we just move through time, things begin going along, and I believe this is at the end of the montage. Is this when Silver gives that great speech to him that you got the makings of greatness in you?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yes.
After they've been together for a little while.
Yeah,
You see them have their father-son date at the carnival.
Mm-hmm.
So does the ship together.
So we watch Jim and John do chores while listening to one of the worst songs ever, and then at the end, Jim basically what that shows is like he's learning what it is to be a sailor and the value of hard work versus constantly chasing fun.
Just getting out, just getting on instinct and impulse.
Mm.
Because that's how he's probably getting out his whole life. Is just impulse and doing what he felt was right.
Yeah, and of course, as having now this new piece to himself, kind of symbolically, John Silver becomes a little softer toward Jim. He treats him like a son. He's like, oh, I've never, he's never had a son or anything like that before. He's constantly been chasing one thing. When the almost like the dream world of kind of fatherhood is kind of lost on him, and he's taking that under his wing and being like. Maybe it's almost that
he probably
he's getting
being
old.
the fact that he is a seafarer. He probably had a mentor of his own, so he's probably trying to teach the same things he learned when he was a kid.
I feel like he almost knows that he's getting old and falling apart, and
even when he's even when like that, he's like in that montage, he's still like telling the crew stories and stuff like that. So it's like it's not all an act. He does have like this jovial nature to him.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's what makes him endearing is because he feels genuine, like in everything that he does.
Even on the genuineness, I do want to cite this here. This is one of my favorite pieces of trivia. During his "You Got the Makings of Great" speech, which is a phenomenal speech, by the way. If you haven't never seen this movie, just go watch that speech. It's very motivational. The animator, Glenn Keane, who also was one of the people who helped with a little bit early the writing stuff. He drew from a real life inspiration. I want to read directly from a quote from him. During the time when I was animating Silver's "You Got the Makings of Greatness in You" speech, I was 17 years old, and I had been fighting for a starting position on the football team as a halfback. There was another player who was competing for the same position and was a heck of a lot bigger and the coach's favorite guy. I worked really hard to get the position of the game, and I was very proud of it. The game started, and I played 3 plays, got the ball once, and the head coach took me out and put the other guy in for the rest of the game. I never played again, and I was crushed. As a 17-year-old, that's your life. You want your chance to shine, but the coach took it away from me. Afterwards in the parking lot, assistant coach Mickey Ryan, a great guy who spoke with his heart and a twinkle in his eye, put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Glenn, you're going to do great things. You're going to get that starting position. That wasn't right what happened, and you will get past it." And I could see that he really cared. There was tears in his eyes, and I started to cry. I lived that scene with Jim and Silver on the boat. Will Silver encourages Jim after a big setback. This is one of those things where you try to animate what you live through, and I wanted to add that to this film to add a little bit of gravitas and realness to it. I actually think
that's really pretty
later, but it's a great moment.
Because what
I think another really good scene is that when Jim actually starts to trust Silvers is like when they're prepping to launch the ship and Silvers just leaves, and you have that immediate flashback to Jim's father abandoning him. And another good transition is like, so you see the father, you see like Jim reaching out from the pier, so his father's leaving, and then it transitions back to the sun, and it shows Silvers popping up and literally waving Jim to jump on the board with him.
Yep. It's just great visual storytelling, phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then we get to,
and another thing too is that when he jumps on, you see him very meticulously and very focused on how Silvers is explaining the tools to it. Like for the first time, he's actually invested in what Silvers is saying. That's supposed to be like the previous montage where it's like nonchalantly or kind of ignoring him or giving the cold shoulder. Because Silvers came back for him, he immediately is focused on what he's teaching him. Like he sees eyes on him, watching his every movement.
He sees that he now knows how to use the sloop for later.
Yeah.
But is there well written, and we just established things.
Yeah. Is there a scene where like Silver does he like put his hand on Jim? Like is there a scene where he like puts his hand on his shoulder or something? I'm trying to remember.
Yes, but that's later in the film. That's after that's after the supernova shenanigans.
Oh yeah, all right. Well, yeah, we're about.
Speaking of which, we're up to the supernova.
Actually, that's right before the supernova shenanigans. It's they go and they take the sloop out. They go and ride inside the tail of the comet or whatever the hell that's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then he puts his hand on his shoulder and he's like, "You know what, Jim? I loves you." And whatnot.
That's the thing. It's so important because literally the whole movie before that, Jim has not allowed like anyone to touch him except for the cops who basically hold him against his will.
Another good scene is like after this, that the take out the sloop is that he sees like Silver's repairing his leg, and Jim with a very concerned look on his face, like actual empathetic and concerned, like how did that happen? How did he get the cyborg pieces? You know, like he's very concerned. Like he's very concerned and says it very slowly and compassionately, so he doesn't. It's kind of like, oh, he's not trying to be aggressive or like condescending.
And
no,
another
he's
important moment. Jim now knows that the leg is weak.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's not like trying to investigate a suspicion or anything.
Yeah, it's like it's a general concern. So like, how'd you lose that leg?
It's part of Jim's character. He's smart. He's observant. He noticed this,
and he's empathetic.
Yeah, he's like, I want to know the story of like this man who inspires me. That's what's going on.
Good moment. Good moment.
Now let's get to the scene that scared the ever-living crap out of me as a little kid.
Swoop coming down and cutting the rope.
In chat, so why don't one of you guys talk about this scene? What happened?
The black hole scene? Yeah. So they just get done riding the sloop through this comet tail and whatnot. They get back, they're hanging out, they're having a good time, and suddenly the ship lurches. And they run up, and they find out that a nearby star is going supernova. It's exploding, and this is not good. Less than ideal.
Well, no, they don't find out it explodes. They first get hit with a bunch of meteors, and then when one is about to crash into them, it gets pulled back, and like, oh no, something far worse.
They see it explode. It's the very first thing. They see it explode, and then meteors start coming through. They punch through the holes, and the captain yells, Pull the sails in, because the sails are getting holes punched through them. They don't have replacement sails, yada yada. They want to preserve their sails, so they pull all the sails in. While everybody's pulling the sails in, she's like, Jim, make sure that everybody's lifelines are done. So he puts some of the skills that he learned with Long John Silver to use. He taught him to tie knots, and he goes and he ties all the knots for everyone's lifelines. And then, as they're doing this, they see that the explosion has reversed, and they see this because there's a giant meteor, an absolutely massive meteor that for some reason a star is throwing off. Don't worry about it. So this absolutely massive meteor is about to crash into them. It's going to be the end. They're going to die, and then it reverses course and begins sucking back towards it. And they're now faced with an even worse threat. The sun has collapsed, and it is now a black hole. And they're being pulled towards the black hole. And we get this moment.
And note that it's Dr. Delbert who exposes all this to us. Expositional or not.
Yes.
He looks through his binoculars, and we see again, he is the one who kind of sounds the alarm. He goes, oh my God, it's a black hole.
Mm-hmm.
And then he uses his
engineering. He's still important
knowledge to use the explosions of the black hole as it's being collapsed and re-expanding itself to get out of it.
Right, so he's still like useful to them to that extent.
Is that he knows the answer, and they're like you said before, like when he knows the answer, he immediately acts upon it, and this is it. He knows how to get out of this, and he immediately acts upon it and tells the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so the captain, she orders the guys to put the sails back up, put them back up. We need to use them. So they do. They put the sails back up, and it's at this point when just an absolutely horrific death happens.
They have to.
Well, we have to. Hang on. We have to give a little more. We can't just jump straight into the death.
Okay. When they're putting the sails up, they have to do it quickly, because if they don't do it quick enough, they're going to miss the supernova final blast.
Yeah. So Mr. Arrow joins in unfurling the sails.
Everybody must be grabbing the sails all at once. Nobody can be distracted doing anything else.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Jim and Silver jump up to help with the sails because it's that important and that critical.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they're doing this, and while everybody is distracted, who else but Snoop goes down to one of the lines, the one that is holding Mr. Arrow.
He doesn't go down. So Arrow gets tussled, and he's caught on one of the rungs, and then Snoop comes out from behind the sail and cuts it.
So it's Arrow. He's not connected to. Is he connected to a lifeline? Like, are they?
Yeah, he's connected to a lifeline. And the thing is, he gets thrown off, but he's still connected to the lifeline, so he's still connected to the ship. But Snoop comes in where he's snagged on, I think, like the middle rung, or whatever, and he cuts it.
Yeah,
he doesn't go down all the way to the
lifeline.
He goes to where it's
Jim
snagged.
successfully did save Arrow, but then Snoop comes in and Scoopy McPoopies it up.
Yeah.
that's the worst part.
cuts the lifeline.
Jim saved everyone. He made sure all the
That's the
lifelines were
worst
attached.
part.
Screw cut Arrow's lifeline because he knew Arrow would be a problem.
And
Have
so
you,
then
have you put a
Arrow.
picture of Scoop up in the chat, boy?
Things. First of all, I wanted to bring up, just because of my own historical Greek myth autism, I love the black hole as like a Charybdis parallel from the Odyssey, as in, like, now we are finally.
It's a space war.
Because what happens is, like, they see it happening and they're like, what the hell are we gonna do? And it's like, we gotta push on, like, we gotta sail through, we gotta make it through this, and they almost have to give a sacrifice. And what happens is, ultimately, they sacrifice the character that represents literally law and order, as I brought up before, which is Mr. Arrow, the stone structure, like the monumental kind of like symbol of order and keeping track of things and being official and being neat and clean and like this big strong guy. And we lose him, and then it kind of represents environmentally the way that now we're going to fall into probably the darker aspects.
It's like the darker
aspects of
with his death, not only
uncivilized,
is
chaotic nature, mutiny, things like that.
And I think
I
another good thing
love that they had it be him specifically.
Well, it's not
because
just
of
it's
what
good
he
for him
did.
because he's he's the face of order and meticulousness and making sure everything gets done right. But he's also like he's security. Like no one's going to screw with him.
Yeah,
but
it had
also,
to be
not
him.
only does it affect Jim,
yes,
for
exactly.
the first time in the
So-
movie,
so we-
Amelia is completely caught off guard and at a loss for words. She has no rebuttal.
Yeah.
She's completely.
Yeah, she's clearly
sunk.
wounded.
She's like this, like somebody she's literally been to war with, and it's like just to lose someone that important to it, she shuts down almost. Like this is a loss she was not expecting on this trip. It should not have happened.
Both,
And like at the same time, like
environment-
she's at the same, but she still keeps her composure enough that she knows, like, even if Jim didn't check the lifeline and he failed, she's not trying to blame him because that would just make him feel worse too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
She's still a good captain.
Yes,
That's
she
another-
makes sure to
that's
keep
another
morale
character.
up, even though her own morale was in the toilet.
That's another character moment for the conniving nature of Mr. Scroob, is the fact that he's the one who literally like snipped the line and like untied the rope and killed Mr.
And
Arrow.
he comes down and
the
goes like,
effort-
"It wasn't secure." It's like,
Yeah, he untied the rope.
yeah.
He puts on a sad face and he's like, "I'm sorry, man. We couldn't
His
do
lifeline
anything to
wasn't
help him."
secure.
Yeah,
I reached
and then
out
he's a
and did everything I
conniving
could
bastard.
myself to save him.
Yeah,
And then
Um,
the iconic face that
But
we
also-
saw
Yeah,
earlier.
I'll get the face on screen for chat. I have a,
So
I
it's
have, I have a
worth- it's
horrible
worth
meaning
noting.
of scarring them for life on screen right now.
So he looks
it's worth
at Long,
noting.
That's amazing.
and this
that-
it's another great visual storytelling moment, I think, because he knows that, like, I did a morally reprehensible thing for like the good of our ultimate goal as a mutinous crew who wants to seek Treasure Planet. And Long John looks back at him and he's like, "What the hell have you done? Like, what? Like, this is not what I set out to do. Like, man, like."
Yeah,
Coin, if you want to check the stream,
I'm trying
there's
to-
a great
I'm trying to
scoopage on
figure-
screen right now.
I was just
Well,
curious
it's
if,
not that Silver,
if
not that
pictures
Silver's
of all
knows,
these
like
characters
Silver's
are getting
like,
thrown up.
Silver's kind of
Yes.
glances at him like questioningly, and then Scrooge just gives this like evil smile.
Just so you know,
And then
I'm
Phil
guys,
figured out
guys,
he
give me one
cut the
second.
line.
It's much
I don't
easier
want-
if there's a picture you want on the screen, post it in the council chat. I have it set up so I can pop those on the screen easier. It's
Right,
hard for
yeah.
me to go find an image and send it there though.
Yeah, no, I was
You
just
want
curious
that.
because one of the things we keep gushing about is how awesome everything looks. I want to make sure people are also getting to experience that.
Trying to.
Added script to me looks like Steve Buscemi if you like fused him with a bug.
Steve Buscemi isn't already fused with the bug.
Wait. Steve Buscemi.
Yeah.
I can see it.
I don't know. He's even a little. Even a little over the top for him, in my opinion.
I think
He's-
another really great detail
We've
in
got some
this
great
is
stuff
that
I'm sharing on screen right now.
But you know what else? Hang on. Let me point this out too specifically, because when you look at a spider in real life, they have like 800 eyes, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
When you look at Scrooge, he has slits. He has like snake eyes.
But
Mhm.
it's like a cross section slit. It's like both horizontal and vertical. It's completely
He's
unnatural.
just double evil.
Double evil.
Yeah,
Everything about him is so kind of like, it's literally designed.
It's like, let's just make
Look
a
at-
monster character out of the most horrifying things human beings have always hated.
And to think his name was Israel originally. Mimsy out there is screaming with joy.
Anyway, so one other thing I want to like note about this scene about Arrow's death is that like this is like I don't know if it's the worst death in Disney, but it's like one of the worst deaths imaginable. Is going Dutchman is being Dutchman, and in this setting specifically, it's even worse because in a normal space setting, say or in normal space, say you fall out of your spaceship, you can just open your helmet up to space, and there you go.
You'll be dead in like
done.
seconds.
And
Very bad 30 seconds, but it'll be over.
yeah, in
Tell
this,
tell us what is going Dutchman? Is that a seafaring term?
That's falling. That's
that
going
is a
overboard.
seafaring term. That's when you go overboard and you get lost in the sea. You just the ship goes on and you're left behind. And
terrible.
yeah, it's in the ocean you drown. In space, in the aether, you just float until you die of thirst.
Well,
But his arrow,
if you're in the ocean, you're if you drown, you're lucky. You can maybe be adrift for days and slowly starve to death instead.
Well, it takes a lot. It takes a
Or
lot.
you'll die of thirst
Yeah, but
before
the
you die of
ocean's big,
starvation.
dude. When you
yeah,
fall in
you
the
die of
ocean,
thirst way early.
And also, you got to take into account as well the mental anguish, which I think is
Oh, yeah.
what freaked
Mhm.
most of us out as a kid. The fact that like you're sitting there and you just watch a ship go away and it's just quietly, it just gets quiet.
Yeah.
there is no other noise but you in the ocean, and you are alone.
It's
in
just
every
And
situation.
then, added on to that, he is in a black hole. He's falling into a black hole. So, assuming that he doesn't get crushed to death, time
I mean, I
dilation
think the
means that
explosion
he
killed
will.
him before he got crushed to death. Because remember,
This-
he fell, and then the
this
last
is-
explosion. So he fell and then blew
Maybe.
up.
Maybe.
No,
maybe.
the-
Optimal answer.
Unless-
What he hopes happens.
Yeah,
No,
that's what you
that's-
hope happened. The worst answer is that due to time dilation, he falls literally forever. Time dilates until his subjective time is eternal, and he is falling forever.
Well, I mean, if
That's
he's
right.
a rock monster, that means he
Listen,
probably
Jim.
is immortal. He doesn't need to eat anything, does he?
It could be, yeah. He could like this.
Wait, no, hang on, because he's got a mouth. Hang on,
He
Chad.
But he's
Chat,
still made out of
chat.
rock.
Chat, to put it into perspective, if you remember the scene in Thor Ragnarok where Loki goes, "I have been falling for 30 minutes." Imagine for forever, just falling through the void.
Yeah.
It's like existentially, yes. I think this is up there with probably the most kind of existentially disturbing potential, conditions for
I
death.
was telling
We just hope Mr. Arrow died from the explosion because that'd be not
you
quicker.
hope he gets vaporized.
Yeah, that's
Because-
your headcanon.
And it's
But-
even
but
worse
the-
because if
so-
you think
I mean,
about
it makes sense. He fell and then the explosion happened.
Yeah, again.
Dude.
Hopefully that's what happened. Hopefully he's not durable enough to survive that
Something to
explosion.
remember though, the ship got hit with it and nobody on the ship got hurt. So
Yeah.
You
So
know,
yeah, this is like
but the ship was pushing it, and they also had the ship that guard against it.
yeah. Either way,
Sure.
this is like the worst possible way to go.
Yeah.
Wait,
I could
also-
probably come up with some worse things that are more
Oh, yeah.
painful, but like as far as like existential ways to go,
Yeah.
this is like an extremely hardcore death for a children's movie.
it's
Loading.
like I was telling the guys when we streamed this movie earlier. This death really screwed me up as a kid because I was just old enough to start to understand mortality and existentialism and
His
stuff
scream
like
is horrifying too.
that. Oh,
That's
his
what I
scream was
mean.
horrifying, and it's one. And I just watched enough Bill Nye to know how like Pag mentioned how black holes slow your time down a little bit, and it made me realize, oh my gosh, this guy is literally spending thousands of years just watching the ship get further and further away slowly on like
Let me-
incredibly slow speed, and just starving and suffocating and every horrible thing happening. But it's so slow, nothing's gonna happen.
I mean, with
Well,
how the space works in this
well-
setting, you can't suffocate in it.
Yeah, that's even
Yeah.
worse.
Oh, my
Even
ego
worse.
That's the
mind.
crazy. Because my first thought was like, well, what do you mean? Like, if I'm in space in a black hole, I'd be dead anyway. But listen to this, dude. So what they're literally saying is that now the character who represents like order, law and order, structure, organization, he is literally falling through purgatory for eternity, and they've gone beyond that point, which means like we've almost reached like hell. Like
Mhm.
that is such an intense scene that like I almost can't take it any other way.
Yeah, and Mr. Scroop banishes him to hell, which is it sure is something. It sure is something.
He's a demon, man.
Moving past,
I'll be honest
moving
with
past Mr.
Scroop
Arrow's
is one
death,
of the-
though, I like one little thing is that as Jim is moping on top of the what's the ropes on the side called again?
What?
Like the rope ladders on the side of the ship, what are they called again?
I don't know.
The mooring line. I don't know.
It's not the netting. It's the rigging. That's what it is.
Yeah, the rigging. When Silvers walks up to him, you see Jim fiddling with his hands, but he's retying the knot in over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to he's focused, like his rate, like he's made sure that he will never make that mistake again. He's been this entire time he's been soaking. He's been tying that knot repeatedly over and over.
That's what's so messed up about it too, is the fact
that's even great and more subtle is if you remember the scene where he learns to tie the knot. It's early on in the montage, and he rejects Silver and moves away. So now Jim
he just does it and moves on, like whatever. This isn't important.
Instead of listening to him, he's like, "Fuck you! I understand how this works already," and now
he doesn't understand the gravity of why you need proper rigging and rope practice. Now he does.
He does, but like now he thinks, "Oh my god, I screwed it up."
Yeah.
That's the thing about it, because probably I think did they show him double checking the ropes earlier?
Yes.
Because it almost shows that he
double checked all the ropes. In fact, I think I can pull back the scene real quick.
He did check all the rigging, and he even shouted out, "Captain, rigging secured."
Yeah.
Hang on. While you do that, I just want to point out that this almost shows versus the scene where he gets arrested for, nonsense earlier, that like now he is forced to understand the consequences of his actions, whether it's his own fault or not, he still has to look at it that way and think like, all right, based on what I know could happen, now I know how bad it could be. Like he's literally faced with a death that he thinks, I guess is his responsibility. And like, I also, here's what's messed up too. So I think Long John Silver, he's able to imply almost like he's able to intuit that it was Scroop who did it. I don't think Jim ever finds out.
No,
like Jim literally thinks it was his fault, right?
I think there might be.
He does find out the scene at the end where Pag has a problem with that scene. He finds out. When we get there, I'll explain why.
I don't think he directly finds out, but I think it's like there's an implication.
He basically just says, tell Mr. Arrow I said hello or good day, whatever, and then he says, tell him yourself. I don't think Jim probably has subtle clues, but he doesn't find out directly scripted it.
He gets all the information and he gets
a hint that the Arrow's gone because of Scroop. Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, I know exactly the scene you're talking about now. I feel stupid, but yeah. Okay.
So,
dude,
we get Jim being real upset, rightfully so. He's pretty, depressed at this point.
I checked them all. I did everything I was supposed to do, and yet something went wrong. What is going on? How bad can things get? So he's dealing with like he doesn't even know what to do. He kind of is
the
just
lowest of second act low points.
Everyone's kind of mad at him, and everyone's kind of implying that he's incompetent. He's not worthy. And so, again, he's got to work his way up, which is why they showed that thing before.
I think I just rewatched the scenes back to back, and I think another important scene here too is that you can judge based on the animation of us. Mr. Arrow's lifeline is the last one he secured, and he's still holding onto it when he says it's secured.
Yeah, so he definitely knows more than anything it's secured.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Next scene, boys.
They do.
Ultimately,
they do escape the black hole. Minus Law and Order. They escape.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're delving.
And morale's down. Milia's completely scattershot. She's like questioning her leadership.
I think that now is the scene where Jim
gets his speech from Silvers.
Yeah, Silver gives him the speech, and Jim, kind of takes it to heart, kind of thinking about it. Kind of basically like, "Look, dude, shit happens out here. Terrible things happen. I'm sorry, buddy. We all you could do is move on from this."
He's trying to do it like in his normal buddy sort of thing, but like he can tell Jim is just completely shut down for this. Like he can't just joke his way out of this. He's got to give him a serious man-to-man talk.
Mm-hmm. And Silver is pissed about this.
Oh yeah.
Then I think they go to sleep, and then Jim gets woken up early by Morph for the next part, right?
The next scene
Well, doesn't he
is
get woken up by the fart man?
Yeah, the fart man wakes up and Morph screws with him.
Yeah.
And Morph leads him into the kitchen.
Yeah, and when Morph leads him into the kitchen, he overhears Long John Silver talking to
the crew.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, you've gone soft. You're soft now." And he's like, "I ain't soft. I hate children, and I love money."
I hope I be catching some of the light off that trail. he quotes his words back to him in a mocking tone.
Yeah. Scroop,
whatever.
Yes. Scroop basically mocks him and throws his his obvious feelings for Jim.
Because he's trying to create a mutiny against Silver because he wants to be in charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
They're bad people, turns out.
Oh no!
As it turns out,
pirates are bad. No.
And so Jim witnesses this, and he's like, "Oh, so Long John Silver is not only a bad guy, but also doesn't care about me." And of course, Long John Silver actually does care about him, and you get that as an audience member, you immediately understand that he's just saying this to protect his own skin. But Jim clearly doesn't quite understand that, and so it drives a wedge between the relationship and is over sad. Verver sad.
That is a classic thing that I think we've seen it in High School Musical. We've seen it in a lot.
Irony is very good.
Where literally, yes, a character is eavesdropping on another character. Oh yeah, it happened in 10 Things I Hate About You as well, the greatest teen movie ever made, where one character tells another who's on a different side of their kind of social line. That's I'm still cool. I don't care about this person. I'm still hip with what we're doing. And then the character happens to hear it. Next thing you know, there's the feeling of betrayal when it's not quite betrayal, but you also can't quite say that it isn't betrayal because you were still following that original goal. It's it's easy character drama, and it works. It really does.
Yeah. And it's a good little story beat. And then so Long John Silver goes upstairs, and he's like, the plan is continuing as normal. Everything is fine. And Long John Silver goes upstairs, and he forgets something. I don't remember what he forgets, but he forgets something in the kitchen. So he goes back down into the kitchen, and who does he find exiting the kitchen at that moment except him? And it's at that moment that Long John Silver realizes the gig is
he forgot his telescope.
Oh boy, yeah, the chicken. The hens have come through.
Indeed.
Now the cards are kind of not in his hands. Now he has to kind of plead with Jim to be please, I didn't mean to do things. I didn't mean what I said and all that, which is again another common trope in that kind of environment.
Yeah,
that
and
comes out,
Jim is like, I don't believe you.
Jim has the map on the planet. That's where he has to. He tries to persuade him, they would have gotten us both. I had to play it up.
Yeah. By the way, did we say who the actor is for Long John? He's a a South African theater trained probably Shakespearean tier actor. The voice is so good.
Yeah, it's a fantastic voice. Does he also do the narration at the beginning?
I think it's Brent. I think it's Brent something. The guy, unfortunately, he passed away in 2018. Hang on, let me look up Treasure cast. You guys go ahead.
Brian Murray.
I think
was his name.
Tony Jaa. Yeah, it was Tony Jaa. He plays Frollo in Hunchback of Notre Dame. The man was an amazing voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
He also played he was the Elder God in the Legacy of Kain series.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, he has that level of gravitas. Where it's you can't help but be invested in what's going on with that.
That man can narrate my whole life, and I would be fine with that.
Yeah.
If people say
the guy
who's
who
the best narrator, no, Tony Jaa is the best narrator.
The guy who Scroop voiced Death in the Darksiders series of games.
Yes, he did.
Andrew Wincott, I believe his name is. He has a very good voice.
Right, fine. I'll let you guys talk about all your little petty narrators while I have Richard Poe. The greatest narrator who ever lived, besides probably Mark Hamill when it comes to children's books. But that's it. Anyway, yeah. So, Pang, let's hit the end away. What's going on next?
So anyway, after he does this, after he realizes the jig is up, he says, "All right, it's time to go." He tells everyone it's time to go, and all the pirates are like, "Yippee! Violence! Woo!" And so they immediately do a violence. They one of the guys breaks into the armory. The big strong guy who called Jim a twerp earlier breaks into the armory, smashes in, grabs a bunch of guns, starts handing them out to everyone. They all start rampaging over the ship, and immediately, instantaneously, the captain knows what is going on, and she reacts. She's snapped out of her stupor. She is faced with a challenge, and she's back at her old person, at her old self, as soon as she realizes what's going on.
Let me jump on that though to just show.
Problems. We got problems. Time to act up.
How am I sounding? How am I coming through, boys? I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, my thing right there is like Long John. It almost shows the way that like he can understand as a man who's like severed, fallen apart, fractured, or whatever, and like his time is limited. He understands this is probably his last like decent, like his last bet at all at finding Treasure Planet. And so ultimately, I think this is a character decision that shows that like where his will lies is like, I still want to find the treasure. I still care more about that than Jim ultimately. And so that's why he makes a rash decision here that he normally like, you know, if you know any better, it's like, this is a bad time to do this. Like, but he does it anyway. And it shows that he still has like, you know, almost like his split priorities are more so split toward the treasure rather than people, because that's what he's doing. You know, he's willing to throw everything else away and kind of get himself in trouble with you know, just like he doesn't know how this is going to turn out, but he's willing to do it because he's going in his mind, what other choice do I have? Like, my time is limited. This is my last chance to reach my goal.
Yeah, he still hungers for his ultimate goal, and in this moment, it's a good like character moment, because later on we'll see he's different. He changes his mind, but in this moment, he still hungers above all things for wealth.
I think it's a line he uses down the line. It's like, "I like you, lad, but I'm not letting you get away with me and my treasure." You know,
exactly.
He's like. Also, another thing I like is that the pirate flag is almost like, it almost looks like Flint's face, except for having the three eyes on one side. It's like in the left, right, and center. So it's almost like a montage to him, which I think is really nice. Like, Flint is so notorious that his face head alone, like just what he looks like, is like the universal face of piracy.
You know what it is too, as well, with the eye in the center of the forehead. It almost shows that he's like a transcendental figure. Like, he's reached a level that like most people aren't going to reach. Like he is
a legend. He's known across like the galaxy with the universe. Like, no one will ever match him.
Yeah,
but it's like he's literally like, as far as what your ultimate goal is as a pirate,
he's a symbol of the entire existence.
He's completed literally everything. Like, he's reached the transcendent point. So the third eye is kind of interesting.
I did want to bring up something quickly. I had to step out for a second. I clearly missed these scenes. When Jim overhears the mutiny, Silver tells Scroop that if Scroop ever goes behind your back again, then he's going to throw him off the ship. Interesting to remember for later. Just, you know, a little tidbit you to chew on for something else. The other thing is when Jim gets caught, he stabs Silver in the like gasket of the leg, and that leg is damaged for the whole rest of the movie.
Yeah. He never has time to repair it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so while it turns out that they've reached Treasure Planet. They are at the planet. And so they're hanging out over it, and the captain, she snaps back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. It's down below them. And they head into the belly of the ship. Jim grabs the map, the map orb. Great MacGuffin, by the way, orbs. They head into the belly of the ship, and while they're fighting, I just think that this is an interesting little this is kind of like a hardcore Disney movie because like 5 pirates here fall to their death.
Mhm.
Well,
this is old school Disney, and old school Disney didn't care about showing death. They were not.
Yeah, I guess.
I think it was like the Great Mouse Detective. They literally show the villain fall from the Big Ben all the way to the street in like a
Same directors, by the way. Same directors.
Fantastic.
It was only 3 years prior to this movie where we got to watch Clayton get hung by Vaughn and Tarzan.
Tarzan. Yes, I was literally about to say that.
Or like Frollo literally falling into the metaphorical pits of hell as a gargoyle demon head is snarling at him. Yeah, old school Disney had balls.
Mm-hmm.
That was 97 Tarzan. I almost I was going to ask if that was these same guys, but I think
it wasn't. But
all right.
The animators are the same.
Okay, yeah, because that scene, that's a thing where on the second watch you might notice and you're like, hey yo, as an 8-year-old. But anyway, I think this is another example again of where the environment parallels the minds of the characters. So they are literally they've reached the absolute heart of uncharted territory, and they've only been able to do that by delving into chaos mentally among themselves. It's by sheer you could say dumb luck, accident, divinity, being chosen or whatever that they've shown up here. But ultimately it's they had to basically shirk all civilized order in order to reach this heart of the heart of darkness. I keep saying heart of darkness.
During the mutiny, everyone acts completely differently. The subordinates and dumb pirates are trying to collectively unweld this door. It's not working, and Silva just shows up and goes, "Get out of the way!" And basically takes out his grenade launcher and blows the door open.
Yes,
thinking there's going to be any sort of people standing up. But Amelia, because she's a captain, she's fought pirates, she knows how to deal with this. Knows that they're basically trapped in one room. They can't get out. There's no other way out. So she shoots a hole in the floor to escape through it.
Yeah.
You know what else that shows is, I remember I was talking to you probably before we started broadcasting, was the amount, the sheer will that that John Silver has is literally he will not let anything stop him, even if it's his own love for Jim. Yeah. That shows, and there's a literal physical barrier, and he's I'm not. I
don't have time for this. It's gonna blow it up real quick.
His power of will is he has such a powerful will. Again, that's another thing that makes him endearing, is that what he's going for, and
he's also resourceful. He knows the correct answer for a lot of things.
Yeah, that's why it's so interesting that he's the cyborg. He's got the mechanical answer for everything. He has the experience to know how to do even menial labor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's done it all.
Well, it's something one of my head chefs told me training is that just because you're in charge does not mean you should never see yourself beneath anything.
Of course not, man.
Another one of my head chefs as well, he was it's his own business. So if there was no dishwasher, he'd jump on that. If the floor's gonna get done, he'd jump on that. If they gotta put stuff away, he'd get on that. Just because you're in charge does not mean you should just think it's beneath you or belittling to you to do the dirty work, because you're going to have to do that someday if you want to own a business. You're going to have to put the dirty work in.
If there is a task that is necessary for something to get done, that's your goal. You have to be willing to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think when I worked at a country club, and it made me really endear one of my chefs, and I did I liked him a lot of course too, but he would always do is that we'd have tastings, and this is a very expensive country club. It was $250,000 for one person. I'm not going to give my name. I'm not going to give that out. No, I don't want to give out.
What country was?
It was just a really expensive country.
What country?
These people are very
all right. So we meet Ben. Right.
Oh yeah. So they fall down to the planet.
First of all,
there's a scene that we missed. As they're getting into the lifeboats to escape, Morph grabs the ball and runs away.
Yorb, so Morph, the ultimate troll, and we still
another hand has touched the beacon.
Yeah, while Morph has the orb, Jim and Long John are trying to lure him over. That whole scene was ad-libbed, by the way. The things they said there, they were told they had to lure Morph and whatever they would say.
I like that. You know what? That also is Disney, I feel like they did that a couple of times, where like a mischievous little element of the
But
environment.
I think
just
another
take
thing
away.
over here is after
Monopoly.
Jim grabs the orb, someone has a clean shot on him, and we've already seen him go through extreme measures to get this. But it's Jim where he holds just a little reserve
Yep.
on it.
He doesn't shoot them. Exactly. Now
Yeah.
they fall towards the planet. And as they're
Yeah.
flying down, they get shot at by the ship. Silver at the last second moves a cannon out of the way so it clips them. Because he's like,
Because if they blow up the ship, they lose the map.
Mm-hmm.
And this hurts the cat lady.
Yeah, the engine explosion get hit with shrapnel.
This is very important. Yes. So she comes out and she's all busted up and bruised, and she can't walk right. But who
Well, not
does she?
just walk right, but she's gravely injured to the point that she's got blood loss. That's why she's so delirious.
Well,
But
I think
who
it's
does-
just internal bleeding because there's no blood on her costume.
I don't
Well,
doesn't-
this is
never
Disney.
blood.
There's no blood in this
Blood.
entire movie. That's one thing
Yeah.
that the Disney's never did. They never really showed external blood of any kind. They kind of just made people grunt and groan. Kind of like old school Samurai Jack didn't show blood. They used oil instead.
Yeah, but an explosion that like shatters your ribs and pulverizes your organs, you're still having a bad time.
Well,
She's-
yeah,
so-
you see the explosion literally at her back. Like, yeah, there's some.
Yeah. So it's very
There's
this
some
is
bits and
important because she's injured and she is no longer in a position to give orders anymore.
Yeah,
And this allows Jim to have his supernova moment.
She
This
does not have
means
the-
that Jim must take over. He must take the initiative. He's no longer taking orders. He's no longer under the tutelage of anybody. He is now put in a position of leadership. So he has to go out and he has to find somewhere safe. While he's going out and finding somewhere safe, he meets Ben, which is the full point drop of this movie. He is the Jar Jar Binks of this film.
I have to stop you right there because let's just touch like for 2 seconds. Dr. Doppler is the one reason why the captain is kind of still alive, and again, he is the voice of reason.
Yeah.
With
Well, not
this
only
group.
that, but he's also he's probably also a traditional doctor. He probably has medical skills. What he does
No,
actually.
he specifically says he doesn't. He
Yeah.
says, "I'm a doctor of astronomy. That
I'm a
that
doctor,
is a
but not that kind of
doctorate. I
doctor.
have
All right, I'm a
doctorate, but it
Dr.
doesn't
Jim, not
help
that kind of
me."
doctor.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
so
They do the
Play on
Star
Star
Trek
Trek,
reference.
right?
Yeah,
But he's
Yeah.
still
Exactly.
So he's the one. Once again, he jumps in to help a friend when they need it. But again, he's also willing to say, like, Jim, now is your time to shine. I'm not the hero myself. Get out there, get after it. Let's, whatever has to get done is kind of on you. But I'll hold down the fort. That's the kind of guy that he is, the hold down the fort guy. Huh?
I think another thing is that Amelia is, despite her injuries and despite the pain she's in, still wants to be that voice of command because she knows she has to be that command. That she's still the authority, she's still the captain, she's the most experienced person. She needs to put on a brave face to make sure the rest of the crew doesn't lose morale.
Yeah, you're right. He's the voice of reason in the way that he's like, listen, Captain, like, lie down. You're not fit to lead. Like, and then Jim at that point now, he has the maturity to kind of challenge himself and take over, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
that's
and-
great. And then we meet the absolute worst.
Yeah, the war crime of the movie. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's a tremendously irritating character.
From the very moment, like, even as like a what was I, 4 or 5 years old when this movie came out, I was cringing. 20 years ago, I was cringing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a very, very loud character. Like you meet him and he's instantly yelling and getting in your face. And
you remember the old commercial, like the old when you got a VHS and there was commercials before it. Do you remember, or maybe VCR? You remember the commercial for Mrs. Doubtfire? It was immediately, it opened up with Robin Williams going toodaloo, like in your face.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that.
That's how it feels. It's like yo,
face and loud. Exactly.
even Jim himself, like, kind of like leans back and is like, "What's going on here?" Like,
Now,
dude.
this is where you get to some of my final notes of extra notes stuff.
I
Ben
feel
was
like
completely ruined by Disney. Ben was the original script had a much more somber, much more schizo, much more hostile.
He was
In fact,
he was much more of a paranoid survivor. He didn't trust anyone. If I remember
instead,
correctly.
one of his arms was actually supposed to be sharpened into a blade that was rusty.
Yeah.
Originally,
Ben
That
is
was-
supposed to be. He's
he's far too friendly for someone who's been alone on a planet, and I was mine for like decades.
100
He's
years.
literally. He's
Like,
supposed
if Silvers
to be
found him first, he'd be buddy with Silvers.
Oh, he was supposed to be Saul Bones from the extended universe. Got it.
Exactly.
He's supposed to be somebody who's like, also, I mean, kind of his purpose is also to guard and to warn against, like, hey, don't touch this gold, right? Like, why wouldn't he be, he like should be a little bit more hostile by instinct, if we could say for a robot.
Yeah, if he's
He would be
supposed to
down
be
to
a
his
guard,
basic programming, which is protect, engage, attack.
But
because he was a robot on a pirate ship, so he would be programmed for war and combat.
Yeah,
He was
but
not.
instead, he
He was
basically directly leads him as much as he can. He directly leads Jim to.
Yeah, as I put in the description of this episode, he basically is the template for the movie Robots that comes out in 3 years. How half the characters are just loud in that movie, like quirky. That's what this guy Ben is, which is a total tone shift for the rest of this film.
Here's what it is, though, because Jim has been going through challenges and experiencing, like, every new environment is a challenge, and he comes here and literally, instead of a character who originally was designed to be like, I'm guarding the final treasure,
He's the
I'm your
guardian threshold.
Instead, he's a guy who goes like, I'm lonely, I'm happy to be your friend, I'll show you the treasure.
Yeah.
It's a complete kind of like, I don't know if it's a total tone shift, because ultimately there are still, I mean, there's still intensity going on in the background, but
like when he gets his memory back, it's like, oh, he written out my memory, so I wouldn't warn anyone about the trap. But why would you do that if you're a robot? He'd be programmed to not do that. If anything, he would, like, ripping out his core would make him less.
What difference would it make?
Ripping out his core would probably make him more primal, kind of like HK-47, when he lost, like, all of his other things, he became he had to do much more basic things.
That
like,
would
he should
also
not be, like, maybe not a killer robot, but he should be, like, paranoid and going, I can't trust you.
If he was a feral robot, essentially, besides being really cool, that would have been a much more interesting character, and then Jim's personable nature would have been able to win him over.
And then and then when he finds his core, he returns it to him, not because they got the treasure, because it's the right thing to do. And then he can, like, we need to get out of here. There's another way out,
Yeah.
Okay, and still have the ultimate kind of.
And, like, he realizes, like, Jim, we need to leave. Why? This whole place is rigged. He doesn't, like, warn him because he went the core out to do so. Because he got the core, his memory back, he now warns him because he has that memory.
Yeah, and that would also follow a lot better as far as, like, representing my kind of thesis on it, which is that we're going out into the depths of the wilderness in terms of outer space and uncharted.
It's almost a wild animal.
But instead, what we get is, like, now I'm gonna say it, fellas. You can compare him to whoever you want, Jar Jar, but I always said that Ben is essentially a Rick and Morty archetype.
Well, I never watched the show, so I can't tell you on that.
He reminds me of, like, Mr. Meeseeks to an extent.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. But yeah, and it's really, you're not wrong when you say that it's a tone shift. It is a very, very strong tone shift. Not exactly like it's you're watching two movies, but almost. It's almost like you're watching two movies before and after.
It's also because, like, you still have, like, the serious nature of the pirates and Amelia being injured and all this other stuff, but Ben's just like, why are you here?
It's always struck me as them, for whatever reason, trying to channel pain and panic from the Hercules movie from years prior. And because especially with the way Martin Short has him talk, he has... there's many instances of Ben having one of his little schizo freak-out screams where he sounds like Martin Short trying to sound like Bobcat Goldthwait doing one of the two, Pain or Panic. I don't remember which one he voiced. He did voice one of them.
The fat one? You're absolutely correct. Yes. There's, like, literally he'll mumble something and then turn his head and be like, "Wee!" Like, out of nowhere. Like, for no reason. He's just like, I'm mumbling. And then like,
having technically, one of you mentioned earlier, he worked for the pirate. He worked on the pirate ship. He was programmed to do XYZ. So Ben did technically work for a bad guy. It's just that bad guy's not in this movie, so we don't get to it doesn't work with like a Pain and Panic type situation. With Pain and Panic, we got to watch them bounce off Hades, and Hades scream and yell at them for being incompetent.
Exactly.
Like, this is just a wild robot being an idiot for being an idiot's sake.
This is just comedy slapstick for comedy slapstick.
Because Coin. Here's my issue as well. Now that thank you for bringing that up as well, because his personality does not change when he gets the chip back, right?
No, he stays the same as he was.
And before that, in the very first like introductory narrative, we're told Captain Flint is the most brutal pirate in space, right?
He would not have this joyful little robot with him.
Yeah, he would. Like, he would have eaten that out of him really quick.
I think like a better scene was like, you know, so like he acts like this primal when like they become like him and Jim become friends, and then when he puts the memory back in it, because Jim wanted to do a good thing, like, hey, I should return his memory because we're friends. He just goes full on protect mode, and they're like, okay, now he goes full on assassination mode, and he tries to almost like attack Jim, and they have like maybe a small little fight, but then like you can see Ben's like mind going like, no, I shouldn't do this because he's the only being that's been nice to me my entire life.
You see his eyes turn red and then flash colors. And I got it all in my head, man.
Yeah,
it's
so man, he like so you see him like have like this, like you see one eye maybe red and one like has something, and there's like a constant back and flow of colors or something like that.
The only reason that I can justify that Captain Flint would have him around is because he literally was the only entity that had like that like certain tech within him, you know, like why else would he put up with a guy like that?
if he was originally from this ancient civilization,
and we're never told about that, so we just don't know.
Again, it doesn't matter because he only talks about it in his context compared to Flynn. I think I read somewhere in the notes that he was supposed to be from the civilization, but it doesn't. Like I said, it doesn't matter because he's just is only he talks about Flynn. Also, there could, you know, if you wanted to have that whole quirky talking to himself thing, I think when he's like you said, when he gets a chip in his head, that's when he could have, you know, like the Gollum moment, if you will, where he's like, all right, time to die, boys. But no, Jim's our friend. Jim's not our friend. Flynn's our friend. Flynn used to beat us.
Yeah, kind of have a split second where he's like raising the sword, and like you just go inside Ben's head, and it's Ben arguing with himself. And this is an argument, but it's happening like in a split second because computers can process information so much faster.
But anyway, so yeah, he's.
Let me Zoog, let me know because you might be the only other person who knows about this. Kid, you probably know about it. I'm just saying. My first thought when I thought like abandoned planet, abandoned island with one lone survivor was Caliban from The Tempest and Shakespeare, and I thought if they went that route where he's a lot more primitive, it really would have worked better. And I wanted to compare him to that, and it couldn't be done. He was too much of like a goofy, like modern joke, you know.
I think that's what he was supposed to be in the original script, and it's because he's supposed to have a lamenting scene where he laments. One of the original notes was Ben's supposed to lament not having his memories, but wondering if he's better without them because Jim explains that he was a pirate. And we don't get that scene. He's constantly.
It would have worked.
That'd been a great scene.
I mean, like, just.
I'll tell you one.
Leave aside the fact that he's fucking irritating. Just leave that aside. It would have worked so much better for the film for him to be downtrodden, for him to be a serious character.
Because it makes sense because the environment he's trapped alone on a planet for decades.
Yeah.
There's literally no other life on this planet, like at all. There's not even animal life. It's all plant.
Yeah, it doesn't like not even talking about his character, like thematically.
And it's another.
Jim just got over his depression, and Jim pulled himself out of the funk of realizing that he killed Mr. Arrow, and he's a screw up, and he realizes, no, I'm better than that. And now he's taking leadership. And what happens? A somber, depressed character comes along, who now Jim can take under his wing and start to move back towards the wholesome. It mirrors his own journey, and you have a microcosm of him saving this guy, how he was saved throughout the movie. Would have been a brilliant thematic moment that
It would have been, and I'll tell you what, I almost feel like part of the reason why they decided that it was better not to go with the somber, kind of distraught, like dismal guy is because the pacing of the movie to that point, like from the time they leave the inn, it's like nonstop, one after the other, action, action, action.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that the fact that I thought the way that Billy Bones jumped in felt a bit rushed. Like, it wasn't bad. Like, it made sense and it fit, but it was like, I don't know. It just kind of came out of nowhere. And I felt the same way about the black hole scene. And I feel like maybe with this one, they almost just didn't want to slow the pace down. I'm trying to think.
What happened with this is actually because the studio demanded that Ben be made goofier because when they were working on marketing for this film, they thought that Ben was going to be a super marketable thing. I don't know why they didn't pick Morph, which was the obvious answer. These idiots.
Morph's adorable.
They already had a mascot character, and they introduced this new comic relief. We already had comic relief. It's Dr. Doppler. Not only did they introduce a second comic, and Morph. Not only did they introduce a tertiary, unnecessary comic relief, they did it in the third act of the film, right before it ends.
Yeah.
Literally,
Baffling question. The only redeeming quality of Ben is that he is briefly.
He's not there for very long.
Yeah.
The only redeeming quality of Ben is that we know he is in servitude to Jim's mom of wanting the inn.
Now, Coin is right. Coin is right because he literally whatever role you could argue that he fills right now in terms of the final product is something. He even
takes up Doppler's role with the whole ingenuity and reading the computer stuff.
Doppler can show the side, which is so dumb.
Plane explosion. That would be Doppler's thing. Which, if anything, it should have been switched. So Doppler's driving, and Amelia should have been reading the measurements and stuff like that, reading it out to him. That would have been a nice little juxtaposition since. Previously, when they stayed at the black hole, she was driving the ships, and he was giving her advice and timing. So if you reverse those roles, it complements the characters and see how they've grown from there.
Anyway, so yeah, terrible character. We move on. They.
Ben
where
they are.
And
Silver tries to. Convince Jim to join him.
Yeah, Jim
get the treasure, leave everyone behind.
Silver tries to get the thing. Jim realizes, we don't have the orb. Silver doesn't have the orb. It must still be on the ship. So he's going to sneak back up on the ship to go get it. There's a really interesting deleted scene here where Scroop is actually on the planet, and we see him shoot his tongue out like a spike, like a pail of fruit. It's weird. You're like, why would you do that? And I'm glad they cut it because now Scroop is back on the ship. It was a really weird jumping back and forth scenes.
Well, they did keep that scene, but they made it more humorous with the child at the end.
It's another. I feel like it's supposed to be another representation of how he literally
how much of just a monster he is.
He just destroys. He eliminates life. Yeah. But dude, when they get back on the ship, when we see Jim get back on the ship, he encounters. Does he grab the orb before or after he sees Scroop? Right when he goes
before
the underbelly,
he gets the orb first, and then as he's getting it, Ben triggers the alarm, and he tries to escape, but Scroop's up there at the top of the ship.
He tumbles. I feel like doesn't
Ben
he?
has shenanigans at the thing, which is another irritating scene. Because we have a tense scene between Jim trying to hide from Scroop and Ben screaming, "Don't! I got maple syrup in here," and shit like that.
Back in, you naughty plug! Click.
Right. So it's great because at one point, Jim, I feel like he encounters Scroop at one point, in the bowels, in the boiler room of the ship, and it's awesome because we see Scroop at one end of the hallway, and everything is lit up. I think it's CG at that point. The background, it's lit up black and red.
The hallway scene is a mixture of CG and 2D animation.
He's in the fire and brimstone bottom world.
The fear color. Red's the color of fear color.
Yep, and so very intense, and so he ends up escaping and beating Scroop by doing what? By ascending up the mast, as if up out of the underworld, and then
returns to the underworld. Step 7.
Yep. and then
how he kills Scroop is something I want to talk about. The thematicness of him fighting Scroop trying to send him into the sky, and then Scroop getting caught up in the flag and then kicked into the stars by Jim fits thematically very well. I think it works because it pays off the earlier threat from Silver that stops screwing things up. You're gonna get sent overboard. It also an ironic same death as Mr. Arrow.
Literally. Yeah, it's symbolic and also it's very satisfying as far as karma goes.
However, the problem I have is how they got it set up. Besides the fact that the gravity situation is weird and I don't quite like it, like Bag said, I can deal with it. The problem is it's just Ben being a random moron is the only thing that happens. That's why it turns off and on.
Yeah, I don't know what is he's just yelling out random things, right? I don't remember him being relevant to that fight.
He wants to disable the laser cannons, so he does this without any direction.
He just starts ripping out plugs, no willy nilly.
Yeah, and just starts screwing things up. And then he disables the gravity. and for some reason, the gravity being disabled forces
Everything
Let me ask you this
Yeah,
though,
it
because
starts floating up.
I get that they start floating up. The ship is not moving, right? The ship is stagnant.
No. Yes.
So it's the ship's gravity. It's artificial gravity.
Gravity is what's keeping them walking. So when he turns it
Yeah.
off, that lets them fly up.
So okay, yeah. I mean, at the same time,
Well, it doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't let him fly up. It's as if he is in anti-gravity. He's being pushed upwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
He
thing
has
about
to
gravity-
hold on to the mast of the ship as if there's something forcing him upwards and pushing him upwards. And it doesn't act on Scroop the same way for some reason. Scroop is just like climbing up it as if he would climb up any old anything.
I mean, he's got 6 extra legs to climb on shit.
But the way they animated it, it does not look like that. It looks like Scroop is being pulled downwards, whereas he is drifting off and barely holding on to the flag as if he's being propelled upwards for some reason.
It looks like a spider crawling up a pole, basically. Like he just kind of puts 20 feet on it. But yeah, Peg, in chat, for anyone who wants to be sci-fi autistic, anti-gravity is one thing. The lack of gravity means that whatever force you propel yourself in means that you're going in that direction forever.
Yeah, microgravity versus anti-gravity.
So he does.
They have an on-ship fix for this entire problem already. You might be able to find out because they have a giant fuck-off cannon. All you have to do is have the cannon rearranged as maybe like a more of a catapult style thing, and have one. Scroop and Jim are fighting. Jim attaches like a piece, like a Scroop shirt to the bolt and just fires it off in the ether after the ship's gravity's been disabled. So now Scroop can't get pulled back to the ship because gravity's off, and so he just sails away, and then the gravity gets back on afterwards. Sure, instead of having, if you still want to have your zero gravity fight, they just doesn't float away into the sun, which is the problem. They're just floating into the sun randomly.
Yeah,
they could have done this
too. Is that since Jim has fallen free fall before, they could have made that he's a little bit, and Scroop is obviously a creature that has multiple tentacles or whatever. They can make it that Jim is more acrobatic in the air now he's gotten used to it, so he can actually maybe use the environment to bounce around and avoid Scroop's attacks.
Yeah, it would have been a much cooler fight scene instead of just scrambling upwards.
Yeah,
it did feel like a fairly quick scene, didn't it?
Yeah,
it's pretty fast. And so he kicks him off, and Scroop dies by pulling a Dutchman himself, which, again, very thematically appropriate. Excellent death for a very vile character. And then they head back down to the surface.
Got the map.
And they've got the map now. So he gets down there, and he gets back into the place where Doppler and Amelia are hiding with Ben, and unfortunately, Long John has got there first. He's taken over. He's got them hostage, and he's like, "Alrighty, just tie them up. We're taking the map. We're heading out." Unfortunately, Jim, our plucky, intelligent protagonist, is the only person who can figure out how to turn the map on. And so once again, Jim, thinking fast, tells him, "You're taking me with you, or I'm not turning the map on." And Long John Silver, he's like, "Okay, whatever. We'll take y'all." And so they do. They take them all. There's a really, I really like all of the scenes of the map. I think artistically the map is very well portrayed.
So
it's like
good.
a holographic map. It fills up the space, and it fills up the space with the map, and you kind of see things floating in the air. And then it has like a glowing line as if an arrow is loosed that leads them directly to where they're going. And there's a golden pulse that goes through the line every so often, leading them.
What I really enjoy about this scene when he says, "Take me with you, or you're not. I'm not opening the map." Long John Silver doesn't immediately go, "Okay, yeah, let's go." He looks at him and he gives him that like, "Oh, you son of a," like kind of tone, and he smiles at him and he goes, "Okay, yeah, I'm going to take all of you now." It's because just like maybe 5-10 minutes earlier in the movie, when he's waving his parlay flag, trying to get the map out of him, one of the last things he says to Jim is, "You're still not good at picking your battles, are you, boy?" And thinking he's naive. Well, this is how quick Jim just learned and adapted to act exactly like Long John Silver.
I think
I'm going to give you an option you can't ignore.
He appreciates it again. I feel like, is it before or after the scene where he goes, "You're just like me, boy," or something like that? He's like,
I
"You
like
hate to lose." Like
I like
he
the-
understands, because most likely he knows that like the entire thing that they're doing is like negotiation, making a gamble, and he knows where the leverage is. And when Jim decides to use his leverage, he looks at him like, "Oh, you got me." Like, "Oh,
My
I told
boy's
you."
learning.
I like it because like there's like a
I'm so
hint,
proud.
he starts with like a hint of
It's
anger
like a
because
weird
like he's
sense of pride.
annoyed with this kid, and then like
Yeah,
he has like a smile of respect, and then
Yeah.
he switches back off to like, all right. So it's like anger, respect,
wants
and
to win.
smiling to then to like like conniving, like, okay, we'll take you all, but you like he's basically, okay, you got me, you one up me, I'll take that, but you haven't won the whole thing. You know,
Yeah, it's very much, he's still, as much as he
he's still in
appreciates,
control of the situation.
he loves the game that's being played,
Yeah.
but he still wants to win, you know?
Yeah. Like, yeah, I'll sacrifice this piece, but I'm still going to win the whole thing. Like when you're playing in chess, like, yeah, okay, you took my queen, but I'm still going to win. Kind of
when
thing.
you guys are talking games, he says it right to the audience earlier on the ship when Jim overheard him
Playing
mouthing off at
games,
him and
are you?
overheard the
Yeah,
plan.
playing
Yeah,
games.
he goes, playing games. I was
I
never so
was
good at
playing
games.
games.
I don't like losing.
Yeah.
So good.
That
Yeah.
shows
And I think,
how,
and Jim answers back with neither do I, and then he takes his game.
Yep.
Also, at this point, Jim no longer has his jacket because he's no longer a bad boy; he's a hero.
Yeah.
Mhm.
at this point, yeah, Jim has started to mature and started to appreciate the value of, like, not being a punk, picking your battles, things like that, understanding consequences, and also, most importantly, that he's going out again to kind of find help. So to find help, would you say, like, for his injured comrades? Like, I'm not sure, like, what would be.
It falls on the camp. It's a secondary goal because he's got to get the map back so Silver can't get it. So he now has a chance to maybe negotiate and deal with that.
Yeah.
We
And
also forgot to mention
he knows for a fact that a lot of
these.
these pirates will want to see the treasure. So even if they do bring him with them, Jim knows that they'll probably only maybe leave like one or two to guard them because one's a doctor who's shown to be incompetent, and the other one is a injured woman. So not going to be too much of a tussle.
I forgot we have to mention that this is actually a super important detail. Because Ben hums the Pirates of the Caribbean theme, the producers wondered, wait, can we do something with that? And that's what started the idea to make the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Are you kidding me? No, they made up that theme by him humming.
No, that theme was always on the ride, but the producers, because producers are terrible slime balancers who don't exist, have never been to their own theme park, and they heard him humming that. So that's an interesting hum. What's that from? Oh, that ride? Do we own that ride? Well, what do you mean it's not based on a property? Well. This is money.
Let's make a property based on the ride.
Yeah.
Yes. I also give it.
I don't know how true that one is. That's on IMDb, so give or take. But that sounds like producers, and it's dumb enough that I could see it happening.
Mhm.
Especially because this film came out multiple years before Pirates was even thought of.
No, wait. No, it wasn't. No, it didn't.
Pirates came out in 2000.
Pirates was like 2000, wasn't it?
No, it was after this. I thought.
No, it was. I'm pretty sure it was after.
Let me see.
If what you're saying is
A year later, they would have had to do it in a
true,
year
it was
or
probably
less.
Hey,
July 2003.
Yeah. It's not what I
It was
said, Pops. It's what IMDb said. I'm pulling facts from IMDb here.
Listen, yeah, there are facts, and then there are IMDb facts.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I got you. But anyway,
Either way, I blame you, kid.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna scar you for life for the last fact.
it would be
I love that card.
what? 8
Yeah.
months? 8 months.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think
Yeah,
that's
so
an
they
IMDb
really.
falsehood, boys.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like it could have just been like, "Hey, here's a cool tune that he's kind of like, we own this." Like,
Well, I feel like that the producers of this film,
it is pirate.
the actual guys who wrote this film, probably thought, well, we like that ride and we own that thing, so we can just use it because why wouldn't you go on the only pirate themed ride if you're making a pirate themed movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's a whole bit Long John Silver and his crew. He's still now the crew is limited, right? We don't have the whole
Yeah,
crew
what's
with.
great about the crew is every death of the crew is like actually canonical. We don't see the same crew member, multiple times when they died. They're very meticulous at tracking the crew correctly, which I appreciate.
Yeah, the 4 guys who fell off on the boat, they're done.
They're gone.
That's
So
it.
they're gone.
Yeah.
That's another testament to how much like pride and like effort and respect they put into
The one
doing
that
this. They
holds
don't have
hostages,
to.
he's in the
They have
season now.
they have background characters, but they're all unique. They're all different.
Who don't for people who don't even talk like in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Simpson, Simpsons has names for a bunch of their background characters, but that's exactly what they are. They don't do anything. They all have like the standard appearance. Family Guy does the same thing. They made every single individual in this movie unique.
Yeah, they're actually individuals.
Yeah, like even down to the way that they move physically, it's like I can like look at this person and figure like what kind of person they are based on how they move and how they look at Jim and things like that.
The voices are all distinct as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, so beyond that, after they get down there and they leave the doctor and what's his face, they head. Yeah, Amelia. They leave Doppler and Amelia. They head and they find where this map leads to. And they find that it actually leads to nowhere at all. It leads off the edge of a cliff. And they're all like, well, what's this? I don't understand. And they basically tell Jimbo, hey, you better figure this out, kid, or else we are going to kill you because we are pirates and we are mildly upset at this point.
That's right. And then Jim, is the code written on the orb?
No, it's not.
There's literally an indentation where the light ends.
Yeah. And Jim, they throw him onto the ground, and because they throw him onto the ground, he sees that there's an indentation in the ground. He scrapes away the muck. He sees that the like lines in the ground inside the indentation match the lines.
By the way, chat. When we say the ground, we mean the surface of this entire planet.
Yes,
the metal casing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a
yeah. And so it turns out that the planet itself is a megastructure. It is a massive. It is actually like a planet-sized structure. Think the Death Star. And Jim slots the thingy into the thingy, and the orb into the hole in the ground, and it opens up what appears to be a portal that leads to another place clear across the galaxy, as Long John Silver says. So they begin pressing buttons, all sorts of buttons, discovering that this door takes them all over the place. And this is another problem that I have with this movie right here. This is a pirate crew, and they have just discovered something that will allow them to become as big and powerful as Flynn was. This is, and they immediately intuit this. They immediately understand this. They're like, oh, this is how he got around. Or at least Jim understands this. And so their answer is not, holy crap, we just found like the biggest possible score in all of reality, bigger than all of the treasure that's in this planet is worth. No, they're like,
all this treasure, so now we can
you're
do it
right.
again.
I mean, they're also pirates. They don't want to do work. They just want the treasure.
Yeah, the thing is,
No,
there's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference between like I'm gonna just grab quick cash versus I'm gonna.
They're more like thieving pirates as opposed to I'm going to conquer the whole world kind of pirate. Flint wanted to become the greatest pirate. These people just want fucking money.
No, I think Pag's correct that the pirates don't
Pag
have
is
the
correct.
correct reaction to this situation. I think that had they said you could have fixed this again by having having Jim say this is how he did it. One of the pirates, I don't care how he did it. I just want the loot, and that solves that problem right there.
That's what Silvers does that though.
not really. But either way, the thing is, like, okay. Also, had they turned around.
What is important though is that thematically, what we're showing here.
After Jim literally says this is how he was able to steal that treasure, Silvers literally grabs him, pushes him aside. But where did he hide it all? Because he doesn't care about the portal. He cares about the treasure, because that's always been hunting down for.
But that's silly. That's very, 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 very.
He's already
silly.
half cyborg. He doesn't need to become the other half. Fucking doing what Flint did.
Dude, he doesn't need to become the other half.
And I got both.
Here's the thing with that, though. It brings up an interesting question about what was Silver's motivation all along. Because he said he's given up literally half his body to find this, but he gives it all up for a kid at the end of the day. Did he actually want the treasure all along, or did he want purpose like Jim does?
We don't know how old Flint is. I mean, he's in children's storybooks. He's probably like maybe a century or two old at most. Then
he's a straight up skeleton. But the thing is, the reason that like we literally cannot see them like realize what the value of this portal is and have the story still function the way that it does is because what the portal literally represents is like, this is a fantasy world, right? So that's what they're looking at, is literally like, if we go through this portal, we go into a fantasy world. And so we can't look at that as like a real, like, global or universal type of tool, because it's just not the way that like the story works almost. Because of ends up ultimately happening. Like I understand that. I understand 100%. I agree with what you're saying, but in terms of just the way the story functions, we almost can't have it be anything but what it is.
Yeah, narratively and thematically, yeah, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
What I would do to fix this is I would make it so that the portal has obviously limited function. They're only going to get 20 more uses at it or something. I would just put that in there, like, oh man, the device is decaying. We're only going to get so many uses out of it. And
just another throwaway line, like King mentioned earlier for another issue. They could have said, "Oh, I've heard of this. It's ancient technology thought to be lost. He still has one that works. Whoa."
Yeah,
you know what it would be. It would be. I feel like almost like they understand what it can do, and like they still jump in and go to the treasure world, because ultimately it is the fact that they can manipulate where the portal leads to that saves them. It should almost be like that Jim discovers in real time that he can change the goal, and that saves them, rather than, because I feel like otherwise it should only be that they look at it as a portal to the fantasy, rather than a portal that like they can, press a button and change the channel. Because otherwise, otherwise your point is like literally breaks the whole movie.
Yeah, had it opened directly to the vault, I think that would have fixed it. There's a few small tweaks that they could have done to fix this scene. That would have made this scene just like
I got an
no
idea.
problem
What if
at all.
it opens straight to the vault, and then Jim clicks or somebody brushes a button, and it switches off the vault.
And then they realize,
and then because then they're like, "Well, it was right." They're like, "The money was right fucking there, Jim. Well, get it back." I don't care what this other stuff. We saw the money right there.
I got you.
Yeah,
that would.
Again,
I don't think that would break anything.
Kill two birds with one stone by activating the vault.
They don't have the treasure.
Oh yeah, and also that would show that Jim also understands how to change the destination of the portal. Yeah, okay, Kid. By the way, chat. If you ever want to learn, like, if you ever hit a roadblock, just ask Kid like how to break out of it. He will go like 3 degrees into detail and tell you things that you should have thought of, and you'll be kicking yourself. He's that guy. I'm telling you, he's done that for me. He's done that for me a few times.
Thanks, Pops.
But I mean, yeah, that's just like
the stupid Darth Maul in the Savage Press thing on my second worst performing video, but it's one I hold dear in my heart. So if you want to see how the writing thing there, you can go watch that in the channel.
But yeah, so that's a little issue with the writing at the end of the story. It's just a small issue. It doesn't destroy the story or anything, but it's just another one of those like small things.
This is why I tell people that this film's got like a great first like half-ish, maybe even 60%. It hits a brick wall when we get to Ben, and it's just growing its way until the very last 10 minutes.
I'll tell you what, though, the fact that the characters themselves are so compelling, whether you love them or you hate them,
it helps.
It almost makes up for like the flaws in like logic.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give the film credit for that. It doesn't screw up the characters just in this moment.
Yeah, in terms of like
stupid clown robot man, play. Like they're kind of like, yeah, okay, dude, whatever. They just accept it and move on.
Yeah.
If,
and I mean, like,
Ben's original purpose was to be the, like the key master gatekeeper thing to the treasure.
Ben was supposed to be, he was supposed to be like
If
Cerberus, like
at that point when they're like trying to figure out how to make the portal thing work, opening the vault, a great direction to go with it, which would have killed two birds with one stone. One, we get to kill Ben, and two, it actually gives it some purpose. Opening that vault activates his Iron Giant kill switch because he was supposed to protect it, and he just goes kill all the humans mode. They have to beat him near to death, and then he wakes up right at the brink going, oh man, Jim, you're my friend. Here, let me help you escape with your life. Here's how you mess with the portal thing.
That would have been cool. Yeah, that would have been a good fix.
During the fight, they hit a button maybe, and then it turns Ben normal. Like, wait, why did you attack us randomly?
Hang on, Coin. Do you think maybe if Ben turned into such a danger that they had to escape anyway, versus the whole planet exploding, do you think that would be better or worse? Because I know that's like what happens, but I mean, ultimately, like if you put the brain chip in and he turns from like a redditor into like a savage monster, do you think like maybe like if 10 other Bens woke up and they all started killing them, they would be like, oh, we got to get out of here without it having to be like we have to change the channel on the
start to self-destruct.
They could have done was something similar.
I got
his memory back. He just starts going like his body more similar to what Long John Silver does, but since he's like more of like an ancient tech, he's a lot stronger. He basically pulls out like a plasma beam or whatever,
into a big weird kill machine like Iron Giant. Remember that movie?
So he doesn't have as but since he's like just rebooted, his aim isn't good, so he misfires. Or maybe like he's aiming at someone else and Jim jumps in front of him. Ben, no! And he like pulls off real quick, just like an Iron Giant, and causes a chain reaction. That could work.
It could work as well because we see personalized robots in terms of like the character that they have, that the robot like forgets the ordinance at the beginning. Yeah. They are human. Like they do have that kind of like process of thought where they're just like, oh, wait a minute. Like, yeah, I can see that with him. Maybe,
Mm-hmm. Even though they were forced to have Ben here and forced to kind of shenagle around this, there's a lot of things they could have done to still include this in a more satisfying way.
No, it's better that we have Ben stand around and yell numbers in increments of 5.
17 seconds.
Yeah,
25. Oh, it's so good. So what happens next? So then we come across the actual Captain Flint with his third eye and
then all the aliens
he's got a weird.
So cool.
He's got a weird humanoid. He's got a humanoid shape, but his skull is almost like it's got like
he's got 6 eyes on top of one another. It's fucking phenomenal.
Captain Flynn is one of the coolest aliens I've ever seen in terms of for a villain design.
Yes,
look at this film. It's like you have Scroop, who's this horrible, disgusting monster, and I hate him. But then Flynn, you look at Flynn like, yeah, if that was my captain, I'd go to war with that guy. He's a badass.
Horrible, disgusting monster that I respect.
Do you think it matters that he's
in chat so I can put it on screen for chat?
You think it's well, you do that. Do you think it has some? It probably has something to do with the fact that he ultimately has like a humanoid figure with like hands and everything. Like he does look like something
monstrous enough.
Yeah, he's not monstrous. He
monstrous.
Is like
it's not alien monstrous. Like Scroop is full on alien.
It's familiar enough, but you look at it and you're like, damn, like this is a thing that almost transcends what we are, while at the same time we understand.
Scroop, Flint has fashion sense.
My boy Flynn had 1 million stolen clothes that he was wearing.
Mm-hmm. It's just familiar enough. It's just familiar enough to be unsettling.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I always love the look of like stolen military uniform or like raiders that kind of like are, claiming trophies and things like that. He always seemed
badass.
Like, yes, exactly. It's badass.
You look at the drip on this guy.
Not to say I support stolen valor.
Oh, someone already did it. Sorry.
But I'm talking
old stolen valor. Steal your local valor.
Do not steal the valor, folks.
Do not the valor.
Do not the
valor. So anyway, they
really cool.
All the pirates start filling their boots, and they set up they set off a self-destruct mechanism unbeknownst to them.
Yes.
And
So-
inside of Flynn's hand is Ben's mind.
I also like that it's Silvers who sets it off because Jim is very cautious and careful to go in. But Silvers just no, get out of my way. Like his impatience gets the whole place blown up. Like
do you remember when they showed like the remaining pirate crew? They're all they look like creatures. You know, like there's the one like person
ones left. Almost all the humanoid ones are gone at this point. Hello,
yeah,
players.
so they're
welcome,
almost
by the way,
like they see the gold and they're just like consume. They start like grabbing it up.
Their greed is overtaking them. They don't care about taking anymore.
Greed. It turns them into monsters. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're all just filling their pockets greedily. They've just been totally consumed. So while they're doing this,
so some of them die because they're trying to carry this big, heavy chest together, and they just can't, and they just fall in because of it.
And it's literally it is a scene of like we are like reveling in our own like.
Yeah. And I also like the fact that the pit is just basically lava, so it's basically all the greed is dragging them to hell.
Yeah.
Yes, the center of the planet.
Guys?
Yeah. So Ben,
by the way, welcome to chat, player. I made you a mod. Have fun bullying people in chat.
we love you, player. You are the man. Anyway,
You're a real player.
Kid. So what happens is as they're all digging through stuff, Ben and Jim are still going a little bit deeper into the heart of like the environment, trying to find the skeleton of the old Captain Flint. And Ben, he says something, right? He's like, I can't remember. He was trying to remind me of something that was horrible. There was going to be something horrible that was supposed to happen. I can't remember what it was. I don't know what to tell you. And then when we find the skeleton, as Pag says, right, what does he have in his hand? What does he have? He's got the brain chip. He's got the ultimate secret of the universe of material wealth, right? And I'm going off the cuff here, and I'm going to be totally anti kind of like material wealth here. But what happens is, he stuffs the brain chip back into Ben's head, thank goodness. And Ben goes, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I can think now. I finally have a brain. I can think, the scarecrow from.
Mm-hmm.
Don't it so Scarecrow?
That horrible trap that's been triggered, and we should all leave.
That's right. He finally realizes, and that was like the funniest part of Ben's character for me, is that he's such a goofball, and yet his ultimate secret when he reaches his like quote unquote enlightenment is literally like, we're all gonna die.
Like, oh yeah, right. Thanks for getting my memory back. I just remembered we're all gonna die.
So you might say that he receives the knowledge of life and death, and then they are cast out of this Garden of Eden.
You know what? Now that I'm annoyed that I didn't think of that myself because you're correct.
A garden. There's no trees anywhere.
Well, no, there's no trees.
But the thing is, like, we're looking at what is literally represented as like wealth to these people. Like,
and I really like what you said, but I think also plugging in his brain chip.
They are in paradise. And by the way, we get a great Jaws reference. One of the characters, they almost upturned the Jaws.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. But not to protect themselves, but because like we're in such joviality that now we
can't carry all this gold on one ship. We're gonna need more.
Yeah, their greed is so intense.
So they quote Jaws in terms of greed.
And
then it starts falling apart. Like everything starts shaking, and what the world splits. Like I always got confused at this part as a kid. I wasn't sure like what part
the whole planet explodes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of depressing for Doppler. I mean, of course, Doppler finds something greater. He has a family, and he's rewarded with cat girl Poon. And
hang
on.
He's very happy. I can at least forgive this for the planet exploding because one, it's a giant machine, and two, the previous owner rigged it to blow up.
It's whatever.
It's not like the planet just
that argument is the plot happened because the plot.
No, wait.
I don't like that kind of argument.
I gotta.
Well, no, it's like the planet like destabilizes out of nowhere, or just an earthquake shakes it too much, or a comet just spontaneously hits it. It's like this thing is rigged to explode.
Why would you design a thing that if you hit a button, it destroys itself?
Because it's mine.
Do that if I put
because Flint's a horned dragon.
Because
it's my gold. No one else can have my
one
gold.
thing. That's one thing, Peg. first of all, I do feel like from what we see from Dr. Doppler, he's not out there for the wealth. He literally wants to go on an adventure, and like that's his goal. Like,
Well,
do you
he's out there
remember the
for
scene?
the discovery.
You remember the scene where he talks about his degree, and he's like, no, all this just to be just to die on a foreign planet, and he like kind of like is like, oh, I
I've got
realize
this
what it really
doctorate,
means.
but it's not the doctorate that you help people with.
Yeah, I think Doppler, because I'm sure Jim gave him a little bit of the cash he got anyway to help with things. Not that Doppler's, hurting for things, but I also think that I don't know. I'm going to cite another movie here that's going to be funny. I think that National Treasure did this ending much better because you have to have it so the main character can't keep all of the money.
Yeah.
National Treasure, they basically said, well, what if we just donate it to all the museums and put on display for everybody? And I get that works for that film, but it works way better. And I think it's a much more altruistic of an ending. And I feel like you could have done something else here, and you still lock away the treasure, of course, because the goal is nobody else can get here.
I feel like I don't know. Even if literally
the only treasure Jim gets is literally like the spare change from Silver's coat.
Excuse me.
Like, Jim doesn't waste time putting treasure in his pockets. He's wasting time getting the fuck out of here.
It's hard to disseminate wealth from a planet-sized coffer in an effective manner.
But very hard.
Because otherwise, you're asking for the equivalent of doing that thing where they fly around in the helicopter and just drop money over New York City. Well, we could do that with these giant golden coins and doubloons by firing them out of an orbital cannon into other planets, I suppose.
Again, there could be other ways they maybe could get. Maybe they don't get the orb, so they don't have the map back. Or maybe there's a satellite they had to ping that you could have done earlier in the movie, so they had to do that in order for it to route them through a nebula. That satellite gets destroyed. There are other ways that you can lock the planet back off without blowing it up.
You're right. And one that comes to mind for me, that would have been an even bigger dagger to the heart spoiler bait. Ben thinks it's a self-destruct, and it is an explosion, but it's overload on that portal technology that beams the whole planet somewhere else, and now they can go find it again.
It beams the planet to a black hole.
I do feel like it almost fits into the entire character arc of Jim, and the theme of the movie is that what ultimately is what is the ultimate goal of going out on an adventure and discovering this fantasy world? Like, it is something that isn't real, and Jim does need to mature and realize that there are other things. So it needs to.
And Israel's got launched into the sun, as we established earlier.
It's not Israel, it's Groot.
Exactly.
But my point, I agree. If they wanted to make a sequel. If they wanted to make a sequel and they had it launched into the wilderness, out of nowhere, that would be probably perfect for a sequel where it's oh, now he's older and he knows better and he's matured, which is what we end up seeing with him. But, he's
already pretty cool, but we'll get into that when we finish.
I feel like with the way that the movie works thematically and the lesson that's supposed to be learned, you kind of do need this fantasy of gold. This gold fantasy planet to you need to realize there are other things, and so you need to kind of have it
back to being unobtainable and it's away from that, that's fine. If the way back is destroyed and that's fine. I just find it dumb that the planet, which was not built by Flynn, he found a way not only to teleport with it, but to rig it so it just blew itself up within 30 seconds of him having a guy walk across a tripwire. That feels unnecessarily cruel to me, and this out of place for the rest of the film. It's we need a literally explosive finale.
I agree with that.
All I was saying, right, is that it just seems sad that Doppler doesn't have a discovery to come back with. He doesn't have a physical discovery to come back with and be like, hey, I discovered this fantastic thing. That's all I'm saying.
That's kind of the point. That's kind of the point, though.
It is. It's thematic. It's thematically appropriate. It just feels sad. I just feel a little sad for Doppler. He gets He gets the cat girl Poon, and he gets a family, which is a treasure
Oh,
worth
like
more
that's
than
not
anything in all the world.
like that's not more than you could ever ask for.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
so-
watch this scene. It
Keep
doesn't
talking
like
about
it
that.
doesn't rig the whole planet to explode. It drops one of those massive energy pylons straight into the core.
Which blows
So
the
he
whole
didn't rig the
freaking
whole
place
planet.
up.
He rigged a part of it.
Did,
Well, if you take any sort of piece of machinery, if you fuck up a big piece of it, it's going to destroy itself.
Zug, I was also gonna say, since I heard you
If you
bring
take
it
a
up,
car
and
and you just rip out one of the freaking what is it? The top, like, well, not the tumbos. What's the thing that
All right,
you just rip out one of the pistons? It's going to be problems.
I heard you bring up before. You remember we talked about the fact that he hoards gold. It's almost like a dragon archetype, right?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like one
Do
too.
you think maybe they might have taken that into account in terms of like the ultimate quest of slaying the dragon, being that they conquer this area and then it no longer has any like the resonance and the kind of like fantasy element that it used to have, in terms of just the fact that like we've made it deep down into the caves, into the dragon's lair, and now at this point we understand. I don't. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay. Yeah. My bad. So anyway, so dragons are known to hoard wealth. Yeah.
I just want to say, I really
The
I really
Egyptians did the
do
same thing. They made
appreciate-
sure they took their gold with them. They made giant pyramids.
I got you. But at the
Yeah,
same
right,
time,
and
what
and
they're doing,
that's why I really appreciate. I really
But-
appreciate your description of referring to him as the dragon hoarding gold, because
Yeah, because
Flint's
what
not
they're-
a big
what
major.
they're ultimately doing.
He's part of the plot, but he's not a major character. But even with as little on screen as he is, all the stories people tell about him, we know what his motivations were. Hoard all the treasure, stick it on a planet.
Yes, and
He is a dragon. Yes,
we realize
he is a space dragon pirate man, and that's
We
why I
realize-
think King. That's why the planet blows up, because what did Smaug do in the Hobbit movies when they come to
Thinking about what
take
you're
his
saying
gold?
there, I think that you're right. Instead of the planet blowing up, though,
He flew out
had
to
the
go
lasers
kill him.
melted all the gold.
Well,
I think
hang
we
on.
wouldn't
Let
see
me get there. Let me get there.
Yeah.
that's what the lava's for, though.
Exactly. Yeah. So the dragon. So Flint is a dead dragon in this movie. He's dead. He knows he's mortal. He knew he was mortal. He knew he would die with his treasure. He rigged this shit to explode because, okay, I'm so covetous, so greedy, so riddled with avarice.
If
This
I
gold
can't
is
have
mine.
it, no one
If
can have
I am no longer here, exactly. If I am no longer here, I'm going to have a way
And
to
I like how he makes
get rid of it
and
so
they
no
get
one else
in
can
and
have
it
it.
blows up. It's like, yeah, you found my treasure. You're not going to leave with it, though.
Yeah, and that was
Uh-huh.
my point. Was like
It's going to stay with my corpse, but if anyone is capable of taking it, well, I'm blowing us all up.
That was
I will be the
my-
last one to touch this.
Hope your journey was a good
it's
one.
like,
The last one you're going to have.
it's Jim. It's like Jim and the rest of them almost being forced to realize that like they have to mature. Like you have to move on from your adventure fantasy world that you live in and kind of be like, there's more than this. There's realer things. But yeah,
think that you
Flint blowing up
I-
the planet in the gold was telling Jim to go get a job like the rest of us.
Go be a Navy man.
Sure, but I think that if you had instead of the planet exploderating, had the lasers just melt all the gold, that would have still accomplished all the thematic elements you were going for, while also
Mhm.
not having the planet just destroy itself unnecessarily.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway,
Bagging the lasers there, have them melt all the gold, and you have them say, "That's plasma. That's vaporizing all the gold," and you just have the same exact elements.
and then
Have them
you know
melt all
what
the
we
gold, it turns into
also,
liquid, and it flows into a big pile of wreckage that just happens to somewhat resemble Flint's skull, so it looks like a big golden effigy of him. Then it explodes.
Hey, you remember do all of the pirate characters? They all get out, right?
No.
Oh, they all
no,
Two of them
only,
are-
okay,
two of them are-
only
good.
the boss
I was
gets
gonna
out. Everyone
say-
else dies. Every
And
other
there's-
person dies. I mean,
Because what you described reminded me of Benny and the Mummy.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's much cooler.
It almost
than
like the greed thing.
that. Came out before the
Two of them
movie.
die from the
Other
greed
people
right
all the
away,
time.
and the rest of them barely get out alive, but they're captured. And they're
No, the
held
people
up.
who are captured were captured on the ship beforehand. Nobody who
Mhm.
goes
No,
into
they
there
weren't.
gets out alive.
No,
Yeah.
there's like three of them get out alive.
I don't think
I
that's
just-
true.
I
I think
don't-
it's just the
who
people on
go
the
in
ship.
get out.
I don't
Yes, they do.
remember people not getting out. That's all.
They do get out.
I don't think they do. I think that
They
all the
do.
people who are shown inside, I think they perish. I
No,
think the only
two
people are
of them
people who
guy
break
get out?
inside.
I literally pull. I got the movie right in front of me. They pull
Dude.
out like the
Dude, let me know,
the lady
because
with the
that-
hand leg. She gets out. The guy with the two heads, with the little head and the big body head, gets out. The big fat
Yeah,
guy, which they captured, he's already captured inside the ship. And hold on,
Did the fart guy get out?
I don't know.
No, we don't see him sign up. Anyway,
I think
it's
Hawkeye
not
was
it's
one
not
of the
really
ones
all that terribly important.
No, it's like so. Out of like a crew of like
we
18,
head back to
like
the
four survive.
Yeah, what's
it's-
more important here though is what we see happen with our main characters.
Yeah, our cast gets back, and we have the final touching moment between Jimbo and Long John Silver. They meet in the belly of the ship back at Civilization, and Long John Silver is trying to get away. He's trying to make one last escape, and Jim walks in on him and sees him doing that, and he says, "What you doing there, boss?" And he's like, "Well, I'm just securing this boat." And so Jim walks up to him and ties the ship down, which I think is a good callback that he ties down the boat. And he looks at him and he says, "It's nice and secure now. It's not going anywhere." And then Long John Silver finally owns up to what he's doing, and he says, he tells him the truth, which is a character moment, that he's telling him the truth because he lies to him at first, just like he did at the beginning. He lies to him.
about Morph first. Like, look, Morph can't handle it, and
Yeah.
He's
they're
very
listening
much
in,
a-
but it's actually
He'll
him.
occasionally kill his spirit.
Mhm.
Basically,
Yeah.
he's using Morph as a euphemism for himself.
Yeah.
He's very much a trickster in the beginning because he's almost like he's not innocent, but he almost is like immature in the way that he's constantly
It's not that
going
he's
for this
immature,
kind of.
he's putting on an act. Like he's playing the part of a kind-hearted chef to be what's the thing I'm thinking of? Deceptive.
I'm thinking like in terms
He's
of his
deceiving people
goals.
because like he's deceiving people to believe that he's not as much of a threat as they think he is.
Okay.
Oh, he's a big giant
Yeah,
cyborg guy.
yeah.
So he's no, he's just the chef and he uses this to cut fruit and stuff like that. He can't have weapons and guns and explosives and that fucking shit. It's being deceiving to belie his more cruel and dangerous nature.
Mhm.
Like a
But he
a
ultimately
wolf in
no,
sheep's
but
clothing.
at the heart of his personality, he's still like he's the yearning for adventure.
He hasn't killed
rather
the
than
dream hasn't died in his
actual violence or anything.
I mean, he's violent.
No, he
It's
is.
that-
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
that
is that
he's intelligent enough to know that violence can only get you so far. You have to play. Sometimes you have to belie your true nature to get what you want.
okay? Yeah,
You know, like Scroob is a perfect example of it. He's nothing but violence.
he doesn't belie shit. Yeah,
Yeah, he's nothing but violence and only acts upon violence, and it screws up so much stuff. He would never make a good leader of any sort of pirate crew, and that's why he's not a leader of a pirate crew. He can't.
even asked that he's
He
not
can't
a leader.
deceive. He can't decept. He has no charisma. He doesn't know when he needs to do it, except for like maybe with the arrow thing. But even that's like that's only because out of character. He only did that to lay blame on Jim.
Nebula, what do you think?
Sorry, been a bit busy with some stuff. What part are we on?
End of the movie.
I'm just it's fine.
Very end?
I wasn't expecting you to give. It's
I don't
fine.
know.
I just wanted to see if you were awake. Yeah. So
Hey,
Pat,
I mean, I've been providing some information here and there.
you remember you do remember the scene where John Silver he gives up the gold to save Jim, right? Like
Yes,
jumps to grab him
of
off the cliff. Do you remember what he says in that scene? I'm trying to remember. He's like, "Oh, all this for just a boat or something." What does he say?
Oh, it's it was just a lifelong dream. I'll get over it.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, once they get out.
It's like said like you just.
That's
It's just a
lifelong.
lifelong dream, Jim. I'll get over it. He's crying
Yeah.
and wiping his eyes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway,
Absolutely.
he's clearly filled his pockets with gold and treasures and whatnot.
Yeah.
And he throws a handful to Jim,
As
which
David,
includes like a good like finger-sized ruby and things like that. So
Which is
he's
like-
clearly very, very, very
Tens of thousands of dollars.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he throws
And
him a
not to
bunch of
mention
cash.
depending on how old it is too, because if it's really old gold,
Yeah. It's
Yeah, historical value would be
probably-
worth it.
I mean, do
Gotta
keep in mind that the captain guy's body had deteriorated to just his skeleton.
The implication, is that this has been a thing
Like
that people
Flint's
have
like probably
not been
like
able to
centuries
find.
old. Like if they're making
guys
little
just-
child
like,
books out of this
it's-
guy's got to be like a century or two old at least.
You guys
Which-
just mentioned,
which-
like, if it's really old gold, I'm just imagine if like they open the treasure planet and it's just a bunch of like U.S. quarters.
The treasure.
Because it's just,
They open the
this is still technically in reality,
No,
I guess. It's just really in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had some if you had thousands of years in the future, you had quarters from today, it'd be worth
Yeah,
a pretty penny.
they would be worth a lot.
Especially if
Yeah.
America somehow goes under and never becomes so lost civilization.
Yeah,
money?
somehow.
Somehow, yeah. Anyway, so and then we get the final closing character moments. We get to
Yes.
see there's a little bit of time skip. He gives his money to his mother, who reopens the bar. Doppler and Amelia have gotten together and made some terrible abominations against man and God, who are weird dog cat things that are either kitters or
kippies.
puffins or
Kippies.
whatever.
They're
yeah,
kippies.
they're kippies.
Okay, so
Yes.
here we go. Last piece of trivia
And
on
then-
DB. There's a cut scene where as it says, at the end of the movie, Dr. Doppler and Captain Amelia, two aliens, get together and have some children. There's several cut lines at the end of the movie that reveal Dr. Doppler, the male alien, is the one who gave birth to the children. Implying
Oh,
that Captain Amelia, in fact, has the genitalia to impregnate him.
I
No.
love Mpreg. I
No.
love Mpreg. Anyway,
Wait, you're telling me
so-
that it was a pregnant actress who that's almost too.
Yeah.
That's
By the way,
fine.
here's one of the early images I wanted to share.
Or maybe
to get
it-
into at the
oh,
end.
or it could
Of
be
the
like-
black-haired Amelia.
Actually, kid, if you think about it, maybe Doppler's like a seahorse.
who knows?
Yeah, no, he
Like a
has the
seahorse.
personality of a seahorse, doesn't he?
I prefer not to dwell on it, lest I get too erect.
Let's get Theo.
Um,
in here.
So,
Yeah.
and then the final thing is that Jim pops in, and we have gotten the final payoff. Jim has become a man. He has joined the
No,
Navy
it's
and
even
become
better.
an
He-
ensign.
The doors open up to the police officers out of the beginning, and they march
Yeah,
in, but
and
instead
we
of carrying
see-
Jim, they present Jim.
And we
Yes.
see Jim is now wearing the pure white, right? Like he's kind of like he's almost transcended what's going on in that environment. He's above, he's kind of the light of everything. He knows better. He's got that kind of knowledge with him, and it's symbolized with the white outfit he's wearing, right?
Mhm.
And he looks
Yeah.
he looks
Jacket
looks
early in the
larger than
movie,
life.
but he
Like,
wore
he
a
looked
black
bigger.
shirt otherwise.
Yeah, he's
The whole
clearly become an adult. He's become a man. He's stepped into his role, and he's going to go explore the stars. Except this as like an official, like an actual person, an officer in the Navy.
He's just going as far as
At
the
least
proper way.
presumably he's an officer. We don't really know. We don't get his
well,
rank,
he
presumably
He's
he's
part
an
of the Navy.
he's no longer a little cabin boy. He's got he understands things.
He's
and
definitely got
smart.
some kind of rank he can pull.
Yeah,
Especially considering
and
the
yeah.
cops saluted him and such.
there you go.
and
yeah,
so
look,
that's the end of the
I
film.
mean, that's a pretty good
hang on, because what happens one more time, which is an ultimate, like, basically declaration of I've reached my entire character arc, is when Long John comes down in a private conversation. He comes and so he meets Jim when he's like cleaning a little dinghy, right? And he's like, hey, you want to come out with me? Just you and me, we'll split the profits.
Oh
And
yeah, that's
he entices him.
before. Yeah, that's before this all happens. That's the last scene. of
Oh,
Long
is
John.
it?
Yeah.
Anyway,
He
yeah,
tries
the
to lure him
point is-
away, but
yeah.
Jim is like, no, my family's more important. I've got
Yeah.
something more important than treasure to me now.
I wanted to bring up that scene specifically because it shows Jim's entire character arc from like a punk adventurer and he literally says, like, if you asked me a few months ago, I would have gone with you, but now I know better. So he's matured. It's that's kind of just important for his character that now he kind of has learned how to be an adult, and he literally is his own man, because Long John is like, all right, we'll keep tabs on you, but we love you. You go and do your own thing.
And it gives a slight time frame of how long this journey actually took.
Mm.
So it's like if you asked a few months, that means this journey probably took at least 4 or 5 months.
Oh, I'm sure it took. Yeah, I'm sure that was a long journey. And anyway, ultimately, yeah. So we end with the end credits on a terrible, terrible soft rock song from the 2000s.
Yep. Cops
The
does
rest
not
of
like
the
soft
soundtrack
rock.
is great. I have
It's really-
so much hatred for that type of music. If it has words in it, I hate it.
It's really not that bad. It's inoffensively bland.
It's bad. Yeah, that's the thing. It's so plain that it's just like,
Mhm.
all right, let's get out of here.
Does this
Like,
need
all
to
right,
exist?
turn the movie off. Whatever.
It's a song by committee.
It
Yeah.
is a bigger nitpick than Pag with the gravity thing, but I do not like those songs. And there's only like 2 of them in the whole movie.
Mhm. And one of them is at the end credits. So like.
You literally, yes.
So yeah, that's that. Good
That's
movie.
So
Yeah.
yeah, fellas, folks in the chat, anyone who's an aspiring writer, take into account the idea if you use the environment or like the house or whatever environment the character is in their shelter to parallel their mind, it is an easy cheat code to write something that I personally am going to think is deep as hell. And I really like this movie because it does that almost expertly. The way they interact with the environment and the environment that they're in literally is like everything about it that you need to know almost is visually represented without a word being spoken. I love this movie.
Yeah. They do such a good job with everything they do, and the plot is tight. There's no wasted time anywhere.
Every scene is necessary. Every scene is like important. Yeah.
Minus some bend scenes.
Boring, Ben.
Go on. And subscribe to Black and Rooney.
Yeah.
Boys, I keep trying to talk.
Oh, what do you want to say?
First of all, we have 10 more scenes to talk about.
We do?
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Do we?
What 10 scenes could there possibly be?
The deleted scenes and the scenes that were no removed or altered from the film, such as Jim eats Billy Bones before he crashes. Billy goes into the tavern, has a drink, talks to them, then leaves and crashes back down. That was deleted.
We can't have that. No,
that does sound worse.
That sounds like a good scene to delete.
Scroop kills Morph. That happened on one of the original things. He
I would
cuts him up,
absolutely hate
then
the
Morph
creators.
so Morph just reforms and it's fine.
Okay.
Wow.
They completely cut out the scene with the mutiny being discussed by the heroes. The heroes were supposed to have a longer discussion about the mutiny. There's supposed to be a scene in the captain's stateroom where she's talking about the difference between the screen. When the cops first flagged Jim Hawkins, instead of just giving up and going with them, the original version, he said, "You know what? Watch me," and he started taking them on a whole other, even longer tour of that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's really
when Jim and Long John get into a fight for the first time, Long John's supposed to say, "You think a pup like you could take on the likes of me?" And Jim is supposed to make a response with, related to a dog thing. We don't know what it is because the rest of it was cut.
He says, "By Thunder."
Yes, this by Thunder.
By
After the
Thunder.
Lifeline scene was Mr. Arrow died, the crew was supposed to turn their backs on Jim and look at him angry for what he did. During the scene where Jim is trying to get into get the map back from Morph, and they're like, she's like, "Hold your fire until Jim jumps in." That was supposed to be extended even longer with Delbert and them all calling out to him like, "Jim, get over here, hurry up," and stuff, all that.
I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad. This is one of those things. Like when you write something, absolutely look through it. Maybe get a second, third set of eyes. You will absolutely find out. Like some shit. Excuse me. Some things just aren't necessary. Like there's enough in there anyway.
Yeah, you should always be looking at your writing with an idea of like, does this need to be here? And if it doesn't need to be there, then it shouldn't be there. A lot of like novelists kind of think to themselves, well, I've got a novel. I don't have to respect anybody's time. I can write as much as I want in here.
I can have 500
should.
pages. No.
Yeah,
Trim the fat.
should respect people's
clear, concise, and to the point.
Yeah, only put in there what advances the plot.
Still with scenes though.
Okay.
Yep.
Amelia was supposed to be wounded and have blood on her hand, but that was altered because for censor ratings specifically.
Okay.
Jim and Scroop were supposed to have a much longer fight. Jim was supposed to talk to Amelia after getting back to the ship before the end, like montage about joining the military. I prefer the way it just jumps into it personally.
Yep.
Yes.
The
100%.
crew was
I agree.
supposed to escape captivity after being locked up for the first time, but are re-locked up after the captivity. The scene is supposed to take place after the treasure planet has blown up, from what we can tell. That would just been another unnecessary shenaniganery.
Yeah, I don't think pretty much every single one of these scenes seems like good idea.
Yeah,
None of these should be here.
the first one you mentioned. It would have made the movie worse, yes, but it would have been objectively funny if Billy Bones came in, had a nice little talk with him, drank a bit, talked some more, left, hopped in his space PT cruiser, takes off, immediately crashes, busts out, and starts screaming about the cyborg.
That would have been a little bit funny.
The fact that you said
progresses normally from there.
It gets fun. There's another funny thing related. There's two more things related to that.
you said space TT.
Yeah,
PT.
the space.
Sorry,
another...
Jim. You look like you'd be a good pilot. Anyways,
It's
I'm off
so
here.
good.
The cyborg.
No, you're 100%
cyborg.
So while he's screaming about the cyborg on the floor of the inn, apparently there was supposed to be a 3-minute scene where during screaming about the cyborg, they start talking to him and arguing about, hey, we can't accept this because it's going to ruin Jim's future. And he's supposed to have a heart-to-heart to them about the importance of taking future when you hold. That's why Dilbert in the next scene is like, I want to grab the thing, but just go, because that was supposed to be a callback to the scene earlier when Billy's like, you must grab the future when you see it.
Taking chances.
Yes.
Yes.
The last scene is a collection of 4 scenes that we don't know where they're cut. Sorry, just the names of these.
They just happen.
It's called Jim Meets Ethan, parts 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Who the hell is
So
Ethan?
you're telling me
I'm going to put
they
Ethan on screen for chat, because this character was completely cut in his important roles from the movie. Here's Ethan. This is one of the only images I can put on screen for chat that we have of Ethan.
I like Ethan.
Ethan was supposed to be a little kid
Ethan.
who, at the beginning of the movie, when we were supposed to see Jim get on his hoverboard before he flies away, and talk about how he got that from his dad as a gift. And Ethan says, I got a scooter from my dad, it's busted. And then later on, when Jim gets arrested, Ethan's still there, the scooter's still busted. After Jim gets yelled at by his mom, there was going to be a scene before the inn gets burned down. Jim was going to help Ethan with the scooter, at which point Ethan's dad was going to come home, thank Jim, and then say, where were you at all day, Dad? Oh, I was getting my own scooter, son, so now me and you can scooter around together. It's going to make Jim feel even worse about not having a dad. And at the very end of the movie, when it comes back, Ethan was supposed to be in the pub and give Jim a scooter as a thank you.
I'll take it out. Yeah, please.
I'm glad that got cut.
Yeah, it seems like literally all of these scenes good to be left on the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
Especially Scooter Boy.
Yeah, would have made the movie worse.
Unnecessarily mean to Jim. Like, I told this one person who was like, he was basically writing a book. It's like, well, I want to do this, my main character. Like, okay, your Kira's already beaten down. You don't need to keep beating them down.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to keep pouring the salt in the wound. Like, if they're down.
He already doesn't have a dad.
Yeah, he doesn't. You don't need to do that. Like this, like their main character gets like, they're in a war. They get partially crippled because of an explosion going off. Their partner gets killed because of it inadvertently. That's like, okay, that's enough. You don't need to do more of it. He's already down. Yeah. Oh yes, post-traumatic stress. Okay, cool. Stop beating the poor man down. Oh, now he's partially blind. Like, no, stop.
By the way, there's supposed to be an extended crash scene where Jim refuses to help Billy Bones multiple times and basically argues with him until he's eventually pushed into it, which I think would have been way worse.
Oh God, no!
Yep.
That would have made Jim a more horrible character.
It would have made Jim a much more horrible character. Did I mention the perp eating scene? Did I mention that?
Nope.
What?
Oh yeah. Scroop is supposed to snoop a doop. Here's the only image we have of his tongue. He's supposed to tongue bang. Let me get it bigger for chat. It's really tiny on their screen.
Oh, he's on the ship in there. That's not in the planet. That's on the ship.
Yeah, but that's the composite image we've managed to create, apparently.
Okay.
Planet, and it's supposed to take place on the planet, but that's the one that somebody made of what the scene looked like based on the descriptions that we were written with it.
Okay, gotcha.
Which is really funny to me that was another thing. And all the stuff from the first movie. And I have to read to you guys the.
Yeah, thanks, player. You don't need to kill Uncle Ben and sell your marriage to the devil.
Exactly.
Now I go back in time and kill the man who wrote one more day.
You do the world a favor. So I have to read this summary for you guys for the next plot. During the production and the release of the first Treasure Planet, a second Treasure Planet was being worked on with authors skipping ahead. The plot was supposed to follow Jim as he went through the academy. He just got out after a 5-year stint with his new girlfriend, Katie. Right when Ironbeard declared war on them. Ironbeard was a villainous pirate who figured out how to make ships called ironclads, voiced by Willem Dafoe, who was supposed to lead a war on the galaxy, burning it to the ground. And it turns out that one of Jim's first battles, he fights one of Ironbeard's top lieutenants, Long John Silver himself. Alliances will be formed.
That kind of, besides William Dafoe, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Why would Silvers would not seem to be someone who would work under someone else, no matter what.
Immediately, remember this is 5 years later, so he basically, and he's his top guy. So that means he immediately joined another group of pirates and worked hard enough to get raised to the top again.
And by a cutthroat killmonger who wants to burn the galaxy.
Yeah,
completely ruining his character arc.
Yes.
I don't know. It kind of shows just to some extent charismatic and like that he's a master of his environment. But yeah, of course, that is absolutely not necessary. We do a lot better with him being like a mysterious thing as he's introduced.
What they could do is bring Silver's back is that he's maybe part of a pirate crew who's against Ironclad.
Sure. I would have been fine with that. But again, this is a spec script that we got told by people. Somebody read it and they told somebody what they read, and then that's what got told to us, kind of thing.
Yeah.
What was the last
Again, this is drafting, and they probably go, "That's a bad idea."
There was one more detail that there was supposed to be. Hey, I'm just skimming. You guys want to talk real quick? These things are all out of whack on these notes. Here it is. There was supposed to be a second set of games released that was supposed to take place as part of Jim's training academy. Some of these games got released as free things handed out at McDonald's Happy Meals, one disc with small games, with the fourth game being unlocked if you had all 3 other discs. Oh, that's kind of neat. And they're eventually supposed to be collected into a collection and released with for future on PC, but this was never done. Well, that sucks. That's it then.
Cool. This is
alrighty.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll trust that has seen this movie. I won't even say go watch it. Like it's that good. Like you better have already watched it.
It's a very good film.
This film is fantastic. It's one of my favorite films ever. This and it's a real tragedy how it got done at the box office. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you. I want to.
Oh, go ahead.
Give you a review of this movie.
A review by whom? Hang on. Why in context am I going to hate this?
This is a famous and important reviewer. This is Roger Ebert. One of the.
Oh, I don't care what that idiot says.
Shut up, you. Okay. Robert Ebert is one of the most important reviewers of all time. Don't you know?
No need to read the Wikipedia, Zook. Don't bother.
Roger Ebert of Chicago Sun-Times gave it a 2.5 stars out of 4. He says, I feel a more traditional take on the story would have been more exciting and less gimmicky. The space aspects really took away from the script, and I wish they hadn't done that.
So he understands that pirate movies to that point, right? That's an important piece of pirate movie history, that like Pirates of the Caribbean literally redeemed that entire kind of like
genre. Yeah.
aesthetic or genre, whatever. Like pirate movies were like trash. Like the only good one was Hook, and that was it. Like, and that wasn't even a pirate movie. Like
Roger Ebert's so funny to me because half of his reviews are like actually on point and like really good criticisms or like good rankings, and the other half feels like he just smoked a bunch of meth,
Old man
watched
yelling
a
at
different
clouds.
movie, and
he's
just reviewed it
very
poorly. It's so
How
funny.
dare they
very-
make pirates on sea and space? Brr.
I guess like the issue is that his takes are always so intense that it's like he either hits the nail on the head and hammers it into the ground, or he's so off that it's hilarious. You know?
It gets better. He further then complains about the script.
All right, guys. Before
Described
we
it
do
as-
this, I have to get out of here. I have to go to sleep.
All
So
right,
I'll talk to you guys
good
later.
night.
All
I'll
right,
be-
Everybody.
We love you, Peg. Everyone go buy that guy's
Yeah.
book. He's
Go
got
read
like
his book
7.
for free and go buy the
Oh.
other copies of it. The script is described by him as listless, and he remarked that if only the script were as amusing as its visuals try to be. The film was less an act of homage than a clumsy and cynical bit of piracy on its own property. It's not much of a movie at all. Brainless, mechanical, and barely a picture. All the cutesy
Now,
and updated
next one.
properties have zero momentum and should have stayed in the drawing board.
Man, it sucks
Amazing.
that all of these reviewers were bought out by Disney wanting.
I was
to
literally about
the
to say
studio.
that. Yeah, who paid him to say that? Yeah.
I think Roger Ebert, you have to remember, he is the opposite 4-star system player. He's so old that he was doing the 4-star system in like the fucking 70s before the 5-star system really came about.
Nah,
5
if
stars came about after Michelin with Michelin's system, but that's the way the rating systems came about. So different discussion for a different day. We got to remember with Roger Ebert something to like you focus on. He is supposed to be like a stuffy and self-important reviewer, so he only talks about stuffy, self-important movies. You see this
Yes,
a lot with
that-
like a lot of
that
bread
is,
tubers. They
He's
suck
an
their own
art snob who
farts.
only thinks that only good art is art snobby.
Yes,
He's up his own
I
ass.
absolutely understand what you mean because I feel the same way about Harold Bloom. Like he talks about books, right? And he loves books that'll reference Shakespeare or reference this or that. That's like classic Western literature. But something other than that, he will spurg out against it.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's almost like you can't confine yourself to that extent.
Yeah. Roger
And-
Ebert is old man
That's
yells at
understandable.
clouds, basically. If it doesn't pay homage or is like the classics, if it's its new thing, he doesn't care.
That's kind of what I mean. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Roger Ebert, but yeah. I feel like that's kind of what I'm getting from him is like he's looking at it and being like, well, it didn't like here's my expectations and they're perfect.
Overlord snob.
You didn't meet those.
Back in my day, but with flowery language.
Well, that's Harold Bloom. That's Harold Bloom to a T. But yeah, I love him and he's smart, but basically, I feel like
when I listen to like Ebert's the same way. He's very well like read on movies and stuff, and like again, sometimes his movie takes are great, but sometimes he just has utterly baffling takes on something that should be like a crowd pleaser. He hates crowd pleasing movies. He would have killed himself. He would have jumped off a shelf had he been around for the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
that's the thing though. Also,
I mean, half the MCU is trash.
in retrospect.
Go ahead, Pops.
In retrospect, you kind of have to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I don't know if I knew more about that review and everything,
It's one of
I'll,
those things where again, I talk about this a lot when I talk to people who review media. I think that most media reviewers are tainted too much by the thing that they do, because when you're reviewing media, you tend to get what's new. And what's new is sometimes and most often derivative of things beforehand. So you're
Yeah.
going to get cynical and rate it
Well, yeah.
lower because you've seen things like it before. Instead of it
Yeah.
possibly being a fresh take for the audience, because
Yeah.
that genre has been out of style for 5 years. If you only reviewed Westerns, then when like something like True Grit came along, you'd hate it because it's just another frickin' Western. Yeah, it might be an okay one, but you've seen enough of them before.
come on, no, True Grit,
You have
the
to measure something
2006 True
against. You have
Grit.
to measure something to what it's trying to accomplish within its own.
I got you. Though.
I
I,
get that, and I think that's the problem with these reviewers. The other problem is you run into, and I'm going to do a little bit of call here. What EFAP's problem? They watch too much good stuff that their barometer is completely broken. Things
Yeah.
that they think are bad are actually mediocre films.
Yeah.
I'm not
Because, like,
sure.
they're-
I think think like it depends on what metric you have for a like passably good movie, because it's almost like none of them feel like anything is a good movie unless the EFAP guys literally say in their like thumbnail like this movie's great. Otherwise, it literally feels like I'm doing an autistic breakdown of what doesn't make sense, no matter how good the actual entertainment value is. And it's like, dude, like a movie is entertainment.
Entertainment value, like the actual way you tell the stories, they are so much more competently done. I challenge anybody to get through that French film that's named I Shall Not Repeat. I think it ends in 23 Bordeaux Way if you want to watch it. And Manos, The Hands of Fate. I've never felt actually sick, like physically ill from movies, but those two movies gave me so much pain that
I can only watch
that I
Manos
thought
when
that
watching
maybe there
MS2K.
is no God from watching these movies.
I can
No,
only make it through Manos when I'm
Zook.
watching MST Mystery Science Theater 3000s.
I know you've watched at least 2 French movies, Zook.
I watched a couple French movies in the.
I know you watched Delicatessen.
I don't think so.
Well,
All right,
if you guys want to watch a French movie that I was bamboozled into showing that was supposed to be about hunting for werewolves, but apparently it's about gay incest, come join the Discord. We're watching it this Sunday.
Yeah,
don't spoil anything, but Kid is working on a certain video based on some real stuff that is French.
Oh yeah, it's very French and very horrible. By the
So
way,
if you're
next week,
But you repeat yourself.
episode of the podcast.
if you're into French people getting killed, we got you.
Exactly.
Can
Next week will be the final
can I just
episode
get
of
a
the
montage
podcast.
of all the French
It's
people
going to be
getting
a
killed?
celebration and wrap up, and just I'm inviting everybody who was previously on, who's not banished from reality, to still come back on and just say hi. Again, the podcast is I don't want you to think it's coming back quickly, but it's most likely a hiatus, not a permanent gone. We will resume with episode 51 eventually in the future. It's just the way my schedule is now, I don't have as much free time as I used to. And I want to make sure that I'm putting out content that actually performs well for the channel. I want to grow the audience, not simply hang out and maintain with what we got. I really appreciate all of you guys hanging out and showing up for the live streams. So that's why I want to give you guys one final send-off. And we will come back to live streams eventually, I promise.
That's right. Coin, you got some fantasy friends, right?
Wow. I was looking at
do.
other things. Here's the thing for Stargate. The movie Ed Wood about the worst director of all time was made to prepare us for Stargate. Okay, it is not that bad of a movie.
Nah, I hate movies. All of them are
You're
bad.
here.
Chat, we're branching out. We're going from arteries to veins to capillaries. You better pass this on to your friends. You're not going to find a deeper analysis of random Disney movies than you will here. So, everybody, make sure that you subscribe to The Amazing Astronaut.
Exactly.
And
I've sat in on a couple of these before, and this is the first time I was part of it. I can't remember the last time I was in any way, shape, or form part of a discussion like this. So I appreciate you. Let me sit in here.
I love having you. You've contributed fantastically. The points you brought up really made the entire thing well, and I think chat would agree.
I notice a few things.
Yeah.
I'll try to have more for next time.
A few things is more than most people contribute. You should see. I'll tell you offline, but we had previously had a guest who picked the topic and told me he'd handle everything, and I show up there and he said nothing the whole time. It was fantastic.
We got lucky. We had a big crowd that day. Everybody was able to kind of put it into context. Believe me, Coin, dude, I loved having you on. Every point I brought up, if you had something to say, you said it, and you kind of corrected me about probably a dozen times. So I appreciate the voice of reason that you provide, especially with the dragon stuff. That was also awesome too. I appreciated that.
I'm happy to provide the autism viewpoint.
Loved it. And with that, chat, thank you all very much for joining us.
We love you,
Have
chat.
an excellent night. I love you all so much, and I guess I'll see you all next